starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus.
Oh, we got the dum-dums out already. I thought you said y'all sweeping us this weekend. Yeah, I thought we were going to sweep the World Series too. I said, let me pull up the tweet. I got smoke for y'all today before the rubber match. You can bank on it. Let me pull up the tweet, buddy. And you Mets fans keep jumping on all my tweets, keep running up all my numbers. Cha-ching. All you're doing is putting me in the middle of all of the people searching Juan Soto, Subway Series. All you're doing is adding to my little Elon Musk check. Come on with it. Come on with it. Okay, so here is the tweet, if I can add it for clarity, which, bro, I don't care to be wrong. You know how many takes I have on the radio? You know how many, like, things you have to, like, I also said Celtics in 5. Like, what? So, yeah, I don't care about being wrong. It's sports. It's unpredictable. None of us know what's going to happen. But here was the tweet. Game 1, Soto. Game 2, series. Game 3, sweep. I know you might not know how to read, but that last word, ideally, means ideally. Means that's what I'd like to happen, ideally. That was the idea. We handle Juan Soto in the first game. We take the series. Oh, wait, that didn't happen. So if you don't take the series in the second game, you can't sweep. The Mets evened up the series and set up the rubber match, which to me, it's better. You'll have more people coming out to the game physically tonight. What's up, man? You'll have more people coming. You have more people tuning into the radio station to listen to the game, listen to the pregame, and more people watching on ESPN nationally televised. So let me say what's up before we get the update. Devin, what's up, bro? I see you. We're good, man. We're going to rock till 6. Levi, I know I can count on you. Always in here. Mike, Freed Night. Fuel to the fire, always. That's coming. Driving to Billy's, just wanted to say hi, listening on radio. Appreciate it, man. Billy's been ridiculous. Too many Met fans in there. Yes, Little Sunday saw a special show today. No, I'm not going to the game tonight. I'm going home to be a family man. There's so many nerds on my Twitter like, oh, when do you spend time with your family? Every day. I also got to work to take care of my family. I also got to be at the game. It's part of my job. What up, Jack? Yeah, should I hit that? I will hit that. All right, here we go. Showtime.
Good afternoon at 101. I'm Tony Pierno. This report is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Morristown. Aaron Judge and the Yankees will look to bounce back this evening at the stadium as they wrap up their 3-game series with the Mets. Judge with a rare quiet day at the plate on Saturday, finishing 0 for 5 in the Yankees' 3-2 loss. The captain still batting .402 this season. Meanwhile, Juan Soto is 1 for 6 with 4 walks during the 2 games in his return to the Bronx. It's been a hostile atmosphere for the Mets slugger, but Cody Bellinger says Soto has handled it well. Max Fried gets the start tonight for the Bombers against David Peterson. First pitched at 7:10 with coverage here on the Fan and the Free Odyssey app beginning at 6:30 p.m. In other news, the Phillies receiving a big blow as reliever Jose Alvarado has been suspended for testing positive 4 PEDs. He is now ineligible for the postseason. It's the 2 greatest words in sports. Game 7, and we have 2 of them today. First in the NBA, where the Thunder host the Nuggets. Aaron Gordon's chances of playing don't look very promising after being diagnosed with a grade 2 hamstring strain. The winner advances to the Western Conference Finals to meet the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off today is at 3:30. Then in the NHL, it's Game 7 between the defending Stanley Cup champion Panthers and Maple Leafs. Florida head coach Paul Maurice is 5-0 in his career in Game 7s. Puck drop is at 7:30, and it's the final round of the PGA Championship from Quail Hollow. Scotty Scheffler, the leader at 11 under par. He is 3 shots in front of Alex Noren. 68 degrees right now under cloudy skies in Central Park, and that's what's happening. I'm Tony Pierno.
AM to AM on WFAN.
There we go. Yeah. It's not KM to AM. This is KM in the PM. This is some Sunday sauce. That's what we call this. A little special Sunday sauce. I had to stop yelling at the game last night. I'm like, I'm not going to have any voice. I got enough. I'm good. I even had the little hot water honey in here. And I'm not going to the game tonight because I wanted to be here with you today. Dial 888-808-1019. I can't wait to talk to you because it's our time. It's all of our time. It's a glorious time. The sun is shining. Like, we skipped into the summer yesterday. It was a little windy today walking in, but whatever. Good enough weather for baseball, Sunday night baseball. The world is watching us, New York. I mean, they're always watching, but now they're specifically watching our sports and our sports fans and seeing how great we are. This is not the embarrassment of Sunday night football, Monday night football, the NFL scheduling Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, or putting the Giants on for the Giants to get smoked. This is not the embarrassment of all the hype that came with the football season and all the disappointment of losing 10 games in a row, then losing the first pick. But, like, you know, not for nothing, the Jets not being in the headlines, ding, 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 that's a win. It's a good time for the Jet fan right now. It's a win that we don't know anything really about what's going on in Florham Park. There's nothing to report because the Jets are moving in silence right now. They are turning their organization into an actual NFL organization, and that is done quietly. That is done privately. So if you're a Jet fan right now, just wait. Just wait and see what they become. But it's good that there's no LOL Jets, no same old Jets, no laughing storylines, headlines that have come out of that building so far in this offseason with a new GM and a new head coach. For the Giants, as I talk about the Giants losing 10 games and losing that number 1 overall pick, so be it. They still found a way to win the first round. We were watching the draft about a month ago and some change, and I feel like the Giants won the first round of that draft, getting Abdul Carter, who could be a generational pass rusher, the best pass rusher in this heavy pass rusher draft, then trading back into the first round and saying, we know who our guy is. Brian Daboll wants Jackson Dart. Let's go get him. And I don't know if you're paying attention, but everything you're seeing about Jackson Dart, it isn't real football yet, but it is real positive. If this kid could be the guy, you've got your man. And you know how I felt like they stole the entire draft? Was the steal of the draft, Cam Scatterboot. I was in here with Big Mac during the Christmas break, filling in. Shout out to Big Mac. Great show. Just listen to Big Mac. Isn't it nice to get, the nighttime guys on a Sunday? You start off with Big Mac and lead into me. We got you. No punt lineups on the fan this weekend. Everybody's pulling up. Everybody's doing their part. And, I was in here with Big Mac, and we were watching the game, the bowl game. I forget which one. Is it Cotton Bowl or Fiesta Bowl? One of those. And it was Texas versus Arizona, and Cam Scatterboot was having a hell of a game. And Big Mac's like, you really do just watch sports. I couldn't keep my eyes off of it. So we're doing a show here, man. I'm like, no, I'm listening to the show, but my eyes are on this kid, Cam Scatterboot. He got 140 yards, a catching touchdown, receiving touchdown. He balled out in that game. And I'm like, man, this kid after the game said he's the best running back in the country. And the Giants were able to get him at like pick 105. The Giants had a great draft, and it might be the sign of things changing over there in East Rutherford. I mean, everybody, the Islanders got the number 1 pick. The Islanders, improbable, impossible. The Islanders get the number 1 pick in the upcoming draft. And I mean, it's quiet right now for the Brooklyn Nets and the Brooklyn Nets fans. If you're a Net fan, I'm telling you, I'm a Net fan too. Stand down. It is not time to be a hater. If you're hating on the Knicks right now, you just look like a dum-dum. It's just stand down. There's nothing to hate on. But hey, at least the Brooklyn Nets have a first-round pick. They did not win the lottery. They did not get a top 3 pick. They went backwards, but at least they have a top 10 pick. Some great players have been picked 8th overall, or they could potentially package that in a trade. The Nets will be fine. They're not going to be contenders, and you know what? That's okay. The Nets had their time. It blew up in their face. Now is the Knicks time. We'll get to the Knicks. But, as I'm looking at New York sports, shifting to basketball a little bit, the New York Liberty just got their championship rings. The only actual team with a chip around here, the ladies of the WNBA, they just had their ring ceremony in Brooklyn and in Barclays Center. So congrats to them. And no disrespect to NYCFC. I know we always leave NYCFC out, and they handled their business yesterday. But, New York is shining right now. And I know as Yankee fans, we don't celebrate a lost World Series, but we did get to the last World Series. We were in it. I know it was embarrassing. Some of the decisions made, and we'll talk about Aaron Boone's decisions. That's all anybody could talk to me after the game yesterday about was Aaron Boone's decisions. Going back to the World Series, going back to, the Subway Series. But the Yankees won the American League. They were in the World Series, and they have a great chance at getting right back, winning another pennant and getting back to the World Series. And the Mets have picked up where they left off. Both the Yankees and Mets were defeated by the Dodgers, but the Mets had a miracle run. They weren't even supposed to be a postseason team. They turned it on, got to the NLCS, and to start this season, they look like a postseason team. To start this season, they look like a team that's, they're going to be in it. So here we are with the Subway Series. And Friday night, the Yankees looking to get on the board. The Yankees looking at the Subway Series saying, hey, these guys swept us in Queens. These guys swept us in the Bronx. We haven't even got one on these guys since 2023. Let's get a win. Let's get one in the win column. And game 1 was all about Juan Soto. And it's funny to hear all the Juan Soto takes and people, just claim it's ridiculous. Like, you got to explain to people why Yankee fans are booing Juan Soto, why Yankee fans are chanting F Juan Soto, why Yankee fans even care. He was only there 1 year. Come on. I think you guys have been around long enough. Yankees fans boo our own. We booed Hal Steinbrenner. We booed Aaron Judge. We boo anybody. The Pope could walk out there. He'll get booed too. It's just part of it. It's called the Bronx cheer. But, man, you only get one of those. You only get Juan Soto's return to Yankee Stadium in a Met uniform once. And it was better than I imagined. It was great. I was in the bleachers when we turned our backs, and I didn't think many people were going to go for it. But, hey, there's some influence there. There's enough people in there. Hey, turn around. I remember talking to Mark 2 weeks ago. So if I give credit to anybody for the bleacher creatures turning their backs, I'd give it to Mark Chalpin, who leads the roll call, because Mark 2 weeks ago was talking about, I think we should just turn our backs. You don't hear F Juan Soto chants coming from the actual core of 203. You don't hear that. It's just, that's not something that the creatures are on. Maybe many years ago when it was more like soccer hooligans, it was more of a bully vibe. It was more, rough and tough. And that's something I'll say too about the Met fan. You Mets fans, for the most part, are very nice people. I ran to a lot of Mets fans in the last 2 days. The Yankee fan is aggressive. The Yankee fan is nasty. The Yankee fan is mean for the most part. There's some nice ones in there too. But I mean, I ran into a lot of Mets fans. They're so nice. They just have a nice way about them. I guess they know they're in the Bronx too. But no, for the most part, I'm seeing Yankee fans getting into Met fans' face. And Met fans just, hi, how's it doing? Hey, are you Keith? Nice to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you. Happy to see you here. Welcome in. And I am happy to see everyone there. I was there Friday night, which was a postseason vibe, and Juan Soto tipping his cap, and Juan Soto, making the last out, and the Yankees winning pretty, handedly, being in control of that game. It was 6-2, and they went up 4 runs in the 3rd inning, and you just kind of felt like, the Yankees were going to win that one. And when I was on Friday night, I talked about how it was the guys that were not on the team with Juan Soto that shined, right? It was, Cody Bellinger and Paul Goldschmidt and Devin Williams, guys that didn't play with Juan Soto and maybe wouldn't be on this team if Juan Soto was signed. So it was just poetic. It was like a real life script playing out that Juan Soto returns, and you hear the "We got Grisham," you can't field, you misjudge. You hear all these different creative chants, a lot of funny signs, a lot of people taking their Juan Soto jerseys and writing rice or arroz or Juan Toto. Just like, you know, the festival that was, the circus that was, that doesn't happen everywhere. And when I say I am happy to see everyone, what I mean is like to see 47,700 people come out on Friday night and then another 47,510 on Saturday during the day. I might have slept from like 3:30 to 7:30. I think I might have been on like, 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Had to get up Saturday morning, get my son out of the crib, change the poopy diaper, and then get him some breakfast, and then look in the fridge. And I'm like, hey, we got to go grocery shopping today. Go grocery shopping, run to the stores, and come back. And then, hey, I'm footing it. I'm on the train back to Yankee Stadium, and there's a ton of Yankee fans and Mets fans. And we don't get that. I've been in there for every postseason, whoever, the last, not every postseason, the last, 10 years of postseason. Doesn't matter if it's the Royals or the Twins or the Guardians or whoever. We just can't get that environment because, like, this is all of us here in the, greater New York City area. You can never get an opposing team that shows up the way the Met fan shows up in our building, and it just makes it special. It's just a different atmosphere. It was a postseason atmosphere on Friday night and then a postseason game Saturday. And you know what I kept saying in there, talking to people? I'm like, man, the way that this place went up last night, the Yankees got to give us something to cheer about. The Yankees got to take a lead in this game. The Yankees got to get going, and this place will go right back up for a day game. When a lot of you were tired and hungover, a lot of you went to Madison Square Garden. A lot of people were also on, 4 or 5 hours of sleep or whatever it was. But, the Mets, you tip your cap to the Mets. In a tight game like that, it became manager versus manager. In a tight game like that, little things matter. Defense, situational hitting, being awake on the base pass. That game was stolen late. It wasn't even stolen. It was kind of just given late. Just some decisions that didn't go the Yankees' way. I know we'll talk about the decision to bunt or not. Boone spoke on that. I know all of you as managers want to talk about pinch hitting and when to pinch hit guys. The Yankees don't have punt lineups. That's another thing I said last year going into this year about, hey, the Yankees are going to play up. They're going to play these games tough. You're not going to see Jahmai Jones and J.D. Davis types in this series, but the Yankees are a little banged up right now. So you do see J.C. Escara, Yorbit Vivas, Oswald Peraza. That's another thing. I think I talked about this Friday. It is so loud in there. The players cannot hear the roll call to acknowledge it. It makes it a little challenging because you're not supposed to move on until you get some type of signal or wave. But I'm like, guys like Yorbit Vivas on Friday night, I'm like, this kid is probably peeing himself. This kid is like, oh my, I've never been in an environment like this. He's a whole rookie. He couldn't hear his roll call. And then Peraza, Saturday, being on third base all the way over there, like he couldn't hear the roll call. It is crazy. If you're going to the game tonight, call me up, 888-808-1019. I'm kind of glad that the Mets, I wanted to take the series, of course. I even put a tweet out that, hey, you guys running up my Twitter, continue. I appreciate it. It is doing nothing but helping me. It is doing nothing but adding to my engagement and my Elon Musk check and the amount of people following me and reaching out. Like so many haters have put me in the middle of this thing. I don't get to play. I'm not a manager. I'm not on the field. I don't get any at bats, but people want me to be a villain in the middle of this thing. So be it. Keep running it up, man. It's been great. I just know how to play the hits, man. I know when it's Yankees, Mets, it's Subway Series, Juan Soto's dynamic, even Aaron Judge's dynamic. Rough one for Judgy yesterday. 0 for 5, 3 Ks. And this is a guy that we're talking about as the greatest hitter in the game right now, and he is. But, man, I just looked at Griffin Canning. I had a call a couple nights ago about, like, the Mets pitching lab, someone boasting about the Mets pitching lab. And I'm like, yeah, McGill's got to get back in the lab. This guy, Griffin Canning, has went into that lab as Steve Rogers and come out as Captain America. I'm just looking at this dude like, what the hell? He is so good. And even as I say, it was Mendoza versus Boone, knowing when to take your guy out or when not to take your guy out. That was the whole game yesterday. But Griffin Canning impressed me because I mean, what he give up? A DJ LeMahieu short portrait. And of course, like that was like, this is what I'm talking about, guys. When I talk about it's a movie, it's cinematic. Like, if you would have bet $100 on DJ first homer, if you parlayed that with DJ homer first homer, you turn that $100 probably into $2,000-$3,000. Nobody knows that. It's unpredictable. That's why we watch. That's why 47,000, almost 48,000 show up. That's why we talk about it nonstop. That's why there are podcasts on this stuff. I saw Evan did a Rico reaction after the second game of the series, not tonight, because I know Evan's going to be at the game tonight. But I'm like, people care, and we're shining, and the whole baseball world is watching. And it's a good time to be in New York. It's a good time to be a fan of New York. And I have to bring it, obviously, here to the main thing we should start talking about today. And as we get closer to the game, you know, we'll talk more about the ins and outs of game 1 and game 2 and what we expect to happen tonight with Peterson versus Fried. But man, I've never seen this. I wasn't around here with the 90s Knicks. I was a little kid in Jersey. Since I've been up here in New York since 2014, I've met a lot of lifetime New Yorkers born and raised in New York, people that like the Knicks. That's the only option. And again, if you're a Nets fan and you're from Jersey or Brooklyn or from New York, anywhere, just stand down. If you're a Bulls fan in New York City, stand down. If you're a Lakers fan in New York City or any of the other teams, well, the Warriors, any of these other teams that might have gotten popular, you might be a Celtics fan. Stand down. It is not your time. It is the Knicks' time. Understand it, these Knicks fans. I was talking to some of my boys in the bodega last night. They're like, how do you feel? And they're giving me a look. And I'm like, I'm not mad about the Knicks' success. And if I'm mad at anyone as a Net fan, I need to be mad at my own organization and the choices they made. And I'm like, I'm looking at you guys that you guys aren't even 30 years old yet. This is your moment. This is what you've been waiting for as a fan. You gave your whole childhood years. It took 24 years. Like, you gave your whole young childhood years away to the Knicks, and they were embarrassing. They were a laughing stock. Come on, let's not forget. Like, this was a team that was the butt of every joke in the NBA. And there were so many people jealous of the Knicks because of their arena, because of their attendance, because of their fans. Diehard fans that rode with them, that believed. And what I say to the Knicks fan is belief is needed now. I've sat here these last few nights, whether it was round 1 or round 2, and I'm not a Knicks fan, but I've never wavered. Now, did I think they were going to beat the Celtics? Hell no. No one did. Did I predict them beating the Celtics? No. Tommy Lugauer is the only one that actually gets credit for the Knicks and 6 spot on positive Tommy. But what I'm saying is, I looked at the Detroit Pistons. I called that one Knicks in 6. I'm like, they're not beating them. But I took calls from people that were panicking. Oh, the Pistons came here and won in the Garden again. They're going to get knocked out by the Pistons. They're going to fire Tom Thibodeau. No, they're not. This team's not tough enough. This team's not ready. They don't have the chemistry. Karl Anthony Towns is soft. I don't know about this. Where's OG? He's not showing up. Mikal Bridges this. And then you get through that Pistons series where I feel like they hardened a little bit. I feel like they sparred a little bit. They toughened up a little bit. And now they beat the Celtics, and it's an easy cop-out for anyone to say Jason Tatum wasn't available. They were going to win that game that Jason Tatum got hurt in, and who knows, I think they were up in the series. I think they would have beat him anyway. And I think the Celtics know that too. And I think if you're a Knicks fan, you need to know that this is the clearest path to the finals and a finals victory for you ever. Ever. Well, I can't go all the way back those years. I don't know. Maybe back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. I don't know. But I'm talking about some of you young guys living, millennials, Gen Z. Like, do you not see? And I was calling this when they went up 2-0. You're now about to tango with the Pacers. That script is already written. You're favored in that series. You got home court advantage. Don't you want to run it back from last year when you weren't healthy enough to defeat them? Of course you do. So believe in your team. Believe in the Knicks now. Don't waver when they lose a game. They are going to lose a game or 2, maybe 3 to the Pacers. But they just need to win 4 to go back to the finals, to bring the finals back to Madison Square Garden, to the Mecca, the world's most famous arena in the middle of Manhattan with Spike Lee and Tracy Morgan and Sting and Ben Stiller and Timothy Chalamet, who's guaranteed to bring Kylie Jenner and Kendall Jenner. Bring Bruce. 888-808-1019. The Knicks are doing something that unites this entire city and beyond. Knicks fans that have left New York and taken jobs in other states and other cities are proud to walk around where they are in orange and blue. Knicks fans that have left and gone to other cities came back for game 6. It was never a doubt. It was a party from the second quarter on. As I'm in Yankee Stadium watching on my phone, I run into Sal Licata and I run into Hoff. They're with Mitchell and Fort Lee. I'm watching the game on my phone. They're like, hey, come down to my seats. I'm right behind, right field, right behind Aaron Judge, watching the Knicks game on my phone. Like, hey, I'm on tonight. I got to talk about this. Karl Anthony Towns, right? He gets them started early. And then after the game, Karl Anthony Towns, being a local guy, he gave a shout out. This is for all my, AAU guys, my New Yorkers, New Jerseys, people that have played with Karl Anthony Towns and been in gyms with him coming up. Like, this was for the city. Brunson, another kid. Obviously, he went to high school out in Illinois, but spent some time in Jersey too. Like, there's a local feel to this that I feel like everybody can get behind. Even if you are a Knicks hater, how much can you hate on your neighbors, on your family members? How much can you hate on people that have been down? Stay down till you come up. It is finally time. So in this next series with Rick Carlisle, who's a proven coach, who has won before, in this series with Tyrese Halliburton, who's going to have a chip on his shoulder, right? Remember? Because Wally Zerbiak, took some shots at him. This guy's not an all-star. He became an all-star. He became an Olympian. He became a top player in the NBA. Obi Toppin is over there. Remember how that draft went? And Obi Toppin used to be here. Guys like Miles Turner and Pascal Siakam. And, they're going to be a tough matchup for the Knicks because styles make fights, and this is going to be a hell of a fight. They are two different styles. Their name matches their pace of play. The Pacers, they play deep. TJ McConnell, you guys know, he's a pain in the ass, but let's go. Let's go. It's the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time since 2000. They clinch at home on their floor for the first time since 99. They snap a 5-game losing streak in those series clinchers. Like, there's something special going on. Your thoughts become things. And if you're a Knicks fan, I think you got to believe, and you got to believe through this whole series, because if you get to the finals, which today at 3:30, it'll be on air, game 7, the Nuggets versus OKC. Now, the Knicks have beat the Nuggets in the regular season. It was Jokic who said, hey, this is a top 5 team in the NBA. They're a title contender. When he said it, we were kind of counting the other teams and like saying, what is Jokic seeing? But if Jokic says it, Jokic is right now. Aaron Gordon is compromised. It's going to be a tough one for the Nuggets to win. Maybe OKC goes on. Isaiah Hartenstein is over there with them. There's a storyline. And of course, with the Minnesota Timberwolves, with Julius Randle in that closeout game, 29 points being the hero, and then Dante DiVincenzo over there, and the conversations that'll come up with the trade, and with Tom Thibodeau being the head coach over there in the past, Karl Anthony Towns, the trade for DiVincenzo and Randle, there are just so many possibilities and things to talk about. If you're a Knicks fan, believe that you can win in this Eastern Conference Finals. It doesn't matter. It's a series. Each game is going to be different. If it's Knicks in 7, so be it, and then get to the finals and believe that you can win a championship, and this city is going to explode. People thought that the videos were crazy. That's another thing New York is undefeated with, the content online. Go scroll TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, Twitter. That looks like a movie scene. There are people on top of billboards, people climbing the poles. They're taking the rafters and they're, the stuff that's supposed to be out in the street to keep people out of the street. They're picking them up. They're crowd surfing them. Because these New York kids gave their entire childhood to the Knicks team, and now they're grown men. They're outside. They're celebrating. They're back in the Eastern Conference Finals with a chance to go to the finals. It's real, and it doesn't even sound real coming out of my mouth. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Some Sunday sauce. We're going to talk sports. We're going to talk specifically New York sports because the Subway Series is here right now between two first-place teams with star players. And the world literally will be watching tonight, Sunday Night Baseball. And you got Max Fried on the mound. You got David Peterson on the mound, and you got a deciding game. Then there's going to be talk about big brother, little brother. There's going to be talk about who runs the city and what this means. All it really is a series in May, but we could add more weight to it. And yeah, I want to talk to the Knicks fan today. How are you feeling today? You have a few days until the first game today. I think you playing a game 6 versus the Pacers that have been on ice for an entire week by the time they step into Madison Square Garden, that is going to help you. I think the party and the vibe, the energy that was in the Garden in game 6, that can carry over and turn right back up on Wednesday. So I'd love to talk to the Knicks fan first, but I already have Subway Series and Yankees and Mets calls. We'll do it all. I've got from now until 6 p.m. leading you into the Yankees pregame show. Again, Keith McPherson on the Fan, KM in the PM. I like to call it Sunday sauce. No, extra. 2 pots, Sunday sauce. till 6 p.m. on the Fan. We'll be right back. And we're open for business. A little 25-minute open. Let's see what they're chatting about. In 2000, was it Miami? Indiana. And Indiana went on. Noted. Good to know. 2000, I was like in the 5th grade. Nostalgic Nick, fire. Jack, appreciate you, man. Always got to have energy. Always got to have a broad open, but with a kind of direct message. And you know, my broad open was all in New York sports, but my direct message is we're up right now. We're winning right now. The world is watching us right now, and it's a good time. It feels just a lot better than it did. Hey. Okay. So a little bit of a fire drill, but nothing crazy. Dave Sims, who calls the Yankees games, is out sick. So Emmanuel was gonna do like a little pregame show, taking call. Like I'm gonna try and save the calls until then to kind of hype some things up. Because now I'll be on till 6:30. So Emmanuel Barbari is gonna call the game. Dave is out, and now this show just extended to 6:30. Let me text my wife. I'm just gonna mention that I mean I can mention it. I don't think it's a big deal. I'll just say that this is going to 6:30. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's vibe, man. It's a Sunday. The sun is shining. We got plenty of time. 888 808 1019. Keep McPherson on the fan. This show will go till 6:30. I'll be picking up Emmanuel Barbari's little 30 minutes. And man, what I'd love to do, but I know it's not possible. I'd love to push all the Subway Series hype and calls till like 6. Get those, fan reactions. Maybe some people call from the stadium right before, but I mean, I've got a line full of, Subway Series and Yankees callers and Mets callers, and that I understand that, right? I had a caller on the Friday night show that I did in the Saturday morning, and his call got cut short because he, one, took an attitude with me, and second was saying the Knicks are in the Eastern Conference Finals, and you're talking about Juan Soto. Click. Everybody's talking about Juan Soto. But I do want to say this, though, like that one game is over. Now it's his third game in Yankee Stadium as a Met, right? The initial reaction, the initial what's going to happen, that's over. That's over. And I don't care what anybody thinks about any of this stuff. It's all fun. It's all entertainment. My message on Friday was take care of each other. If you're out there in Madison Square Garden and you saw all those drone videos and the footage of how many people were out there and like, just make sure everybody's good, man. If your boy's tweaking, make sure you have some water. If somebody's thinking about driving their car, man, take their keys. Like get an Uber. If somebody's getting too hot and tempers are flaring, man, cooler heads prevail. And from at least my vantage point, I didn't see any fighting at Yankee Stadium. I didn't see it get into hot and heavy with anybody Mets versus Yankees, and that's good. And I think a lot of that nonsense is reserved for online because online you can hide who you are. Online you can throw stones and hide your hands. You can be as tough as you want to be. You could say anything, and there's no repercussions for it. But as far as like people talking about the bleacher creatures and what the bleacher creatures are and aren't, or what they did, like first off, all respect to Tiki Barber, but like Tiki Barber's, I don't know, his message on what to do with Juan Soto had nothing to do with the bleacher creatures. And like, I'm sure some of them listen to WFAN, but they weren't following Tiki's instruction. That's why I gave credit to Mark. Mark was the first one 2 weeks ago when I was in the bleachers. Like, what are you thinking about doing? He's like, and it's literally written in an ESPN article, if I can pull up the quote, and I give Mark credit for it because it was executed. Mark says, he turned his back on us. My attitude is we should turn our backs on him. I don't wish him harm. I don't wish him success either. So basically what it is was like, I think Tiki was saying, hey, when Juan Soto comes up, Yankee fans, turn your backs and be silent. We weren't silent. A lot of people were throwing up the middle finger. But for the most part, man, I sent that message. And I sent the message to some people that I knew would be watching in the media that, hey, have some cameras, have some have the photography ready, have the cameras ready. When Juan Soto comes out in the bottom of the first and he reclaims his spot in right field that he used to be, that is when you'll see us all turn our backs until, Trent Grisham is in the box and then we turn around. And I was able to get maybe one of the only videos that I saw, from that vantage point at the top of the bleachers where you could see the field and you could see everybody's backs turn. It's hard to make people turn their backs. I said before leading up, like, when do you turn your back to the game? You don't want to miss anything. But yeah, I thought it was well done. And I think the message that, the bleacher creatures are actually sending is like, we are classier fans. We are crazy, yes, but not like it used to be in the old stadium in the early days. A lot of the creatures have grown up. A lot of them are family people that bring their families to the game. There is definitely more of a family vibe and looking out for one another. And, the F1 Soto chants will get tagged as coming from the bleachers, maybe 204, maybe right underneath, but the bleacher creatures are not getting together for that. We're getting together for roll call. Mark can't even do the roll call yesterday, lost his voice. Like, it's loud in there. You got to yell in there. But ultimately, I thought it was well executed and well done. I knew it would be a scene, that picture of all the fans turning their backs to Juan Soto and Juan Soto saying he didn't see it or whatever. Good, but that's over. Saturday happened, and now we have the game today. But the Juan Soto initial, what happens? He didn't hit 3 home runs. He also didn't have a terrible game like that. Like, let's give Juan Soto credit. He still is a very good, like, bat and eye. He works his walks. He gets on base. And those 2 steals, like, he's He's playing the game inside the game. Go on. Scouting, yep. Sure. As a Met fan, I saw a lot of people like, "Oh, he tipped his cap, hilarious." I didn't really find it to be hilarious, but I'm a Yankee fan. I'm like, what else is he supposed to do? Wouldn't expect anything different, right? I tip my cap. You guys showed up. It's a lot of people in here. You're loud. You're booing. There are signs. There are jerseys. Yeah. I mean, and he's a robot, right? He's programmed differently. But what I'll say is, the Yankees won the game. Juan Soto didn't affect the game to the point to change the outcome. And what happened was the players that the Yankees pivoted to shined. That was the narrative. When I was on Friday night, I was smitten with the fact that, okay, Juan Soto didn't kill us, and I wasted another $100 betting on Juan Soto. I'm probably down $500 on just Juan Soto bets this season alone because he hasn't been the same guy I thought he would be, to start the season. But that one initial game, Juan Soto's return, the Yankees win 6-2. Cody Bellinger, Paul Goldschmidt, Devin Williams shines. Like Devin Williams, that's another narrative that got knocked off. Pete Alonso's his daddy. Pete Alonso broke him. Aaron Boone, as much as people are bagging on Boone for not putting the bunt on or not pinch hitting or letting a pitcher go on for too long. I mean, Juan Soto is one thing. I wasn't even thinking about it until it happened. Like I left the game after Devin Williams because I'm like, who comes out here? Of course, who comes out here? Devin Williams, the airbender, right? Trying to get the airbender back, trying to build up his confidence, face your demons. I spiraled a couple weeks back. Like, how does this guy work out of this? There's too much against him. The beard policy. Maybe Pete Alonso did break him. Maybe he can't perform in Yankee Stadium. These fans hate him. He already lost the closer spot. Maybe he never returns to form. Man, you put him in a spot where you're forced to compete. He strikes out Pete Alonso. He strikes out the side, and the stadium erupted. And I just left, hands in the air, like I got to go to the station. I've seen enough. They're going to bring this home, and they did. So Friday was, don't let Juan Soto beat us. In Juan Soto's return, don't let him park one in the in the right field bleachers. Don't let him be the difference. And the last out of the game was made by Juan Soto. Yankees win, and guys shine. Also, the younger players shine. Dominguez, Peraza, Volpe, like young Yankees, homegrown Yankees. And a lot of fans were bigging up Dominguez. Like people were chanting Dominguez because he's our Dominican outfielder, our young superstar in the making. So there was just a lot of little things that went right. And I can't leave out Carlos Rodon, of course. There were a lot of things that went right for the Yankees in Soto's return, and it could have went a lot differently. If Juan Soto hit a home run that decided that game, if Juan Soto had a great game, if the Mets spanked the Yankees to continue sweeping the Yankees from last year into this year, it'd be a different feeling. And then in a very close and tight game yesterday, the Mets edge out the Yankees. Edwin Diaz striking out the best hitter in the world. And it sets up the rubber match, which is, like I said, better for ratings, better for fans. More fans are going to show up, both Yankee and Met fans. If it's a sweep, maybe the Met fan avoids that. It's a rubber match now. Fried on the mound. I said, I got to go to every Max Fried start. I'm not going tonight. I went the last 2 nights. I'm going home. I'm tucking. I'm good. But I'm so excited to watch. I'm so excited to listen. And now let's listen to some calls. Let's get to Pat in Morristown on the Fan. What's up, Pat?
On opening day, and it was you were really nice to you talked to me. I really appreciate that. I was at the game yesterday, and I got to say the vibes there were just awesome, and just probably the most packed house I've ever seen it out there.
For Saturday, yeah, it was crazy for a 105 start. And a lot of the same people that were there the night before showed up again on low sleep, like after a Knicks win, after that Friday night win. It was crazy. And nice to meet you. Nice to meet any of you that I run into.
Just real quick, I had a question about Aaron Judge. I mean, him going 0 for 5 and then the Yankees lose. I mean, I think that's the main issue here. Do you think that's a problem going forward? I mean, if Judge doesn't hit, it doesn't seem like we win.
Yeah, well, you know what? Judge has to be Judge. I remember going back to the postseason and he had some strikeout filled games and came up with opportunities in the clutch to get it done and didn't. And I'm like, there is no way you overcome the MVP. The whole thing is he's the best player in the game, right? He like if they're facing him, he has to make them pay. It's a narrative, but like, they beat the Padres in that deciding game when Max Fried was on the mound versus Dylan Cease, and Judge didn't do anything that game. And that was, to me, a good sign that, hey, this lineup is deeper and there are some other guys that can pick up Judge, but it sucks. There were Mets fans that were loving the fact that Judge went 0 for 5, 3 Ks, had opportunities to win the game, to do something, was facing Edwin Diaz in the ninth and couldn't get it done. So then, they could continue the narrative of, well, he's not clutch. He doesn't do it in October. So, like, what do you actually have in Aaron Judge?
Yeah, it was really hoping for a walk-off there, but, maybe he'll do it tonight.
Maybe he will, and that's the thing. Thanks for the call, Pat. Like, I feel like Judge presses. I wish there was a way for him to, like, mentally tell him something. I don't know, like a woosah or, like, a code word or something to just, like, stop pressing in the moment. I know he wanted it. It's the Subway Series. It does mean more, and I told you guys the Juan Soto thing in the years past, not so much the Juan Soto thing adds weight to it, but damn, I'm like, watching Judge strike out against Griffin Canning, bro, like Griffin Canning, Judge has faced some tough pitchers, Griffin Canning to go home and write in his book, like, dominated Aaron Judge, got Judge out 3, like, what? That's the thing. Judge gotta overcome the like big moment, big spots, being clutch. Just get the bat to ball. But I was in there talking about everybody is attacking Judge with the slider low and away. And as long as his arms and his bat he's not able to get to it, but he goes for it. And yeah, just I don't know. Judge not beating the allegations of not being clutch. Judge can't beat the allegations and not coming up in big spots in October until it's October. But the scene is set for tonight. I remember Sunday Night Baseball against the Dodgers. A similar type of, packed house environment last June where the Dodgers fans did flood our stadium, not like the Mets, but like, thousands of Dodgers fans. And then Pantone 294 that came out with 5,000 plus Dodgers fans. Judge was a silencer in that series because that Sunday game he homered and helped the Yankees win. And it was like, where's Judge in this series? Where's Judge in this series? So fingers crossed tonight. He's due to homer. So maybe you bet on Judge to homer tonight off of Peterson. But that's another thing, man. Like, I don't know. Peterson's been pretty good too. This could be ace versus ace tonight.
Pitching led. It's the pitching, and you're right. The narrative yesterday was Aaron Judge again fails in a big spot, blah blah blah, which we all know is that's like Yankees fans needling the Mets about what.
But it's valid. Got it off. He had multiple opportunities to do something, and he came up small. And then even in the ninth, Edwin Diaz, like. I mean, not for nothing. Could we talk about Edwin Diaz? As much grief as fans give Edwin Diaz and talk down on Edwin Diaz, he's good. He's fine. He's better than fine.
Yeah, and real quickly, just this is from Andrew Martian. Juan Soto is going to be mic'd up for Sunday Night Baseball tonight, likely in the second inning, which is going to be interesting. I can't wait because I think that's super duper fun. He's going to be.
How hot are these lavaliers that they put on these guys? How hot are these mics? Because there are some things that could be even the curse words in Espanol that have been thrown his way. I can't say them on air. We got to be careful with that. But good on ESPN. They always get somebody. And who else could you want? And Juan. Okay, and like, can I say something nice about Juan Soto? Juan Soto can deny it. Juan Soto can say no thank you to it. He could turn it down. He's taking it on. He knows this is part of it, right? And you think they're not going to ask him, hey, Juan, how's it like, being a Met out there in right field where you used to be a Yankee? How the fans treating you? He's going to have to speak on that in game. So run it. Great. Good on Juan Soto taking the mic. And, I look forward to hearing it and seeing it tonight. Let's go to Dave in Farmingville, Long Island on the fan. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Keith, how you doing, sir?
Good.
Hey, man, listen, this is a general basketball topic. 4 kids. I'm not a hoops fan. However, I grew up in a family. My dad was one of 13 kids. Grew up in Uniondale, New York. My grandfather destroyed the backyard and made a basketball set out in the back. And, fully paved two hoops. My dad was a recruit for Oregon before he went to Vietnam. I never got the bug, but I used to just shoot layups all the time growing up there. I am hoping that this Knicks energy can possibly take some like 10, 11-year-old kids that kind of have the bug themselves and push them forward, which I never had as a kid. Good wherever I was, it was never. I was a baseball guy, and nobody ever pushed me to basketball. But I'm hoping that there's some kids out there that are seeing this energy and can continue maybe for their own development. Just what are your thoughts on that?
I think there's always that effect. Whenever teams get good or have runs, like, Jordan had that effect on kids. Steph Curry and the Warriors had that effect on kids. LeBron, but like specifically here in New York, the mecca of basketball, where people from other states and cities talk about New York being the spot because of places like Rucker Park, because of how many basketball courts you can just see people playing pickup basketball in the city. Yeah, there's definitely going to be an effect of young kids that are Knicks fans. I'm seeing all these videos of fathers and sons watching this together, like fathers that are over 40 that grew up with the 90s Knicks and saw them now getting to share that with their 10, 15-year-old kids, and this being their team. There's definitely going to be some type of effect. Thanks for the call, Dave. 888-808-1019. I mean, I don't know, are less kids playing football because of the concussions and that type of stuff? Baseball is a tough sport to play if you don't have a glove, a bat, cleats, are able to travel, be on travel teams, pay for training. Also, in this area, it gets cold and rainy. And if it's cold or rainy or windy, you can't play baseball outside. You got to be in an indoor area. Basketball, all you need is a ball. I spent a lot of time as a kid just dribbling a ball by myself. Where I grew up, we had shopping carts that we would put on the dumpster to make a hoop. Ridiculous if you actually saw it in real life. We lived in apartments where there was a grocery store walkable. We would steal the carts, push them to dumpsters, and put the little part where the rail is connected to the wheel, hook that onto the dumpster, and that would be our hoop. It would create like a 7-foot hoop. So there are kids that just have a basketball and they have a park and there are 2 basketball courts or 1 basketball court, and they want to be Jalen Brunson. They want to be Karl Anthony Towns. They want to be OG or Mikal Bridges. Maybe more kids are practicing their foul shots. They want to be better than Mitchell Robinson. 888-808-1019. Mike in Plainview on the Fan next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, Steve? How you doing?
Good. How are you? Thanks for the call.
Good, man. I just wanted to speak on Juan Soto. I'm a Yankee fan, and I think at the end of the year, you let me know, but I think Juan Soto is going to bat between 240, 250, maybe 25 home runs, 85 RBIs. He will have a high on-base percentage, but I think he's too hyped. Like, I just don't see it. I mean, he never really won out in San Diego. I thought that, everybody hyped him up out there. He never did anything out there. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mike. I can't predict it, but I will predict this with Juan Soto. His numbers are not going to be what they were last year. Obviously, he was hitting in front of Aaron Judge. His numbers are not going to be what they were last year, but they don't have to be. Get Juan Soto to the postseason, and that's where he will show you who he is. And his postseason numbers will probably be more like his regular season numbers last year. He'll bat closer to 300 in the postseason. He'll get on base, work his walks, he'll do damage, he'll hit his home runs. But yeah, I think just, this early on in the season, I don't know, 7-8 weeks into the season, his numbers are down because it's an adjustment. Lindor and Alonso have benefited from Juan Soto. I don't expect him to bat under 250. I expect him closer to 270, 280. I think he will go on a little bit of a run here. Now that this Yankee stuff is over, okay, did it. They gave me 2 mental health days, 2 off days. I thought it was going to be 50,000 versus 1. I was prepared for the worst. I got through it Friday. I got through it Saturday. Look for Juan Soto to actually, maybe hit a homer or an extra base hit tonight and not just look for a walk. He's got a ton of walks. But yeah, if I had to predict it, I think Juan Soto, homer-wise, he never was a 40 homer guy. But do I think he can get closer to 30? Yeah, I'm going to guess like 28 homers on the year, maybe 29. I don't know if he'll break 30, but he doesn't have to. His average probably somewhere around like 278. I still think he can get closer to 280. He's going to go on a run at some point. His OPS on base, I don't know. It's going to be high. And get him to October, and that's where he's going to shine. Get him to October where guys tighten up and tense up, where you have some young guys, which, I mean, shout out to Brett Beatty. Brett Beatty looking like Alex Rodriguez at third base. Guys like Mark Vientos, guys like Luis Angel Acuna, the baby Mets, those guys playing it and playing a good part in the Mets' success. Juan Soto, when you get him to the postseason, that's what you paid him for. That's why you won't care about the contract. You won't care about his AAV or the total contract because he's going to come through in October. There's my prediction. He's gonna make his money in the postseason. Brian is in Wayne, New Jersey on the Fan. Hello, Brian. You got it.
Hey, thanks, Keith. Great day for New York. A couple of things. I don't know why. Well, I can see why the Yankee fans are so mad at Juan Soto. But Juan Soto didn't come. He wasn't a Yankee. He just was traded to the Yankees for 1 year. He gave them everything he could give, and then they mistreat him because he wants to go somewhere else. I don't think that's right. You know what I mean? He didn't have to be traded. He came from there, got traded. And you're right on this guy, Beatty, playing third. What a difference. Couple plays he made at third base opposed to Vientos the day before, where I thought we gave you the game. You got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, think it played a factor in not bunting his way either. Like Brett Beatty was on everything, every ball that went his way. I'm like, damn, this kid is he that? Is it like I saw his blooper reel last year? I'm like, is he this solid at third base now? Is not for nothing. Like Brett Beatty turning up in the Subway Series in that environment. Like that, I look at guys that can play under those circumstances as like slow heartbeat, cold-blooded, that like you need that. Now, everything you said about Juan Soto is correct. And I was telling one of the OG creatures, I'm like, I don't know why I got to explain this 10 times to Met fans, even some Yankee fans, whatever. It's bigger than Juan Soto. It's Juan Soto's decision, right? We could talk about the contract. We could talk about last year. We could talk about how he was traded here, whatever. If you are a Yankee fan and you've been brought up on the Yankees, the pride, passion, and pinstripes, 27-time champions, like the greatest stage. There's nowhere better. Every player dreams of wearing the pinstripes. What Juan Soto's decision goes against all that. Juan Soto's decision to join the Mets for any dollar amount versus like, that's another thing too. And we got to go to break here. It's already first hour already down. It's already 888-808-1019. But like, Juan Soto was offered more money than any human being ever to be a Yankee. And he said no thanks. So that alone, right? That goes against everything we believe. And so you have the right to make your decision and go across town and stay in New York and choose the B team as we see it. And no disrespect to the Mets, but like there's nothing about the Mets that a Yankee fan views better than the Yankees. It's just that simple. We don't look like we're not even gonna give you the ballpark. We're not gonna give you any of these things. we're just not set up that way. And I'm speaking for me and at least some of the people I run with. I can't speak for everybody, but like Juan Soto choosing to be a Met over the Yankee and turning down the largest contract offer the Yankees ever put out there. Okay, that's what you chose. But just know when you step into our building, we will remember that and we will treat you accordingly. 888-808-1019. And that is fair too. And you shouldn't have expected anything else out of Yankee fans in the Bronx in Yankee Stadium. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 1 hour down, 4.5 hours to go. I will be on till 6:30, taking you right up to the Yankees baseball on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. All right. Chat went up, and I'm not even on the live chat, but now this is break time. I'm here. What year you guys won a World Series? You talking trash these Mets fans? I was chanting 1986 in there a lot. Going to the Yankee game with a little pregame, Keith, going to be a great day. Good way. Good way. WFAN is the premier sports talk radio in New York. A whole 12 people watching. Yeah, this guy's clearly an idiot. There's almost 800 people watching, and this is on my personal page. There are thousands of people listening on the airwaves. So thanks for your participation, David. You're one of those people. I hope you went to church today, David. Dalton, exactly. Like, bro, this guy's probably a grown ass man who never won or never achieved anything in his life. So his first thing to do is to hate on somebody doing their job and doing their thing, entertaining people on a Sunday, as well as like building my community here on YouTube and Twitter. Mind your business, old man. Let us do our thing. Kildolf with a KD pick. Change your KD pick, bro. Change that KD pick, bro. Take that down. Heard about some Yankees dude getting hurt, man. That sucks. Heal up. What's up with that Subway Series? Who got hurt? I've been rocking my 04 Idiots hat, but I just got my first White Sox hat yesterday. I don't know what you're on, bro. You said a lot of stuff in here I'm going to skip through. In relation to that McPherson dude from the Southeast Brandon quarterback, I don't know. I'm skipping through what Gregory had to say. He had a couple paragraphs here. Catching up on David, adding more stuff. Son of Man, Brunson. As long as they don't let Halliburton go off, okay. We're going back a while here. Sal Licata, yeah, I mentioned Sal because I ran into him. That's not how you spell his name. I call him Sal Licata and Evan the Loser Roberts. Yeah, there's a lot of negative energy coming from you on a Sunday, bro. Sal Licata is successful. Evan Roberts is successful. All of us are successful. We are fans that get paid to talk to other fans about New York sports. And all of us have families, and all of us take care of our families doing that. That's a dream. That's a blessing. Hector, you the one living in the past, not me. You guys going at it. You guys going back and forth a bit. Yankees and Mets are both in first place. What are the Mets doing that is so much ahead of the Yankees? They had a little softer strength of schedule, and the Yankees blew like 5 games. Dalton, you working on some? He said that intro going to have some crazy visuals over it later. Appreciate it, man. How many Knicks fans today are Nuggets fans? Because if the Nuggets win, the Knicks have home court advantage through the finals. Right. New ending time. Correct. LGM, Mets bats do damage tonight against Freed. Good afternoon to you in chat. First time. Welcome. Seems Aaron Judge thought it was October yesterday. Yeah. What is new? Judge on clutch. Max Fried always dominates the Mets, even when he's with the Braves. Mets bats haven't done damage yet in this series. Right. Pam, what up? My dad brought me to meet Clyde Frazier, and he is his favorite player in any sport. That's great. Clyde's the man. What's up? Happy Sunday. Amber is back. I'm not trolling with this question. Why do Mets fans care so much about how the Yankees feel about Soto? It's just something they got to do still. It happened. It's still being talked about. It's just something they got to do, man. I think people generalize too often. Some do, some don't. Exactly. You can't put everybody in the same category. Yo, what's cracking, bro? Out here, man. Got to put something else on the TV here. LGM, let's go Yanks. All right, getting us closer to current. Yeah, but like everybody can keep talking about that. It doesn't matter. It's not about the year. It's about the decision. That's what I said. You chose the Mets over the Yankees, and we disagree with anyone that chooses the Mets over the Yankees in any reason. Like in any fashion. In anything. It's that simple. People want to complicate it with like all this other stuff. Nah, we just think you're a dum-dum. Appreciate it, man. I just wouldn't do that, right? This is civil. Diehard Met fan. Hate your Met trolling, but respect your hustle, man. Keep doing your thing. Yeah, it's part of it. The trolling is part of it. I'm a Yankee fan, and I got on being a Yankee fan. So, like, trolling the Mets is part of it. You don't gotta like it. I'm not gonna stop doing it. It's fun. It's easy. It's engagement. Somebody's got to do it. Multiple people are doing it that don't have my platform, that don't have my amount of followers, that don't have, the engagement. So block me. Right. The other New York team is the issue. Exactly. They are under us. They're not better than us. We from the beginning of time look at them as like no. And anyone that disagrees, but like we'll agree to disagree, and you'll be treated as such. Like as a Juan Soto, it's anybody. Oh, I got ESPN on. They're showing the UFL. Don't leave it. Hey, yo, play nice. Mets World Series 2025, doubt it. We will buy your stadium. Come on, yo. Was on the team, Jack. Come on, yo. Sauce them up. Yeah. Your boy KM on the fan on a Sunday. Middle of the day. It's nice. It's bright in here. Usually in here it's dark. I usually get here it's dark. I leave here it's dark. You might get you a little tan out there, get a little dark. Yesterday we were feeling it, man. I got to the stadium yesterday. I'm like, wow, it's like we skipped into the summer. It's a little bit chillier today, a little breeze, but still nice for baseball. Just great when the weather cooperates. I always say pray for weather. We're blessed on a Sunday. When you pray today, if you already went to church, if you're blessing your food, if you're praying tonight, pray for weather coming up Memorial Day weekend. We got the DJs kick off the summer party on Friday. Like we're already back. I'm from the shore. MDW is the unofficial kickoff to summer, and I'm hoping the weather stays nice for us. The weather was nice Friday night for Knicks fans to be outside. Literally, that Side Talk NYC video is bananas. All the videos, there's the guy that climbed the billboard. Like some of these kids are wild, but like he's doing a selfie style video on top of how did they even get up there? What are they doing? But it's just great to see. It's great for the city to see. Friday when I was on, I was like, see, we've seen Philly, we've seen other cities when they have their parades. We've seen LA with the Dodgers. Like, for New York, we haven't won yet to get the parade. But what you saw with the Knicks winning to go on to the Eastern Conference Finals, that's just a taste of it. That's a small fraction of it. If the Knicks actually win, and I've been praying for a parade, no matter who it is, I'm not that much of a fan that I'll be mad about, again, my friends, my family, my neighbors that are Knicks fans celebrating that. And as we are about 90 minutes away from Game 7 in the Western Conference, they did just put out that Aaron Gordon with his hamstring, he remains a game time decision. But I still think OKC being the number 1 seed, they probably win. But what if the Nuggets win? Heart of a champion, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., those guys step up. If they win, then the stage is set for a Knicks series versus Rick Carlisle's Pacers, where they can beat them, whether it's 6, 7, who knows, sweep them. I saw Knicks fans chanting Knicks in 4, sweep them. And then if you get to the finals, right, you go from having home court advantage in the Eastern Conference Finals, and then if it's the Nuggets that await you or the Timberwolves, you have the higher seed. You have home court in the finals. If you're calling to talk Knicks, you take preference. Everybody's calling to talk about Juan Soto in the Subway Series. It's funny because, like I said, I took a call Friday night. So I'm like, you guys still talking about Juan Soto? I'm like, everyone will. And if you're tired of it, like, you think our guys aren't going to come in on Monday and have to talk about Juan Soto? They are. It's part of it. You know, it is over. It is starting to get played out and corny with the Juan Soto stuff. But again, I said this Friday, different fans will come to get their pound of flesh Saturday and some Sunday night that didn't go to all 3 games or didn't go to the first game. So just understand that this is WWE. This is a heel, right? And having a villain between this rivalry, it makes it better. It gives it a little more sauce. 888-808-1019. Ted is in Hewlett, New York on the fan. What's up, Ted?
Thanks for taking my call. So a couple of things. I really want to talk Knicks, but just a quick comment about the Yankees. I'm a Yankee fan for 55 years. I'm 65 years old. I don't care about the Mets when we're in it. And to be honest with you, I don't care about Juan Soto. We're hitting better this year than last year. I feel like it's Mets fans that are making a big deal about it because they want to feel important. I personally don't care. Aaron Judge is having one of the best season of anybody in baseball. Our team's hitting great. That's just my perspective. The Knicks went to 20 years. I had season tickets, so almost every game Patrick Ewing ever played. What I've been worried about is both in the first round and the second round, they easily could have lost almost every game in both series. You know, they're down 20. And so, but what I just saw in the clinching game, that's the best I have seen the Knicks play in years. Cat and Bridges, right from the get-go, played great. So my question to you is, can they continue with that intensity and play great every game, or did they just do it in a clinching game and they're going to burn out? I feel like they could win the championship, or they could fizzle out and never even, get into into the NBA championship round. What do you think?
I'll take it from here. Great call, passion, appreciate it, Ted. We'll go backwards. We'll get to your, point about the Met fan and Juan Soto and not caring as a Yankee fan and the team being better, because that's valid too. But with the Knicks, yeah, Big Mac got on after me, I think, after they lost Game 5. And I listened to Big Mac's show, and I always give him credit because the way that he phrased it, I thought was spot on. He said the Knicks don't handle prosperity well. There's a lot of people that don't handle prosperity well, but specifically in sports, when you see a team win and not follow it up with like, hey, you won, right? You have a commanding lead. Like they handle prosperity well in Game 2 of this last series. They won the first one, and they didn't think anything of it. They didn't get comfortable. They didn't say, well, whatever. We work a split in Boston, so what? They took the first game and the second game to go up. Like, they handled prosperity well then. But when you saw them lose that Saturday game, when you saw them lose in Boston Game 5, it's like human nature. That's another phrase that has come up a bunch of times with these Knicks. You would hope now, the third series, right? You would hope now, getting out of the second round when they were knocked off by the Hawks, they were knocked off by the Heat, not the same team, same coach and some players. Excuse me. They were knocked off by, the Pacers. Now they got out of the second round. You would hope now in the third round they don't fall into human nature. You would hope in the third round now that they do handle prosperity well. You would hope now in the third round that they do realize they have a path to the finals, to the chip, to a parade, to being immortalized, where they do finally figure out like, hey, every game is different, but every game you got to have intensity. Every game you can't come out and lose the first quarter. You damn sure can't lose the third quarter. Every game you got to play a full 48 minutes. And that's what their head coach was talking about. We didn't play a full 48 minutes. They got to come out and put together full games better. And if there ever was a time, it's now with home court advantage in the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in a long time. Now, going back to the Met fan, and I can't generalize, but like, it's hard on the radio to speak of, like, I can't be like, well, 37% of the Met fans, but let's say there are some Mets fans. Let's position it like that. There are some Met fans that would like to continue holding the Juan Soto signing over the Yankee fans' head. It has worn off. The initial shock of Juan Soto is going to the Mets for 15 years, $765 million. Juan Soto is a Met. Like, that initial shot, that was a celebration for the Met fan. That went on for weeks. But then the Yankees pivoted and they added their team, and now we've seen this Yankee team. You're about to see Max Fried tonight. The Yankees would not have Max Fried without missing out on Juan Soto. Maybe they don't have Cody Bellinger. Maybe they do sign Cody Bellinger, but then it's a luxury to go out and get another first baseman, because you could have put Ben Rice at first base. Cody plays first base. DJ plays first base. Oswaldo, heal up. We're all thinking about you still. He could play first base. Maybe you don't go and get Paul Goldschmidt. Everything happens for a reason. There were so many people that sent me, like, I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, is it serendipity? I was quoting Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime, you might find you get what you need. Be careful what you wish for. There's a phrase about sometimes, you pray for things and God answers your prayers, but in a different way. Our prayers were answered in a different way. We were praying for Juan Soto to be a Yankee, to sign with the Yankees. And a lot of that was to avoid him joining the Mets. And then this talk of big brother, little brother, and them being this team in town, whatever. Nothing happens until you win. But like, to close that one, I know there are a lot of Yankees fans that don't care because the lineup is deeper. We're in first place. And like, we've tightened the screws on this thing. Where would this rotation be without Max Fried? Goldie has been so good. Belly's starting to turn it on, and you don't get those guys. Devin Williams finding you don't get those guys if you get Juan Soto. There were more issues on this team than a plus. I mean, Judge wouldn't be in right field. It worked out for both sides. But the Met fan has to hold it over the Yankee fan head because it's part of the narrative that, the Mets are here now. The Mets are big brother now. They have the richest owner in sports. They have, bright mind and David Stearns. They're selling out their ballpark. They're the place to be. Juan Soto chose them. They have a better future. So it's like, let's dangle this in front of the Yankee fans. Let's hold this over the Yankee fan. I took a call from a Yankee fan weeks ago. I was like, I miss Juan Soto. I'm like, what's to miss? We've replaced his production with Trent Grisham. What's the miss? We thought the aggregate would be Cody Bellinger plus Paul Goldschmidt could equal Juan Soto. No, it's all of them. It's Ben Rice, right? It's what you're getting. Judge is better this year without Juan Soto. So it ain't the Yankee fan crying, wishing that they still had him. It is the Yankee fan expressing how we feel about the New York Yankees. It is the Yankee fan expressing like everything we have known in history, that the Yankees are better than the Mets, and he chose the Mets over the Yankees. The end. So you're just going to get this smoke when you enter the building. They're not going to let you live. It might go on for the next few years when he comes back because you got $760 million from the Yankees, the biggest offer anybody's ever had, and they offered you $765, which really is $805, plus the suite, plus the premium seats, plus the security, plus the clothing allowance for his mom, and who knows what else. I don't fault him for it. You make the most money and you take the best situation for your family. The Supreme Court, Soto. Mama wanted to be a Met. You got to do that. But we also got to do what we got to do as well as fans that hold down the New York Yankees, the brand, and the stadium. 888-808-1019. Gary's in Waterbury back on the fan. What's up, Gary?
Mr. the Cavalier.
I'm here.
I smash Chief after your beef, no relief. I step on stick.
The girls scream like I'm Keith.
And Foo Philly and Foo Soto forever. And I'm glad to see that DJ is doing well. He's got until the trade deadline, to prove himself. He's got that leash. And that means Jazz is going back to third when he's back.
No, it doesn't. I don't think so. I don't know. Let's see. Let's take one thing at a time. I haven't gotten there yet. DJ so far has turned the machine back on. I was literally in the stadium. He hit the homer, and all of his at-bats were competitive, and he even showed defense. Even that last play, he got to that ball. He couldn't make it. Like, DJ had a long ramp-up for a reason. I don't know if they're going to play him every single day. Let's continue to see what Yorbit Vivas has. I don't know if I'm jumping to, okay, when Jazz comes back. Jazz's better position is second base.
Third. He's going to go to third, though, because they do. Well, maybe you had whatever. He's got.
Maybe.
I want Stan to wait until October to come back. We can't take away at bats from Grisham. If he comes back, we're taking away at bats from Grisham and Rice. It stands there.
It's, bruh. No, you can't shelf a guy. G makes you my guy. I got it though. You can't shelf a guy until October that's physically ready to go. If it's June and he's ready to go, he's ready to go. How about Jonathan Loáisiga coming back? Good to see Johnny Lowe. If he's ready to come back, you bring him back, you ramp him up. He's an all-time great player. And also, this is a business. They are paying him. And they're not paying him to hang out until October. They're paying him a lot of money. And this is the end of that Stanton contract. They're trying to get the value out of it. And as much of a threat as these guys are, come on, man. Like, if Stanton is healthy and Stanton is right, the Yankees scored 2 runs yesterday off of solo shots. If Stanton's in the lineup, maybe they have more. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I look at it as when Stanton's ready to go, you got to send him also because it takes him a couple weeks to ramp up. He's not going to be right in the first one. These are good problems to have. And also, I'm not in a rush to necessarily say DJ is my everyday second baseman. I don't know if this is just a quick start. He's been back for 2 games. We got to see more than that. And Jazz's best position is second base. I'm not ready to put him back at third. I know he did it last year all the way through the World Series, but that was because Glaber didn't want to move to third. I also have a hope that they trade for another bat. And not in the outfield. Where would you trade for another bat in the infield? A third baseman, or at least a utility guy. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just jumping back into, okay, DJ is here. He hit a homer yesterday, a short porcher. Like, what if DJ sucks for the next couple weeks? And then it's like, that's not really I want to see it prolonged. And I am rooting for DJ LeMahieu. What did I say about DJ? I said, fool me, can't fool me again. Well, I'm willing to be fooled again because I don't care for Pablo Reyes. I'm not sure about Peraza. And I don't know anything really about what Yorbit Vivas is as a whole rookie. Back of the baseball card, you put DJ there. You can't keep telling me about what he was as a batting champ. But if he's having competitive bats and hitting the ball hard, like he hit the last out he made where I was really thinking we had a shot there. It was a shot there. He hit the ball hard, I think over 100 miles per hour. DJ was grounding out weakly last year. If he's putting the ball in the air and elevating it and hitting it hard, he's going to get a chance. I just don't know if the Yankees are going to say, yeah, he's our everyday second baseman, and Jazz, you go back to third. I don't know if we're there yet. I don't know if we've gotten that far. Now, I couldn't think of the phrase. Shout out to my live chat. You guys always have my back, especially during the break, things you guys want to talk about, things I might not have said yet. Dave Polzer in the chat says, the phrase is referring to the phrase that I couldn't find to add into, Juan Soto and this being serendipity or this being a silver lining or this being be careful what you wish for or, all these different things that were thrown out Friday. God's greatest gift is unanswered prayers. Ain't that a bar? Think about times in your life where you were confused. Think about times in your life where you were wanting. Think about times where you prayed for something. I know. I prayed for a lot of different opportunities. I didn't necessarily pray for this one. I didn't think that this one was actually a reality to be on WFAN now as many hours and days and weeks and months and now year 4. I was praying for a lot of other things. But what God will do is he'll put things in your way that make you navigate differently. And then other blessings will happen that, like, if you didn't go down this course, if you didn't walk down this path, you wouldn't have got there. You don't know. Like, not to be preaching to y'all, but a lot of religion is walking with faith. And if you want to apply it to the Yankees had a plan B and had faith in that plan B. Boy, do I wish Garrett Cole was here, but I also expect for them to trade for another arm. Plan B sucked in the beginning. That was another Big Mac thing. Plan B sucks. But I remember getting on saying, hey, Plan B starts to look better every little move that they make. And the Yankees are not missing Juan Soto. We are not longing for Juan Soto. And mark my words, all the booing you heard, if Juan Soto was working walks and had his exact numbers that he has now, if he had them with the Yankees this year and the Yankees weren't winning games, he would get the brunt of a lot of it because he'd have a $760 million contract. He'd be working walks. He'd be flying out and not coming through in the clutch, and Yankee fans would be booing him while he works a walk. He would work a walk in pinstripes and hear boos. I guarantee it. Josh is up in the Bronx where the Yankees will play Sunday night baseball against the Mets tonight. What's up, Josh?
That's awesome, baby. Let me quickly jump in and remind you that this is Tom Thibodeau's first, he's gotten into the finals of the Eastern Conference. He couldn't do that with the other teams, with the Bulls, with the Timberwolves, and on the Yankees, this Max Fried, man, it is quite a pickup. He is going to show the Mets and the world why the Yankees gave him that long-term contract. Thank you for taking my call, and go, baby, go.
Josh, it's awesome, baby. You made me think of Dick Vitale. Shout out to Dick Vitale. I think he is cancer-free. Actually, I know that he posted that a few days ago that he's cancer-free. He said, I feel like I won the national championship. So God bless him. Yeah, you mentioned Tom Thibodeau, and I mentioned Rick Carlisle. And I mentioned Rick Carlisle because Rick Carlisle is a good coach and a former player. He's a champion as a player and a champion as a coach. And like his road to that championship in 2011 with the Dallas Mavericks, that was an all-timer. So, like, it's not going to be easy. Game by game, it is going to be a chess game. They're going to be scheming on how to stop the Knicks and beat the Knicks, and they play a lot of guys. They play fast, they press, they play well in transition, they can shoot, they can get points in the paint. They have multiple guys that can give it to you. Pause. They have multiple guys that can do their thing. It's not just Tyrese Halliburton. It's Pascal Siakam, guys off the bench. Like I talked about, TJ McConnell, Obi Toppin. The Pacers, I don't like anything about the Pacers. I was going into my rant about the Pacers the other day. The Farmers out there, Gamebridge Fieldhouse out there. I don't like their arena. I would never go there to see a game. What is in Indiana? I went out there one time because it was the clearest casino for us to drive to from Chicago. I went to Indiana. Caitlin Clark is the bigger attraction in Indiana than the Pacers. Andrew Nemhard, Aaron Nesmith. I don't see it, man. I mean, I don't want the Pacers to win. I'm not necessarily rooting for the Knicks either, but I just don't see it. I think that I don't care how many bodies you have. Thomas Bryant, he's another one. I don't care how many bodies you have. Like, go ahead and sit your starters down and then let the Knicks go on a run. The Knicks are conditioned. The Knicks are battle tested. And not for nothing, folks. The Pacers, again, are benefited by facing a team that is hurt. DeAndre Hunter was hurt. Evan Mobley was hurt. Darius Garland, even Donovan Mitchell, even though he tried to put on his cape and be a hero, like he was compromised. They were able to beat a team in 5 games and kick their feet up because that team, coached by Kenny Atkinson, another good coach, they didn't have their guys. You know what I'm saying? They beat Max Strus, Ty Jerome. They beat their backups had to play. You know what I'm saying? That first game, right? I remember one of the games I watched in a series where the Cavaliers were gassed. Why were they gassed? Because they were relying on guys to play more minutes as starters that just hadn't done it. And like it was, I mean, there were a couple blowouts, but it wasn't like they were completely blowing the Cavaliers out. So I think it's an evenly matched series. And yeah. That series is Wednesday. The Subway series is tonight. I'm watching Yes Classics. They've got the 2000 World Series on. Kind of crazy, right? If you think about, the energy around this. I know it's not a World Series, but if you go back to 2000, and I'm pretty sure 2000 was Pacers, Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. So it's a little bit of history repeating itself with the Subway Series regular season series. No, it's not the World Series, but why it's hyped up is because both teams are in first place. Both teams are good. Both teams have high payrolls. And for like the first time ever, we have a guy that played for the Yankees last year, became a free agent, didn't re-sign with the Yankees, chose the Mets. Congratulations, Mets fans. Juan Soto chose you. But now the task is to get to the World Series with him, right? You don't get to the World Series this year, the Yankee fan will hold over your head. Oh, well, we got to the World Series with him. Yeah, we lost, but like it's just back and forth. It's back and forth. You got to win with him. You got to get the guy to October. You got to get the guy to the big moment so he can be what you paid for. Let's go to Lou in Astoria. Lou, you're back on the fan. You got it.
Hey, big guy, how you doing?
Good, holding it down.
Listen, it's your show, and talking about Soto, you can talk about Soto all you want because unless you're not human, I know the Knicks are doing great, okay? And thank you for Bridges, and I think Bridges is going to be the difference to go all the way. They just make him be contributor to the team. I mean, without him, we wouldn't be out already. But anyway, thank you for that. Anyway, for the Knicks, thanks. As far as Soto is concerned, if you remember, if you go back to the video game, there was not a person more that put this guy down at the beginning when he came to the Yankees. Because I told you, look at the baseball card, the back of the baseball card. He's a butcher in right field. He had a video, which I sent you, I don't know if you ever got it, about him being in a barbershop and telling his homies that he was going to the Mets. He just said Mets. He says Queen. Okay. So now, what I'm trying to say is Soto. Even though I'm a Yankee fan, I think he should have a video. You don't believe in that. You don't think it should happen because it took a lot of years and he gave us a lot of thrills. You was excited. I was excited. Okay. He went to the Mets. Okay. He let us down. But at the end of the day, he was a person that took a chance and took advantage of the situation and made a decision that if another station gives you more money for your family and everybody else, that's where you're gonna go, okay? And by the way, you say that Soto, we better off right now. The best pitcher in baseball is one of the guys that we gave up for Soto and Michael King, okay? I mean, I don't understand. I mean,
Yeah,
let it go. I mean,
I will. I'll let you go, Lou. Thanks. Because I could just literally hit you with counters to all of that stuff. The Yankees are fine without Soto. We won't know if they're better off until they get to the World Series or don't. So we can't say that they're better off in the grand scheme until the series or until the season gets to the World Series. If the Yankees aren't in it, then you can say that they were better last year. But it was a different year, and that's another thing with Soto. Oh, he was the guy. He did it. Did he pitch? Did he take every at bat? They did it as a team. Was he MVP of the ALCS? He was not. He responded in the moment. And that is why I say to the Met fan, put him in those moments. Get him into the postseason. I saw with my own eyes. I teared up with my own eyes. Not because it was Juan Soto, because I'm a Yankee fan and the Yankees were going back to the World Series for the first time in 15 years. If Juan Soto doesn't do that, do the Yankees get eliminated in that game? If Juan Soto doesn't do that, do the Yankees lose that game? No, I think you have gotten to this point where so many people say, well, Juan Soto sent them to the World Series. Juan Soto did it. Hell of an at-bat against Hunter Gaddis, all-timer. I've watched it 100 times. But baseball isn't like that. The team did it. The team won. Yes, he picked up Judge, but Stanton picked him up too. And other guys, Volpe, Wells, other guys had moments in that postseason that got them there. And don't use me as an example. Such a dumb thing to do, trying to put regular people's situations into Juan Soto's situation. Oh, well, if you went to a different employer and they offered you more, anybody would. Yeah, it doesn't mean it'd be the right decision. Doesn't mean everybody would feel the same about it. Like, you want to use me, or where would I go? I didn't have to go to any small market radio stations and make my way up. I would have if I could have got the opportunity. I started in New York. I started at the Fan. Nobody's coming to offer me more money. You know what I'm saying? I think it's stupid. Oh, if another radio station offered you more money, who says I even want to be on the radio for more money? Who knows what the contract would be? Are they going to offer me a 15-year contract? Maybe I just want to be on the Fan. Maybe I just want to do nights. Maybe I just want to do solo things. It's a stupid argument to say anybody would have done the same thing. Nobody gets the chance to choose 765 million versus 760 million Yankees versus Mets. It's a singular thing. There are other players that will never get that opportunity. 888-808-1019. Like, the Juan Soto conversation is corny now, bro. It's played. Like, I'll have it with you and we're going to keep having it. But ultimately, we should be talking about tonight. We should be talking about the rubber match. We should be talking about Max Fried, David Peterson. The question that I put out before the series was, who shines besides Juan Soto? Juan Soto's been all right. He's been so-so, Juan so-so. But other guys have shined, and somebody will shine tonight in the rubber match, and they should be the story once we get to Monday morning and all of our shows restart. Keith McPherson on the Fan. It's 2:30 already. 4 more hours to go. Don't go anywhere. Call us up. We'll be right back. I got to go back on him too with that thank you for Bridges. Like, yeah, that's how trades work. I just had that in my notes. I didn't have time because we had to break there and I saw it was 2:30. But Lou is corny as hell, bro. He's always got this, like, he's never positive. He always calls and he's like trying to, like, well, I said this and this is what I was like, all right, bro, you can go. Yeah, it's played. You have to. You can't take him out of the conversation. It always comes back to him. Okay, chat. Just trying to clear my phone a bit. Oh man, my phone blowing up. Hi Cam, always enjoy your show. Love your Yankee fandom. Not Yankee related, but what's happening with the Orioles? They're bottoming out. I saw they just cut ties with Kyle Gibson. They, I think, have a disconnect between their ownership and their general management. They didn't want to pay for pitching. They're in a little bit of trouble. Juan moved on, and now we have the Cy Young. Exactly. You know what hurts me? I got the mystery sweater and T-shirt from Ball Vinny before the signing. It arrived after Soto signed, and they were both judged. So yeah, I threw out all of the. I had like five. I have like five different shirts, and like I threw them all out. I put them all in. I put them all in like the clothing donation. Right, Trent Grisham, Ben Rice, been great. He's been replaced. Juan Soto is 9 for 27 with 2 RBIs and 32 plate appearances against Max Fried in his career. 5 walks, 0 homers, 9 strikeouts. Yeah, that's good. I'm going to star that, and we will read that on air. I'd like to see DJ at third if he can dazzle just like. Yeah, I don't know if they feel comfortable with him at third. I don't know if his movement is that great. Jazz would go there. Look at Paul Goldschmidt, who is coming off a down season. He's also a year older from DJ. Yeah. He's been great. Well said. We don't miss. Yeah, we don't. Like just stop that. It's just corny. We're not doing it. It's not because we missed the guy. We're doing it. We're booing your decision. You stayed in New York. You picked the wrong team. The end. Yeah, TJ McConnell, he's gonna get it big time. Lewis is one of my favorite callers, bro. Cracks me up in a good way. I just said, bro, he always calls with some negative energy. It's always some nonsense. I'm gonna go back to him too. I'm gonna smack him again. Like, nah, I disagree. Why are Yankee fans acting like little kids? Mets and Yanks should only worry if they meet in the World Series. Stop worrying about Soho. Soho is down the street. Soho is like a couple blocks this way. WFN needs a new crew from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Not going to happen. Let's mop these Garbino fans. The Kings of New York, Judge and Brunson, both took pay cuts to build better teams. That's what you want from the face of your franchise. Johnson Brand in the building. Always salute. Juan Soto has been spot on. Glad you're on, Keith. Can't remember the last time I tuned into a Sunday. Yeah, it's great, right? Appreciate it, man. Yeah. Sunday vibes. People doing laundry, people going to the grocery store, maybe hanging out in the backyard. Maybe you're packing up, getting ready to drive to Yankee Stadium. Get out there early. I know I did Friday. The traffic was crazy because Friday we had the NJ Transit shut down. And I ended up getting on the road a little bit after 4 o'clock saying, man, I should have left at 3. But all was well. I've done that drive so many times. I kind of just know how to navigate it. I was able to get there in an hour from Hoboken, park my car and join in on the festivities. And, man, even the streets are crazy, man. It's just great. I just, have a smile on my face because it's packed out there. And even though I'm a Yankee fan, seeing other New Yorkers in Mets gear out there mixed in, in the bars. Billy's was insane. I got in and out of Billy's. It was the line down the street to get in Billy's. Everybody was going there, but all of the bars profit off of it. And that's another thing too. I think the mayor talked about how there's going to be close to $1 billion of money generated between the success of the Mets and Yankees in Queens and the Bronx. You have 2 first-place teams with all-star talent and huge fan bases and even rival fans coming in from other cities and states to see their teams face the Mets and the Yankees. It's a big year. And this is the first Subway Series. The next one is July 4th weekend. So, man, enjoy it. 888-808-1019. You guys don't care to talk about the Knicks, but every time we come back from the break, I'll add something else in. It's not that you don't care to talk about the Knicks. I just understand the Knicks game now is 2 days ago. How many conversations can we have about the Pacers? We're going to have those conversations Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're going to try to guess and break down matchups in the series and how is it going to go. But, before I got close to the break, I wanted to go back to something that Lou from Astoria said about Mikal Bridges. Thank you for Mikal Bridges. That's another thing between fan bases. And I don't speak for all Nets fans. Currently, Nets fans are at war with Kevin Durant on Nets Twitter. I don't know if you guys have picked up on any of that. I'm staying clear out of that because KD was nothing but solid to me. I met KD at the Home Run Derby in Los Angeles. He showed me love literally to this day. My wife and my sister were like, yo, he approached you like he knew you. I'm like, he does know who I am. We had never met in person, but it wasn't a foreign, it wasn't a first time encounter. KD followed my Nets podcast and he showed me love in multiple times. So I'm not mad at KD for how the whole thing blew up in Brooklyn. But KD was a part of the trade that brought Mikal Bridges to Brooklyn. And I was so over Mikal Bridges 2 years ago because they were trying to make him the number one option. They were trying to make him the star of the team, and it just wasn't happening. It wasn't working. And you can call me up as a Net fan and say thank you for Bridges, and I will say you're welcome. In the immediate, you've won the trade, but you haven't won anything. I will go back to that. The Knicks have not won anything. In the immediate, yeah, he's looking like the last Infinity Stone. Even though you pivoted, traded DiVincenzo away from the Villanova crew, and you added Karl-Anthony Towns, do what you had to do. He's been great in these playoffs for the Knicks. You should be happy that you didn't quit on him, but some of you did. I mean, I read all the stuff. I hear all the calls. You were talking a lot about the picks that you traded for Mikal Bridges. It wasn't thank you for Mikal Bridges during the regular season, but he's shown you the type of player he could be. He shows you how he turns up his defensive intensity. He shows you why he is the Iron Man, how conditioned he is. So you're welcome. No Net fan is crying over the trade. The return that we got as Nets fans for Mikal Bridges, that will shine years down the road. If the Knicks are still good, maybe those picks are, in the 20s or something. Who knows? But most Nets fans were fine with getting rid of Bridges because we missed other opportunities. I thought they were going to trade him to the Rockets. I thought they were going to trade him. There were other teams that wanted Mikal Bridges and Sean Marks turned down the offer. But the Knicks went above and beyond and they gave up the 4 first rounds in a swap or whatever. And good. I'm glad that it's worked out for both sides. Same as Juan Soto working out for both sides. That can exist. It doesn't always have to be win or lose. And you can't tell in the immediate, right? You can't tell in the immediate. What if the Nets use those picks down the road to draft pillars of their franchise and the Nets are competing? That's another reason why Nets fans are salty right now. Because the Nets that had KD and Kyrie and maybe even James Harden, they could still be a thing right now. They might have been able to be in the way of the Knicks. But that's why I tell you, Nets fans, stand down. It blew up. The universe, which I believe in, the universe wasn't ready for that big 3. I mean, the city had COVID hit it and COVID restrictions that affected that big 3. Kyrie wanted to go out and tweet some things and do some other things. And and leave the team for his own personal reasons, and injuries paid. Like it was too much involved where that team did not prosper. That team was picked to win the finals in 2021. They were a second round exit. These Knicks were not picked to win anything, and now they are in the Eastern Conference Finals. Now they could potentially go to the finals that fast. That's how fast it flips. Just a matter of a couple years. So, hey, to the Net fans, stay down till you come up. To the Knick fan, enjoy it and be ready for another hard-fought series. 888-808-1019, Wednesday in the Garden. The Indiana Pacers are coming to town. And I say you need to take that first game. Is it a must-win? No. But I think with them being on the shelf from Wednesday to Wednesday, and for the Knicks really only getting like 4 days off, 5 days off, you got to be ready to rumble with them, and it's going to be a completely different look than the Celtics. The same way I could argue that the Pacers beat a depleted Cavaliers team that ran out of gas and guys weren't healthy. The Knicks were able on Friday to put down a Celtics team that was broken. They didn't have their leader, the best player on their team, and they could not muster up the energy they had on their own floor to defend home court and win Game 5. They were cooked. So here we go. Going back to the phones, let's go to Ross in White Plains, see what Ross is talking about.
Thanks for having me on. I don't want to say long-time listener. I'm relatively new to you, but I agree with everything you talk about when it comes to sports. Love you. You should all know good things in your career.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Number two, this is rivalry weekend, and the first call of the last half hour sort of was going on this. The Mets aren't the rivals of the Yankees, the Red Sox are. Like it's sort of weird how interleague became rivalry.
Yeah, even not to cut you off, Ross, MLB kind of played it up like that, and then they made the rivalry between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Philadelphia Phillies a thing for this weekend, and even their fan bases are like, the Phillies are like, the Mets are our rival. The Pirates are like, these guys aren't our rivals. We're in the NL Central. Go on.
Yeah, no, that's number one. And number two, just in terms of the creature bleachers, or the bleacher creatures, I called because I liked how you said, how you were explaining this isn't what it was 15 years ago, which wasn't what it was 20, 30 years ago when it was antisocial. These are good people having fun. And there's no reason for the bad rap that they get sometimes.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Ross. And I just, as somebody who exists this way, which I realize this is not a common thing. I know who I am and I know what I've done. I was going to games by myself for years. I ran into the actual bleacher creatures. That is when my mind opened up that, wait, this is coordinated. There is a whole mafia out here. There is a whole fraternity out here. These people aren't randomly meeting up. They've been meeting up planned for years. They know each other. This has been passed on. This has been coordinated. There are Facebook chats and Instagram chats, and there are birthday parties celebrated and barbecues and a Christmas party every year. So like I got brought into that fold before I hit WFAN. So I always tried to speak to the reality of what the group is. The bleacher creatures were more hooligan-like. The bleacher creatures were more brash. The bleacher creatures were more scaresome, literally. Like, you got to go over there and be careful with an opposing hat. You got to go over there and watch yourself a little bit. That is not the way now. Like I said, a lot of the creatures have just aged out. A lot of them from the old stadium have said, the new stadium ain't the old stadium. I don't like it in there. It's not the same as it once was. A lot of the creatures are bringing their younger daughters and sons out. The vibe in that area is, we're going to pick up this roll call. This roll call is going to be done the way it's been done throughout history now. And we're going to police the section in a way where, hey, you're not going to bully anybody over here. You're not going to talk to anybody over here any type of certain way. You're not going to cause any ruckus or any type of fights or any of that type of stuff. And we'll try to keep some type of order in this section. We can't police fans to tell them to not chant F. Juan Soto, but you will not hear the core of those bleacher creatures chant F. Juan Soto. That is not where it's coming from. It is a different vibe. I don't know how to articulate it any better besides like I became someone on the radio after I met all of them. After I met Tina, who is still referred to as the Queen, and MTA Joe, who is standing there every game in front of the plaque on Ali Ramirez's seat, I think in the 7th row. Like, these are real people and real things. Mark, who is leading the roll call, who has been leading the roll call since 2016. Shout out to Bald Vinny, who many of you know, because Bald Vinny was able to become the face of the Creatures and Enterprise and make T-shirts and pins and all of this stuff. And he stopped going to games. I know all of that history too. I don't have time to get into the history of how it passed from, Bald Vinny leading the roll call in the Creatures to now Mark. But what I'm saying is, the Creatures get a bad rap. People are going to say, F. Juan Soto came from them and all this other stuff. And why are they jealous? And then they don't even get credit for their own originality. Our own radio station here is giving Tiki Barber credit for something that was talked about independently with the group and done. And it wasn't done in the way that Tiki Barber expressed for it to happen. It wasn't done when Juan Soto came up to bat. It was specifically when Juan Soto came back to right field. We are going to set this up and stage it. Hey, Keith, send some messages to people that you know in the New York Post, people that you know at ESPN, people that you know at the Yes Network that, hey, we're going to do this. And it's a one-time thing. It was literally just a one-time move to show, hey, you turned your backs on us. We gave you all of this love. We gave you all of it. You were boo-proof in here. You're not boo-proof anymore. You turn your backs on us. We'll turn our backs on you. Done. But not done, because people are going to call and give their take and thought as individuals. You can't generalize with fans, but we can't move on either. Here's the third game of the series. We should be talking about Max Fried. In my chat, they're talking about Max Fried. Shout out to Will G, who says, from StatMuse, Juan Soto is 9 for 27 with 2 ribbies in 32 plate appearances against Max Fried in his career. He's got 5 walks, 9 strikeouts, 0 homers. So the conversation online has already shifted. It's like, why don't we talk about Juan Soto versus Max Fried, what he's going to do? Is this Mets lineup going to hit tonight? The Mets offense has been struggling. Yes, they won the game yesterday, but barely. They were able to piece together 3 runs. The Yankees, only able to score with 2 solo shots. Solo shots aren't beating anybody. Solo shots aren't beating, Griffin Canning and the Mets. What can we expect here from David Peterson tonight? David Peterson can be an ace at times. He can look pretty pedestrian at times, but it's juicier to talk about Juan Soto, right? To go back and forth about what people feel about Juan Soto is more of the discussion topic. And we'll continue that discussion. I'll be your Huckleberry. I don't care. But people come to me, oh, why are you still talking about Juan Soto? Because I'm doing the job. The job is to talk about what people want to talk about. I would talk about the Knicks this entire show today. I'm not getting those type of calls. People aren't ready to talk about what they expect to see from the Knicks and the Pacers. And I understand, because that is going to rev up really Tuesday night. That is going to rev up all day Wednesday. We're in the Subway Series still right now. So let's continue. Mike in West Babylon. What's up, Mike? You're on the fan. Mike, are you there? Going once. Going twice. Okay, we got Mike on the line.
Finally. No, I'm just going to say, big fan of the show, following each other on X. Just a couple takeaways here from some of the calls as a Met fan. Max Fried's going to pitch great tonight, but he's not going to show Mets fans why he got paid by the Yankees, because he was with the Braves for 2017. We know what he got paid.
And Mets fans know him well as well. He has shoved against the Mets more than once.
Yeah. Yes, he has. Yeah. So painfully so. He probably will tonight, to be honest with you. But, the other thing, too, I heard somebody say that the Mets fan needs to feel important. I mean, listen, the Mets fan's never going to be on the level of a Yankee fan. Yankee fans are always going to have those championships. It's not going to go away. But as a Mets fan, I feel pretty important. I mean, I got one of the best owners in baseball. We went to the NLCS last year. We got Juan Soto. And we're leading the division. I mean, I don't need validation from the Bronx.
The Mets are important. They're in first place. They're a good team. I think it's more so the Met needs this chip in the debate, right? The Met can dangle Juan Soto. Really, not really, but can still say, well, he chose us. And what the Yankees fans retorted is good. Look at what we turned into. You needed him more than us. We needed other things. But that's what I'm saying. The conversation is getting played out and corny, because it's it's evaporating now. It's been so long since the signing. We've all lived with this now. We've all been able to accept it now. Go back to your corners. There's no more fighting over Juan Soto. He is a Met. The first game happened. The Yankees won that game. The fans responded and reacted how they were going to respond. And now we should move on. But people are still grasping at straws to win the Juan Soto argument.
If there's one other thing I can say quickly, too, I just, listening to this station, days and days and weeks, yada yada. All I heard was a lot of Yankee fans going up saying, "We don't care about Soto. Who cares? And by the way, you guys did great. You guys got free. We talked about that. You got the signings in place of that. What you guys doing awesome. You can't act like the Yankee fan isn't affected in some sort of way by Juan Soto making that decision. I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying a lot of these callers who made it out to be like, "Oh, who cares? Juan Soto left. We're fine."
Yeah, understood. Thanks for the call, Mike. Again, from my vantage point, it is not the player, it is the decision. We are not yearning for the back of Juan Soto's baseball card. We are also not yearning for Juan Soto's right fielding defense. I think it's funny that Yankee fans took jabs at Juan Soto's base running. Here's Juan Soto, heads up on the bases, stealing bases. That stolen base yesterday loom large in your face, Yankee fans. It is the decision. So if I can have one line that people remember, it is the decision. It is the fact that you stayed in New York and you chose the Mets over the Yankees, and we'll never get over that decision. If the Yankees were to have traded for Kyle Tucker, like many of us thought they were going to this season, and Kyle Tucker played a season with the Yankees and then hit free agency coming up this winter and chose the Mets, it would be a similar type of thing. I'm telling you, it would be, you know, it rhymes with Tuck and Tucker. His first game, he came back with the Mets. It would shift. People would forget about Juan Soto. It would shift to Kyle Tucker. I'm trying to tell y'all, I have been in this culture. I have been in this religion. These people bleed pinstripes, as do I. There is nothing holier to them. Nothing unites them in a different way. Maybe the Knicks unite the entire city, but my experience being around Yankee fans, they look at the Mets as, like Derek Jeter said, just the Mets, beneath them. So, Mike, you saying you care about the Mets and the Mets are important? Hell yeah, they are. They're a Major League Baseball team that now, welcome to the party in New York City. Look like a New York team with the money they spend and the performance of the star players they have and their record and all of that type of stuff, picking up from where they were last year into this year. Again, the Yankee fan is booing the decision. The Yankee fan is treating you a certain type of way because you did something that goes against their beliefs. 888-808-1019. It's 3 o'clock. I'm on till 6:30. Keep McPherson on the fan. We'll be right back. You got it, bro. That's what I'm saying. In my chat, we're already on to what's going on tonight. And you hit me with some good info. I didn't have to look it up. I'll use it and give you credit. On this is DJ jersey on top, Jazz B-ball underneath, gold Yankee All-Star. Swag, you out there dripping on them. Outfit of the day. Gonna need you to post this hype video next break if I'm done by. All right. I'll keep a look at my phone. Let me see. Are you looking for Monday, or Tuesday? I'm just looking up some things as now we are approaching the start of Game 7 for the Thunder and the Nuggets. So I will have that on tap. I will have that on the screen, and we'll be referring to it. Okay. Aaron Gordon will play and start in Game 7. So I'm going to go there with a little bit of basketball talk. I'll do the basketball talk. You guys don't want to call in and talk basketball? I will handle it. Let's see. The ultimate goal is to win the World Series, whether it's the Mets or Yankees. If neither win at all, this backbiting between the two falls by the wayside. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. Gonna airbrush mine and paint over Soto. Yeah, you can. Or you know what? If you, I know Amber, you said you live across the country. Vinny's my guy, and he makes so many shirts. I don't think you could ship them back to him. But if you were to ever pull up to Yankee Stadium to his little shop area where he has his shirts, like that area, he would swap out with you. He'd give you new shirts. Hopefully for DJ though, he's always been one of my favorites. Or hopeful, yeah. DJ was my guy, man. I kicked the verse during his free agency because I thought he wasn't coming back. I was trying to persuade the Yankees to sign him. I had his jersey, player tee, all that. I thought DJ was the man. Because what DJ was when we had the Gary Sanchez's of the world, the Luke Voits of the world, along with Judge and Stanton, he was a hitter that was not home run only, boomer, bust, feast or famine. He could slap a single through. He could hit a double. He could also homer. But DJ was clutch. With runners in scoring position, DJ was so clutch. So he just fell off a cliff with injuries. Yeah, La Máquina, the machine. Why did they call him the machine? Because he was auto. He was automatic with runners in scoring position. You could count on him. You could count on him. And my loyalty is still showing. Brooklyn Nets by way of New Jersey. I'll always be a Nets fan, but being a Nets fan doesn't make you an automatic Knicks hater. You're punching up, and now you're punching up so high, you gotta jump just to miss. It's pointless. It's pointless. The Nets had their opportunity. They had their time. And now fans are, battling KD on Twitter. I'm not doing that. I'm staying out of that. I'm staying clear out of that. It's just corny, bro. You're already hurting. You're already hurting. And you're just adding to it by going at KD, who was your hero. Okay. Show coming back in right now inside the 3 o'clock hour. We're rolling 2 hours down and 3.5 hours to go. That's too much sauce. No such thing as too much sauce. Keith McPherson on the fan. We call this some Sunday sauce, not KM to AM, not KM to PM. I mean, it is 1 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. now. So inside the 3 p.m. hour, 2 hours down. And coming up is the game 7 between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Denver Nuggets. Aaron Gordon is going to go, as that just came across my timeline. He's going to start and play. It could be the last game. So he's going to try and go. And I think Knicks fans should be paying attention to this. The number 1 seed could get knocked off, and then you're the highest seed the rest of the way. Home court advantage. You know, sticking with the New York theme, and I know everybody wants to talk baseball, and we're getting closer to, the Subway Series now, Sunday Night Baseball as well. So we'll start getting your calls if you're driving up, if you are already there, you want to check in with me, tell me what the vibe is looking like, the atmosphere, what you're thinking. We'll do that as well. But sticking with the basketball theme and something that I wrote in my open about, the New York Liberty and the New York Liberty getting their rings a couple days ago, and the New York Liberty being the only actual team with a chip around here in our professional sports leagues. Like, they're the only ones that actually can walk around and flash their rings now. And those rings will be on display at Yankee Stadium. Breanna Stewart is throwing out the first pitch tonight at Yankee Stadium. And, she's from the New York Liberty. Sorry, I had to sneeze. And she'll be throwing out the first pitch. Hawk Tua was not available, so Breanna Stewart, rightfully so, champion. I think she's been an MVP multiple times in the WNBA. She will throw out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium tonight. And I'm just, I'm looking at this Pacers series and I'm looking at this Knicks series, and I have a lot of notes, and I'm like, maybe I save some stuff for the week. But like I said, every time we come back from a break, if I don't have any Knicks calls, I'm going to hit you guys with some Knicks stuff. I already said, about the history kind of repeating itself, and we're talking about, the first time that they've been in the Eastern Conference Finals since 2000. Well, who did they face? They were knocked off by the Pacers back then. Reggie Miller will have to come back to the Garden. Maybe he'll get some chances. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll keep his thoughts to himself about the Knicks fan, or not get too far ahead of himself or whatever, and not bring any of that fire his way. But I guarantee that. And I also told you guys, right, the Pacers, their name, it fits their team, the pace of play. I was reading an article in the New York Post from Jared Schwartz, and at the end of the article, or getting close to the end of the article, there's a blurb. It says, track meet. Speaking of wearing teams down, the Pacers style of play is hard to match game after game. They play at an incredible pace, no pun intended. Speed, and they play with the speed opponents. They play to speed opponents up faster than they would want. In the regular season, they averaged 100.8 possessions per 48 minutes, seventh most in the NBA. The Knicks averaged 97, fourth fewest. So it is, I also said, styles make fights. You are getting two different type of fighters in the ring, but I still give the edge to the Knicks because of home court advantage. I give the edge to the Knicks definitely in game 1 because they've played more recently. I give the edge to the Knicks as far as wanting revenge for last year. Last year's season ended with a Pacers team benefiting from Josh Hart having an abdominal injury, Mitchell Robinson having an injury, OG had the hamstring, Brunson broke his hand. And you know what? This is something I said, and this will cue us up and segue right back to the calls. Nobody was crying for Mitchell Robinson last year when Embiid literally was pulling on his ankle, being a dirty player, and Mitchell Robinson ended up getting hurt. The amount of tears for Jason Tatum and the amount of coping and the amount of people taking that easy out of they lost Tatum, they could have won that game or won the series. Like, how come the Knicks don't get any of that? How come the Knicks they don't get any sympathy for last year? Maybe from Tommy Lugauer, who calls them the uncrowned champions and talks about them losing to attrition. But the national audience does not do that. People choose sides and they pick which one their narrative fits. That's where we are with Juan Soto. There are 100 ways to talk about Juan Soto. People will choose one narrative and latch onto it, and the narrative has to fit their side. If you're a Yankee fan, you have your reasons. If you're a Met fan, you have your reasons, and we'll continue. All the calls are Juan Soto. Everyone has a thought. Everyone has a take on Juan Soto. My thought and take, I've given you already. So let's go back to the phones. I'm sure it'll come right back around. David is in Manhattan on the fan. What's up, David? Good.
Speaking with you, and yes, I feel I'm looking forward to tonight's game very much. I hope that we can get to Max Fried, who has been dominant and very, very good, and I hope we can get to him tonight. But I feel this topic of Juan Soto really shows that I think the topic that you speaking of him exemplify why Met fans don't like Yankee fans. Because Yankee fans look down on us and act superior. And when you said it's not the player, it's the decision that you stayed in New York and we will never get over that decision. Yeah, Juan Soto punched a hole in Yankee superiority. He showed that, especially the Mets, he showed that he preferred the Mets. So that punched a hole in your superior Yankee fans, including yourself.
Michael.
And I feel it's also, I like you a lot. I like what you said about Juan Soto before, saying that, that he will show his value in the playoffs. And I absolutely agree with that. And not just this year. He has to show his value for many years. And but I also feel you speak about that in a way, being a Met fan. I also feel that you, in a way, that you speak about the Knicks too. You give praise and then you give some criticism or feeling of superiority. And when you called Juan Soto Juan So-So, I think these are little jabs that you give. Well, you exemplify a Yankee fan. That's my point, and why me and many Met fans don't like Yankee.
Thanks for the call, David. Yes, sure. It's both part of it. I mean, if we want to make it about me, I'll talk about me. I'm a Yankee fan. I was a Yankee fan before I got on the fan as a radio host. I'll be one when I'm off the fan. Being a Yankee fan is one singular thing in my life that I chose to be, that nobody forced me to be, that has created so much for me personally, financially, emotionally fit. Like, I am someone in this Yankees universe, and I laugh as I'm reading my Twitter and some of the negative stuff and the vitriol that I get. Like, I was in the 400 level on Friday for a couple innings, and actually I was in the 400 level on Friday when the Yankees started scoring in that third inning, and I was visiting my cousin Hannah. Shout out to Hannah McPherson. Love you. You text me and say, hey, cuz I'm going to my first game tonight. You can guarantee I'm going to go find you. I don't care what part of the stadium you're sitting in. But I check my tweets, and I don't even think about this. As I'm posting videos, laughing and dancing and celebrating the Yankees scoring, there are people mocking me for sitting in the nosebleeds. There are people laughing and even taking shots at WFAN. What, WFAN couldn't get him a better seat? WFAN has got you in the nosebleeds. I'm like, this is like, it's hilarious. You guys have made me such a focus. I don't play. I'm not a manager. I'm not on the team. But if we got to clarify, I was visiting my cousin, and I didn't want my cousin to wait in those long lines up there. I told her, hey, what do you need food and drink wise? I know I got a way to go. I don't even buy food in Yankee Stadium, but I know how to go and not wait online and bring you guys back the stuff. And yes, any other questions or things you need about the stadium, let me know, because this is your first time doing this. You're young. This is not my 301st time doing this, and I'm not young. So I'm like, wow, just the internet versus reality. Like, yes, I'm a Yankee fan. I've sat in every seat in there. I have a credential to walk in. WFAN put me right behind home plate. I didn't sit in the seat because I sat in the seat for the second inning, and it was crickets. And I'm the loudest one in the section. So I felt odd. I left. Like, I'm the only one chanting and heckling and saying things. So I left. But yeah, I should exemplify a Yankee fan. And you should feel like that, because it's fact. I didn't come up with the way that Yankee fans feel about Mets fans. It's history. But now the Mets have the chance to chase history and change history. You have to win a World Series. You know what chant I was doing in my nice cushiony WFAN behind home field seat on Friday? 1986, 1986, 1986. And I'm looking around and there's a couple chuckles, but like for the most part, there's some people not laughing. You have to you have to win the World Series. And since these are my Mets, Paulie, I'll be here during the whole run, and I'll be the voice you hear talking to you. And if the Mets go to World Series, I'll probably go. If they win a World Series and have a parade, I'll probably be out there because I'm also a New Yorker. But it won't be. And that's where I want to get into the part about me being a host. Over the last 4 years, I've learned my fandom is not bigger than the story. My show is bigger than the negativity and the hate. Can I add some jabs in? Sure. But you'd be a fool to get on the air as me. Like, I'm not Evan Roberts. Evan can be in the coalition of Knicks haters. He's earned that right. He's been doing this 20 years. He's afternoon Evan. Little Keith McPherson at night cannot get on a Friday night after the Knicks win in 6 games and clinch at home and be like, well, I hope they lose in the next round. Well, what are they going to do against the Pacers? Jason Tatum wasn't like, you'd have to be wear a dunce cap if you got on New York City radio, WFAN, and made it about yourself and not the thousands of people that were feeling like they haven't felt in years. 888-808-1019. So I am flattered that so many people want to make it about me, but I am small. I am a speck in all of this thing. There are so many more people that don't know who I am, that don't listen to WFAN, don't follow me on social media, and don't care about who I am. But it is simple. Yes, when I talk about Juan Soto, it is not missing the player. It is not wanting the player so much. Like, he doesn't even shuffle anymore. We can't even get Juan to shuffle anymore. He's a changed man. It is the decision, because the decision, right? It didn't punch a Incredible Hulk size hole into the Yankees fandom and the Yankees image. It punctured a little hole punch, like the little loose leaf papers. I have the 3 hole punches, just a little hole punch in it. Well, we don't need a hole punch in there. That's all Juan Soto did. A little hole punch. He's one guy. And you know how that hole could grow to the size of an Incredible Hulk size punch? Go win 3, 4, 5 World Series in the next 15 years with Juan Soto, and the Yankees don't win one. And yeah, that's going to hurt. That's going to sting. But that's easier said than done. From Dan or from David in Manhattan, right, to Dan in Garwood, New Jersey on the fan. Next, what's up, Dan?
Keith, what's going on, bro?
Hanging out, talking the talk with the fans in New York.
Absolutely doing a great job as always, man. So Keith, a couple of things real quick about the Yankees. One, I'm going to comment on the Soto thing. I want to bring something else up. I don't think he's discussed it yet today, at least. So Soto, I know why Yankee fans are still like sore about it, because that, like you said, not even the player so much as the fact that he chose to go to the Mets over the Yankees. But the Mets fans, like, it's almost getting to be mind-boggling at this point, even though I know Soto hasn't performed as well as they would like him to. But the fact that they're still dwelling on this when it's like, you guys are having a great season. Can you just focus on that? Like, aren't you happy that you're having a great season, even though he's not doing as good as we know he is capable of and probably will end up doing? So it's kind of crazy. But
See,
and I'll be honest with you, Keith, I would have liked to have kept him. I'm not a big fan of these long-term crazy contracts. But, I would have liked him to stay because I know how good he is and how young he is and everything else. But I'm happy with what they did when he left. I'm more than satisfied that we wouldn't have gotten probably Max Fried if it wasn't for that. And that was the biggest move we made all season. So, going forward, Kyle Tucker would have been the greatest cherry on top. We didn't get him. And I'm glad, again, because if they would have not did a trade and sign, I don't want to keep trading. Like, when we got Soto, look what we gave up. Giving away guys and not being able to lock these guys in. You can't keep doing that. And that's my next point that I wanted to bring up that I haven't heard you talk about. There's a lot of rumors circling. I don't know how serious they are now. Of course, we're getting to closer and closer to the deadline. But with Paul Skeens, listen, I wanted to see what your take on it was. If Pittsburgh ever were willing to deal him, and maybe they wouldn't, because they probably won't be able to retain him when he becomes a free agent. So maybe the idea is try to get something for him before that happens. But I would give up a lot to get Paul Skeens. I would never normally do that. But they have to learn from the past. And if they're going to do a trade like that for him or for anybody else, you've got to do a trade inside. You can't give up a boatload of talent, and it's going to take a boatload of talent to get them to budge up, man. And you can't do it unless you're guaranteed you're going to.
Of course.
To have him paired up there with Freed, and then when Cole returns, and oh my God, that would just be absolutely bananas.
Thanks for the call, Dan. We'll go backwards. I'm trying to like write notes. You guys hit me with a lot of stuff. I'm like, answer this. If they were to trade Paul Skeens to the Yankees or anyone else, they should put the team up for sale that same day. Sell the team. Those chants have been starting from opening day out there. They got louder when the Pittsburgh Pirates removed the Roberto Clemente badge in right field. No, like if you trade this kid, get out of there. Get completely out of there. All of them. I don't see them trading Paul Skeens. I think it was something that Jeff Passan suggested. And when somebody with the credibility of a Jeff Passan suggests something, people feel like, hey, where there's smoke, there's fire. Maybe this is something that had been rumored or whatever. You're going to see Paul Skeens in a Yankees uniform. Why? Follow me, folks. Why would you put him in a Yankees uniform? Not just because the Yankees need pitching, because it's the Yankees. It's what's known about the Yankees and their brand. They spend money. They land the top guys. They trade for guys every year, and they win. So you're not going to just throw him in a Dodgers uniform. Why not throw him in a Dodgers uniform? Don't the Dodgers do the same things I just listed? But if you put him in the Yankee uniform, that gets the clicks. That gets people to talk about it. That gets people to say, oh, yeah, I'd love this. And the Yankees come in with the hugest fan base. So, like, as soon as you do that, you get the chatter online, the engagement online from Yankee fans because the brand is built. That same brand that I'm talking about, Yankee fans look at Juan Soto as Juan Bozo because he chose to leave that brand and not go back to that brand and go to another brand that is currently in a rebrand. Paulie, go on.
Yeah, the Skeens thing is super interesting. And I don't think they're going to move him. But he's the player where you trade anything for that player. So for the Yankees,
George Lombard Jr., I know you're going to say it. Yes.
Or Dominguez and
yes.
Who else?
Yes.
You do.
Because you also get Livy Dunn.
You get Livy Dunn. And if you're the Mets, you trade 85 top prospects and whatever it takes to get the guy on your team. And that's the package it's going to be. And
he's 22 years old.
And any real Mets fan, Yankees fan would do that deal. And if you say no to Dominguez, Lombard plus, then you're not.
You can replace all those guys. There aren't too many guys that look like Paul Skeens coming around ever. For real. Like, no, that's so okay. So Dan, there's your answer to Paul Skeens. I don't think there's a reality. And I think like they're already struggling out there in Pittsburgh with their fans and that. Like if they do that, then go ahead and sell the team. Now let's go back. You know, you were talking about like some Met fans, and at least how I wrote it, like some Met fans still like, you know, wanting Soto to like, yeah, there were Met fans that went into this series hoping that Soto would hit 3 home runs on Friday so that they could hold that over the Yankee fans' head. There are Mets fans that are, I take calls on this, right? And a lot of times I take calls and then I give my reaction and then our digital team clips it and it makes it sound like Keith McPherson is bringing this to the table about Juan Soto. Keith McPherson is obsessing about Juan Soto. That's perfectly fine now because like, you know, my name attached to that is going to get clicks. But, you know, I took a call from somebody talking about Juan Soto doesn't look happy, right? Why is he hanging out with the bullpen? Why is he not celebrating Pete Alonso's whatever? And I'm like, maybe he's unhappy. Maybe he's thinking about stuff. Maybe he's pressing. Why is he not doing the shuffle? Maybe he's not feeling himself. There's an adjustment period here. He's not going to play for another team. He had played for 4 different teams. He's settling into, I'm a forever Met now. This is the team I'm on. But I listen to Carlos Mendoza talk about how he loves it, how he gave him the off day and he's in there. He was on with Evan and Tiki, and he talks about how he was in the locker room and in the clubhouse being like, I think the guy loves it. He's richer than ever. He's still in New York, the major market, even if he's on the team that some think is the B team. But like what it is like, are you, and I've said this and I've heard other hosts say this, are you a Met fan or are you a Juan Soto fan? I'm a Yankee fan. I don't care who they put out there. If it's Juan Soto on the bench and Trent Grisham at bat, I'm not chanting we want Soto. I'm all in for Trent Grisham. I'm rooting for the Yankees to win. And what I'll say about this like Juan Soto thing is, if you think this is like dragged on for too long, we've only just begun. The Altuve thing, Altuve and the Astros cheated in 2017. That news hit all of us in 2019, I think November of 2019. Hell, I remember before I even got on the radio, I remember sitting in John Boy's apartment in Harlem and he was doing an interview with the Houston radio station, calling in about the scandal because John Boy put that video out. I think this had to be December. John Boy put that video out exposing the trash can banging. So everybody in plain sight, audio and video could say, yo, this is how they cheated. This follows up the Ken Rosenthal article. Here it is. The Yankee fans didn't get an opportunity, right? So follow me. November 19th or November 2019, season is over. Pandemic hits. The Yankee fans don't get to greet Altuve in Yankee Stadium until 2021. They booed him. I was in there. I was part of the 10%. It started off as boos in his pregame warm-up, and then it quickly turned into F Altuve. That chant went on for the last 4 seasons. 21, 22, 23, and 24. It is now in 2025 that I don't hear any more Altuves in there. We've been trying to stop it since 2021. Hey, knock it off. He's not here. Stop chanting. This is what fans do. This is what people do. They get drunk, and a lot of these people are casuals. They don't know what Juan Soto's batting average is. They don't know what Juan Soto did or didn't do for the Mets, but they are there specifically. Oh, Juan Soto, I'm going there to heckle. Oh, I'm going to get drunk. Oh, I made this sign. Oh, look what I did to my jersey. I'm going to try and be on TV. I'm going to try and get on somebody's viral Instagram video. But it's something that's going to continue, folks. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, then you got to tune out of baseball. But it is part of baseball is in a healthy place right now. This is all healthy for the game. Some of y'all got to back off if you take it too serious. That's why I'm like, some people are taking it too serious, even with me. And I can handle it. I can take it, but it's starting to get wild corny. I'm getting hated on for hating on Juan Soto. I'm a Yankee fan. I'm going to hate on Juan Soto. I'm sorry. I watched him last year. I think he's a great player. I can say that. But I'm hating on everybody that is trying to beat the New York Yankees. I'm also booing Brett Beatty. I'm also booing Pete Alonso. I'm sitting there yesterday and I was like, it was only a matter of time until Pete Alonso breaks through. But understand, if maybe you need to touch grass, maybe you need to get some fresh air. This is entertainment. Nobody's harmed. Juan Soto, people thought somebody was going to throw something at Juan Soto. I got on air to tell you guys that's stupid. If you throw something at Juan Soto, you're probably getting arrested. No, you're definitely getting arrested. You're getting pulled out of the section. You're going to go to the Yankee jail. Nobody's throwing anything at him. And those seats are expensive. Why would you want to get bounced? You're going to pay that much money for those seats. So it's some people got to reel it in a little bit, right? If you hate me, that's fine. But I'm going to troll. I'm going to rep the New York Yankees regardless. I'm going to be a fan of the Yankees, and Juan Soto is not on the Yankees. And if you're a Met fan, are you a fan of the Mets, or are you a fan of Juan Soto? I think it was Sal Licata. I didn't hear it, but I heard Evan refer to, Sal wanted Juan Soto to go off this week and didn't care if the Mets won. Well, here's the rubber match tonight. If Juan Soto goes 0 for 2 with 3 walks again, or I forget what he was yesterday, but he worked walks. I think he did have 1 hit. You want the series, no? Yeah, he was 1 for 4 with a walk. Don't you want to win the series? There's more bragging rights in the Mets beating the Yankees in a series again than Juan Soto having a good day, but you lose.
I think you mentioned, and Evan mentions this all the time, sports hating. You don't really hate the person. You sports hate the person. It's a fake.
If I saw Juan Soto, which I did, and it's funny you mentioned that, and not to cut you off, this time a year ago, I had called my second baseball game sitting in for Susan Waldman. Juan Soto had 2 homers in the game. So when I went down to do Susan's star of the game, I almost had him. Meredith pulled him. I pulled Jose Trevino because also that day, Luis Gil had 14 strikeouts. So I ended up talking to Luis Gil. But then as we go into the dugout, I'm right next to Juan Soto. So I get to introduce myself to Juan Soto. He still to this day has no idea who I am. But I was able to get a quick video with him. Yo, what's up, Juan? You're the man. Dapping him up real quick. And he let me do that. If I saw him today, tomorrow, 2 weeks from now, am I going to boo him? No, I'm booing you Mets fans outside Yankee Stadium as a welcome. But if I'm in a place with Juan Soto and he's not in his uniform, hey, nice to meet you, man. I'll shake his hand and tell him, yeah, you're a great player. Enjoyed what you did for the Yankees. But now you're not with us. It just is what it is.
Again, we spoke about this a ton because we were on the air a lot when Soto chose the Mets. Every single Yankee fan would have liked Soto to stay with the Yankees. It's common knowledge. He's a Hall of Fame player. He's 25. You guys offered him $750 million. So, yes, the Yankees wanted him to stay. Every Yankee fan wanted him to stay. No Yankee fan last year was rooting for him to leave. So he left. It is what it is. It's the banter going back and forth. This is sports. This is what we do. It gets heightened up because it's the Mets and the Yankees, obviously, but
this is New York, right? Okay, perfect example before we go back to the calls. And I got my Juan Soto calls to drop off. People were like, hey, they probably like stole my thunder. This didn't happen in LA. Anybody picking up what I'm putting down before I put it down? Shohei Ohtani came into Major League Baseball and played for years with the Anaheim Angels. And then he went to free agency and he chose the Dodgers. And you know what the Dodgers fans did, or what the Angels fans did? The Dodgers and the Angels play in spring training every year. They'll, one of those last games they'll play in the ballparks. Shohei Ohtani comes back wearing a Dodgers uniform to the Big A in an exhibition game, and they give him a standing O. They give him a tribute video. They're clapping and applauding this man. There ain't no tribute video for Juan Soto in the Bronx, and nobody is standing. And if they are giving him a standing O, they're alone in the section. They're alone in the section. So like, it's just different. That's what I'm saying. This is New York stuff, man. Like, I don't know why you New Yorkers and people outside of New York are surprised by this, still talking about why is this going on. We got a break here. 888-808-1019, but that's a perfect example that just popped in my head. They did not do this in Anaheim to Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani took a $700+ million contract as well, stayed in his city and went to the rival team, and they applauded him. And I guarantee you, those Angels fans are going to Chavez Ravine, buying tickets to watch Shohei Ohtani play, and they're not saying anything. I don't even know what their radio is like out there, but they're not having any conversations anymore about Shohei Ohtani turning his back on the Anaheim Angels and signing with the Dodgers. This type of stuff exists here because we are the best. We are the craziest. We go the hardest for our teams, for our fandom. It just is what it is. Keith McPherson on The Fan in New York. I'll be right back. Okay. Live from New York, taking you up to some. Listen here.
Domination on display as the lights went down on Broadway for the reigning champs Celtics.
Let me see Dave Sims. Anyone listening to Saturday's game on WFN heard my voice on its way out? No amount of gargling, inhaling steam. Okay, Dave Sims put it on his Twitter that he's not calling the game, so I'm going to mention it. like, honestly, that is also for anybody that, had anything to say about him taking time off. He's done a ton of games. Being at the game, I don't even remember hearing him in the bathroom or anything like that. Yeah, you can't like champ that out. I'm doing my socials, chat. Okay, and you're okay. You're not doing anything. Yeah, I'm gonna read the tweet on air. Yeah, sure, correct. 1986. Yeah, yo, he's got the right idea. Hit thumbs up, like the channel. For sure. For sure they are. I think the Knicks can beat them. It might take 7 games. I'll read the Yankee lineup as well. And we're back. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling. Thanks for holding. Keith McPherson on the fan, a little Sunday sauce. Not a KM to PM, not a KM to AM. Not nighttime at all. It's been bright this whole time in here, which is cool, which is fun. Hi to everybody watching on YouTube, Twitter, as well as Twitch and Facebook on the live stream. And again, I always prop up my live stream because it's like these guys are watching the show and they're throwing information. And, when I go to break, it's like, hey, Keith, the lineup is out. Hey, Keith, did you see Dave Sims' tweet? So, yes, I didn't want to be the first person to put it on air. But Dave Sims has tweeted out that he won't be doing the game tonight. Paulie told me, and I was at the game yesterday, so I was not listening to it. I guess there was a little bit of a struggle calling yesterday, and Dave starts with that. Dave Sims, our very own Dave Sims, who calls the Yankees games, will be out tonight. Emmanuel Barbari will be filling in for him, and then I will take Emmanuel's little pregame time that you probably see on the Odyssey app on the schedule, 6 to 6:30. I will take your calls. We will continue to talk everything Juan Soto and the New York Mets versus the New York Yankees. But Dave writes, anyone listening to Saturday's game on WFAN heard my voice on its way out. No amount of gargling, inhaling steam, hot tea with honey, or chicken soup has made the difference. First time laryngitis sent me to the IL in my 23 years of calling baseball. Bummed to miss the rubber match of the Subway Series. Go Yankees. And the picture that he posted, I feel for him. It seems like he had been working all morning on this and just, I don't know. For myself, I lose my voice because I'm in the stands booing and screaming and chanting, celebrating. Like, what am I? That's another thing too. Before we get back to the calls, I'm aging out, so I get trolled, and it pisses me off. But I know it comes with the territory. I get trolled for going to games, and people are like, "Where's your family? Why don't you go home and be a family man? This guy's got no time for his wife and his kid." And I'm like, I try to keep my wife and my son out of it because like that's something I don't play about. But these weirdos online like to play about this. I'm always there for my wife and kid daily, nightly. I do this for my wife and kid. My wife and my kid are going to have a different quality of life because I am who I am. So let's get that straight. But I'm aging out. I'm getting older. I can't imagine being 72 and being in broadcasting. But I also know by the time I'm 72, I won't be in the bleachers screaming with everybody. So it'll balance out. But I don't know when this ends for me. I've been doing this for the last 10 years consistently in New York City, showing up to Yankee Stadium, yelling and screaming, turning the fans up, getting people into it. 2 strikes, 2 outs, get up, make some noise, will them to victory. But yeah, there will come a time too, not long from now. My son is banned from the stadium because he eats food off the ground and he touches random people. And if he gets a breakaway to run, he's letting go of my hand and then he's running. And if I hold his hand too hard, he's just falling on the ground, freaking out, let go, dada. So we're not doing that. He's banned from all 30 ballparks, at least until he gets out of his terrible twos. But there's going to come a time where he's 3, 4, 5, where I'm going to the game with him, where we go together, or my mom is with us as well. I'm not bringing my baby into the middle of the bleachers. Not yet, guys. And they've all asked, when you bring in Jackson? I'm like, he's not ready yet. There's going to come a time where it shifts for me, where there'll be, just dad mode at the game. And you dads out there understand, going to the game with your boys, even as you get up there in age, is a different style of party and outing than it is going with the kids. So let me enjoy my time. Let me enjoy the last bit of my time. And also my time now is different because I am on WFAN, because I do have followers, because people do care to walk up and shake my hand. I was in there for years by myself. Nobody said a word to me besides, let me see your ticket. Do you have a ticket for this seat? 888-808-1019. Mark is in Westport, Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Mark? Good. How are you?
Good, man. I just want to say your patience is remarkable as far as I'm concerned. And you're calm and cool, a lot like Tiki. So I greatly appreciate that. Now, I'm a diehard Yankee fan since 1976. But I have to tell you, when I was a little kid, before I became tainted, I loved the Mets too. Like, give me Tom Seaver, give me Big Ed Claypool. I just, now, of course, I want the Yankees to be the big brother, but I'm just a Yankee fan who wants to say that there was a caller you had a couple of minutes ago. I just got in my car, and you were so patient, and the guy was a complete buffoon. And by the way, being a dad, my favorite memory, one of them, is bringing my kids to the first tailgate at a Jets game. And so anyway, I appreciate everything you're saying. Great. And I just wanted to get your back a little bit.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. I have patience because, I don't know. I know I'm in the power chair, but I'm not better than anybody. And so when you are listening to my show and you call and you wait on hold, even if you hate me, even if you want to say something nasty, negative, or if you say something I completely disagree with, I know it's a privilege, not a right, but on my show, I'm giving you the right to talk and say whatever. Even we had some nonsense last week and I ran into people at the stadium who, spoke on that. And I'm like, yo, I don't know what's coming through the phone. I give everybody an opportunity to speak, even if I don't agree. Now, going back to what you first said, I can't speak on the past. Tom Seaver is an all-time great. So if you love watching him pitch, you love watching him pitch. I've spoken on DeGrom years ago. My wife is like, why are you watching the Mets? I'm like, DeGrom is pitching. And she didn't understand what that meant. And I'm like, this is a technician. This is a master at work. Speaking of Paulie, what channel do I go to get the now I see OKC is on. I got to get this on. I got Yankee Classics on. They're showing the Subway Series. Wonder why they're showing the Subway Series, the World Series. Oh, because we're in it. There is a small percentage of fans that are New Yorkers first. Follow me. I've talked to, there are some creatures. I've talked and spoken to some that are like, I don't hate the Mets, man. When I was a kid, we went to Met games, we went to Yankee games. I was rooting for the Mets. The Mets have struggled. I want the Mets to be better. Shout out to Milton. And Milton, I saw you had a quote in the ESPN article with Mark. You know, Milton always talked about wanting the Mets to win so that they would, you know, come down a little bit, loosen up a little bit like the Red Sox. He's like, you know, Red Sox fans used to come to Yankee Stadium ready to fight, used to come to Yankee Stadium on one until they won, right? And the curse ended and they kind of, you know, just learned how to chill out. The cowbell man, Milton, said to me, he's like, once the Mets win one, it will change, right? Because there won't be so much of that. And like one is one. And especially if the Mets win one before the Yankees win one, World Series we're talking about, then it's like you have that forever. The Yankees are in a drought. So no, there is a small percentage of folks who they don't get into the rivalry stuff. And to each his own. This is sports, entertainment. It goes back to me saying, hey, if you're taking this to a level where you're swinging on a Met fan at the game, you need to go home. You don't need to be there. If you're taking this to a level where you're writing a paragraph on Reddit about how you hate Keith McPherson for being such a Yankee fan, I mean, no one knows who you are anyway, but like you need to chill. You need to understand that this is what we do to get away from the day-to-day struggles of being a New Yorker. This is what we do to get away from the trials and tribulations and the problems we have in our everyday life. And it's okay for people to feel some type of way, man. This is the place with the most people that care the most about sports. And how I started my show today, and I'll bring that thread back, is like, this is our time. We're shining right now. Sometimes you don't even know you're shining until somebody else tells you, like, New York is looking good. The Giants stole the first round of the draft and had one of the biggest steals of the draft in Cam Scatteraboo, and obviously going up and getting their quarterback in the first round and getting Abdul Carter. The Jets not being in the headlines is a win. People not coming up with some way to poke holes in the Jets operation with a new GM and a new head coach, not having bad publicity is great publicity for the Jets. The Islanders got the number one pick. How? Doesn't matter. The Brooklyn Nets fans are sad right now. One of them just said to me, Keith, I will not stand down because when we had our run against Milwaukee, the Knicks fans hated on us, rooted for us to lose, and celebrated our downfall. I said, okay, I understand. So you're going to root for the Pacers. I'm never rooting for Indiana. There's no reason for me to root for Indiana. I don't know one human being from Indiana. I understand. You want some get back against the Knicks. What if you don't get that get back? What if that doesn't do anything? Hating against the Knicks right now is not doing anything for you. All it's going to do is cause you more harm when it's Knicks in 7 and they go to the finals. So I'm telling you, stand down for your own good. You don't have to listen to me. The Nets have the 8th overall pick in the draft. Be excited. The Nets will host the draft. Be excited. How many years as a Nets fan did you watch the Nets host the draft and not have a pick, not have a top pick? Now at least they have a top pick that they could trade, or they could pick a player that transforms the organization in the future. And you should be more worried about the future. Mikal Bridges is right now for the Knicks. But those picks in the future that they gave up, that is when it comes back around. 888-808-1019. The Liberty have rings in this city. Type in New York Liberty rings on whatever platform you do social media and see those girls shining in New York. Their statue is, or their mascot is the Statue of Liberty, Jersey City. You know, by way of New York, but I live in Jersey City, Hoboken area, so I always rep that. That is a champion that exists in our city from a league that is growing. The WNBA is growing, and the current champions looking to go back to back as their season gets started. The New York Liberty, they are looking at New York as the WNBA starts. They have their ring night. They are shining. That is all good as we have the Knicks in 6 and that scene outside Madison Square Garden. It looked like something out of a movie. It's real life, though. People on top of billboards, people crowd surfing. Those videos, the melee, they're burning stuff. They're bugging out. For the most part, you know, I don't know. I wasn't there and I haven't heard anything. I think it was all pretty much, you know, peaceful. Wasn't too crazy. The cops didn't have to do too much, whatever. And last but not least, tonight, the Subway Series, a nationally televised game on ESPN. Everybody that cares about baseball is going to watch. And if you can go, you're going to go. And it's a rubber match, as we had the first game Friday was about Juan Soto. Juan Soto's return. The Yankees showed up. They won that game pretty easily, handily, and Juan Soto didn't kill him. The Yankee fans showed out with signs and chants, and the bleacher creatures turned their back. It was a moment in time. And then the Mets had the opportunity yesterday to even the series, and they did, setting up this rubber match tonight, which is better. I already spoke on more tickets are sold because it's not a sweep. Met fan and Yankee fan buying those tickets. The nationally televised audience not watching a sweep, watching a deciding game. Who is Big Brother in New York City? Who takes the first Subway Series in 2025, the first time that they've gone back to a 3-game set since 2021? Let's continue talking about it. 888-808-1019. Steve is in Holmdel, New Jersey, down the shore area. That's my stomping grounds. What's up, Steve?
I know that, Keith. Keith, before I start, I just want to let you know, I called you a few weeks ago, and you let me talk so long, and I really appreciated it. Anyway, the reason I'm calling is, and this has nothing to do with the Mets. I'm a big Yankee fan, and one of the things that is really bothering me is the Yankees' failure in one-run games. They are, after yesterday, they're now 5-10 in one-run games. If you look at yesterday's game, it was a typical way the Yankees lose a close game. 2 of the 3 runs the Mets scored were walks that came around and scored on sacrifice flies. The Yankees, on the other hand, scored their 2 runs by 2 solo home runs. The Mets win the game yesterday because one of the runs was Soto stealing third and coming in on a sacrifice fly. Okay? When the Yankees, it was only the 5th inning, and when the Yankees were down 1 run, they had first and second, nobody out. And Hornet Vivas was at the bat, was at the plate. And all I'm thinking is, you gotta sacrifice. I know Boone's not big on sacrifices, but you at least got to get second and third with the top of the lineup coming up. And I was annoyed that Vivas did not sacrifice. Then on the post game, I heard that Jack Curry said in the minors, Vivas has been up a few hundred times and never bunted. This guy, first of all, one other comment during the game that I believe Paul O'Neill mentioned was when you watch Vivas up at bat, he lays the bat on the shoulder, and then as the pitch is coming in, his swing, the way he swings the bat
late.
I don't know if I know you're not old enough to remember. Maybe you've seen the film on Carl Yastrzemski.
Yeah.
But it looks like his approach. I mean, I think this is, while you may get annoyed with some of Boone's strategies, I think he's a victim to what a lot of these players are being taught in the minors.
Yeah, and who's in the game? Who's in the lineup? Sure.
Exactly. And the Yankees have 2 first-round draft picks and an international signing, Dominguez, Wells, and Volpe. And I'm thinking, are any of these guys even going to hit 250 this year? Their strikeout rates are horrific. And quite frankly, they don't put the ball in play. Even yesterday, one other quick thing. This was a typical thing. And this I do hold Boone responsible for. Yesterday, if you remember, there were 2 outs. And what happened was Dominguez got a single. Now, if you lead off with a single and you got Judge in back of you, I'm not running. I don't want to take this bat out of Judge's hand. But if you're on first and there's 2 outs and Volpe's the next hitter, I'm yelling the whole time, Dominguez has to get into spot. They're down by a run. Dominguez has to. Oh, they could have been tied. I don't remember. But Dominguez has to run. Worst case scenario, Volpe leads off next inning. Dominguez never runs. Volpe, of course, and it wasn't a hindsight. I said it from the beginning. Volpe, of course, hits a line drive down right field, turns into a double. Soto makes a perfect relay. They have to hold Dominguez up at third. And then, of course, they didn't score, even though LeMayo ended the inning by hitting a sharp ball to Soto. That was, good fortune for the Mets.
Yeah.
But they're getting beat in these one-run games. And another thing, Keith, they never win in extra innings. They never do.
Yeah, no strategy to win. They just hope.
Exactly. And the Manfred's man is on second with nobody out. Forget about them scoring. They don't even get him to third base. And so I think the Yankees really have to rethink their strategy and what they're teaching these guys. I know the bunt is, the Mets, you see teams running all over the Yankees, and except for an occasional double steal the Yankees will pull off with first and second to end up second and third. Yesterday was a typical Yankee loss. And one last thing I want to point out. One of the apps in terms of they always talk about the run differential, okay? And there's this one stat that says based on the run differential, what the record of each team should be. The Yankee record based on their current run differential should be 30-15.
Oh, yeah, they blew 5 games. Yes. And you count yesterday as another game, another blown opportunity.
The Yankee bullpen walks too many guys. That's what it comes down to. And that turns out to be a major issue. But, today, one last thing, Baltimore. They lose to Baltimore 2 out of 3 games.
Yeah, and Baltimore is terrible.
Yeah, they lose 2 one-run games and win 15-3. So the one thing the Yankee offense is, they're bullies. They hit a lot of home runs. They pile on. But in those close one-run games, when you really need that hit, you really need that sacrifice fly, they just fall.
Or you really need that decision from the manager that could change the outcome of the inning, and in those tight moments where the guys might not do it themselves. Like that was the conversation that was being had. I spent about an hour outside with folks after the game, and a little shout out to my guy Bass. He said, "How did we lose that game?" And we came back around to Boone. He asked everybody, "How did we lose that game?"
Keith, once again, you let me go on. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. And I'll be talking to you again very soon, okay?
Yeah, thank you for the call, Steve. I'll address some of the things that you said. We'll talk more about Aaron Boone. I think he's a good manager, but there are, like, I'm telling you, these Yankee fans are managing the game while watching the game. And when little things don't get punched and little things don't happen, it comes back to him. It falls on him. He'll give his answer for why he did whatever he did. But already in this early part of this Yankee season, coming off of a World Series with decisions made and not made that affected the outcome there are Yankee fans that are pointing to Aaron Boone saying, "Come on, bro, help us out. This has got to get done." Keith McPherson on the Fan. It's already 4:00. Call up. We'll be right back.
Oh.
Okay, this one would turn their head. I'm on the bodega today. Let me know. Nah, I'm on air till 6:30. Okay, chat, we're back. The next thing we'll talk about, and I'm blanking on it because I'm doing a lot of things, but it's Aaron Boone's decision making. How long they let Clark Schmidt go? We survived it barely. How long he let Fernando Cruz stay out there? Not pinch hitting for, not making Yorbit Vivas lay down the bunt, and then also not pinch hitting for. Pinch hitting for Ascara, not pinch hitting for. I mean, it ended up Grisham pinch hit for Vivas, but like it was a little too late. A little too late. You know, Vivas had 2 at bats. I don't know. It is what it is. They lost the game, and it was a tight game, and that's what happened. Let's see. Chatty chat. What did I miss? There's a lot of stuff in this chat that I missed. I know. I said that. I said I'm not, but like. They just did it. I said no disrespect to them because they count too. But like, have you seen that ring? No one talks about them. I know who some Nets fans rooting for Pacers. They aren't from New York. If the Nets was in position, I would have rooted for them. It's NYC. Exactly, bro. Okay, let's see. We're coming back. Hey, Keith, Dodgers just released Chris Taylor. Would you want him in pinstripes? No. No. But I'll star this and I'll use it on the show. Maybe Cease. I don't think they're getting Arenado. I don't think they want Arenado. Of course they did. I think I mentioned this, but Savannah Bananas at Yankee Stadium in September. Yes, can't wait for that. I will star that as well. Like, that's such a great point because, like, when you go elsewhere and you want to tap into New York, this is how you do it. When, you're in California or something. All right, let's get back. Okay. A little bit after 4 p.m. in New York City. This is Eminem beat, right? But I could tell it's like a producer. Yeah, okay. The sauce. But this is definitely like a producer remake. Like somebody tried to recreate the actual beat. Eminem's not letting the internet get any of his actual stuff. Dr. Dre, rather. I think that was a Dr. Dre produced beat. Anyway, Keith McPherson on the fan. It's inside 4 o'clock. So, I mean, now you should be at Yankee Stadium. And if you are not at Yankee Stadium, you should start heading that way just to avoid the traffic and everything else. Get you a good spot, get you a couple beers, get ready to go for Sunday Night Baseball. It is going to be a good one. The rubber match. And, as I'm watching the NBA here, and I think about last week, how the NBA just did a solid for the Dallas Mavericks, right? The Dallas Mavericks got the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Many people said, hey, it's rigged. It's rigged. It's rigged. The NBA is rigged. And even, hey, with the Celtics, obviously Tatum got hurt. But for the Knicks to win, there are people that look at the Knicks and are saying, oh, they wanted a game 6 in the Garden. It's rigged. It's rigged. That's more money for the TV, for the ticket sales, for New York. It's better when New York wins. It's better when New York is on top. The NBA is better when the Knicks are competitive. I don't think it's rigged. And I don't really think anything is rigged, but I do like to lean into conspiracy theories. And one of those conspiracy theories started yesterday because people felt like Aaron Boone was asleep at the wheel. And I talked about Sunday Night Baseball being nationally televised. And I talked about how, it's simple math. If the Yankees are going for the sweep versus the Mets going for a series win, you will draw more Met fans into the building because they have the chance to win the series. Yankee fans are showing up, obviously, with a chance to win the series, but it's not a sweep where maybe the Met fan wouldn't want to be in there to deal with a sweep at the hands of Big Brother. You know what I'm saying? So, this is conversations. I'm telling you, I am a fan. I am amongst the people. People try to say I'm a man of the people. No, I'm one of the people. I'm amongst the people, not man of the people. I'm not bigger than that. And I have these conversations after the game. What went wrong? What happened here? What happened there? And people are like, oh, they rigged it. I'm like, they didn't rig it. But like Boone could have possibly affected the game and he didn't. And I think those are rolls of the dice. And before I read a couple things that Boone did wrong, and I clipped in my notes, and we've already gone over a couple of them, and I heard Big Mac go over a couple of them. These things only happen when we lose, right? Or not. These things only become a talking point when we lose. When we win, the good decisions that Boone makes, we don't like. And that's why I gave Boone credit when I was on Friday. I'm like, he decided to pitch Devin Williams there. He put Devin Williams on the mound against Pete Alonso. That could have went terribly wrong. Give Boone some credit. Even the lineup decisions early in this year. Oh, here comes a punt lineup. Oh, this is a stupid lineup. Why are we doing this? Why are we changing? And the lineups go out there and they do score double-digit runs and double-digit hit. Boone doesn't get credit for that. But when the Yankees lose and decisions aren't made that fans put weight on that feel like could have changed the game, it's Aaron Boone's fault. Aaron Boone can't manage in tight games. Aaron Boone got outmanaged by Carlos Mendoza, his former bench coach, and yada, yada, yada. So my guy, Randy Wilkins, who was the director of the Captain Doc, and Randy's a good guy. I've connected with Randy a lot. And I think Randy and I are similar in as far as like we're on social media with our government names and our faces and anything we say, we go back and forth with these people on. But he had a tweet yesterday right after the game. And I'm telling you, I was outside Twins and Billy's at 4:15 when I clipped this. So at 4:08, Randy writes, didn't bunt with Vivas, didn't pinch hit Wells for Escara with a man on third. Escara has a terrible AB. Didn't send Jason Dominguez with Volpe in the 8th. Walked Luis Torrens. Hit Tyrone Taylor. Those details are what led to a close loss and very frustrating. And many people were like, well, those things are mostly Boone things. Like hitting a guy, obviously that's tough. But there were conversations about how long you let Fernando Cruz cruise control if he's not on cruise control. He wasn't necessarily, striking guys out and looking like the Fernando Cruz we've seen. How quickly can you go to anyone, whether, it was probably going to be Weaver in that spot, similar to how you went to Weaver for 1 out the night before because De Los Santos got in a little bit of trouble. And let me go back to, I listened to Boone talk about, putting the bunt down, and you just heard Steve from Homedale call about the post game where they said Yorbit Vivas had never laid down a bunt. Obviously, I think he knows that. And then at the same time, it's just like, I don't know, sometimes you get paralyzed in the moment. It was hot out there. Maybe he was just frying. But yeah, didn't bunt with Vivas. Boone said there wasn't speed on the base paths. It was JC Escara and DJ LeMahieu. He also talked about the Mets playing it well, where the whole day, Brett Beatty was over there at third base, and he was Greg Nettles. So I don't know. I get maybe those things come into his mind when he's got to face the media. Maybe those things play, into his mind in the decision. Does this guy, for the first time, have to late? And something I'll say about Yorbit Vivas, I said this before. I said it Friday and I said it today. He's a whole rookie out there. He had a hit Friday night, but I think this is the craziest environment he's ever played baseball in. Like I said, he couldn't hear the roll call, and from second base, you can usually hear the roll call. You're not that much further in front of Aaron Judge, but I think he was just out of it. So yeah, it's tough. It's how the cookie crumbles in a tight game like that. How long you leave Clark Schmidt out there was, happy with Clark, but I'm like, Clark did what he had to do, and they're not going to do enough. 2 solo shots aren't beating the Mets team. DJ first and Belly after, but yeah, not bunting with Vivas, people put on Boone, not pinch hitting and getting a scar out of the game. And then later on, we did end up seeing Grisham and Wells, but yeah, it's too little too late. And I guess I could take Boone's back a little bit there. Escara profiles as a hitter, and Boone is going to keep giving him opportunities, and he's not going to take his bat out of line because he's a bat first catcher. That's another thing though. Like a bat first catcher. Did he have a defensive interference yesterday? I know he had one before this season because they asked Boone about that too, and it's like somebody asked Boone if he had ever seen it, and I was like, there was one just called the other day. Yorbit Vivas, I think, got one called on the catcher because of his slow swing. But yeah, anyway, ultimately the players play, and Boone manages, and in the moment things happen. You can't put everything on Aaron Boone, but what I'm saying is there are fans that this stuff is starting to mount with. Like, okay, didn't make Vivas bunt. Didn't pinch hit Wells for a scar with a man on third, which, I'm telling you, he's thinking a scar can get it done here. He had the sac fly the other day. He hit his first home or whatever. And even though a scar had a terrible AB, Boone is giving him the opportunity to be the hero and come through there. Didn't send Jason Dominguez with Volpe in the 8th. Well, it is what it is. Yankees lose, but they lose by 1 run. Are the Mets going to turn their offense on tonight against Max Fried, or will the Yankees be able to actually get Aaron Judge to be Aaron Judge and manufacture runs and not just live off the long ball against David Peterson? We'll find out next. Mitch is in Oceanport, New Jersey. More Shore people calling into the Fan in New York. What's up, Mitch?
For taking the call. Love your work, man. Really do. I think, these days managers, their job is to put the players in the best position to succeed. And I feel while Yankees have always been able to put bullpens together, my big pet peeve with him is he's always trying to steal outs. Like yesterday with Schmidt, good 6 innings. He's been building all year to this. And for some reason, he just leaves him in to start, tries to steal the outs with him. And then, lo and behold, base hit. You come in with Leiter. If they didn't have a couple of great plays in the field, Leiter would have given it up right there and then. Seems that it's something that he always does. He's always inclined to try to steal out.
Just try and save the bullpen for the next day. No, I'm with you. We're in there. We're on the edge of our seat. Like, is this risky? Is this gonna I don't know.
Yeah, it's just something the Yankees always seem to be unprepared, or no one could have foreseen this. And he seems like for someone who's been in the game as long as him, I feel like he should have better feel on the situation and better handle on it. And one other thing, and then I'll hang up. Used to be middle infielders wouldn't even come up if they didn't know how to bunt. Kind of weird that Vivas has never bunted before coming up as a middle. I know he's played some third base, but if your main position is second base, that's rules of the road right there as far as I'm concerned. But
yeah, and then as soon as he comes up with the Yankees, have him doing that. Thanks for the call, Mitch. The Yankees had Oswaldo Cabrera put that bunt down that he popped up. and Cabby was upset with himself. And then in the game that Ascara walked it off, right? He's able to put the bunt down, well executed. We lost Cabrera. Vivas comes up, and it's like I'm telling that guy, hey, be ready to. You're the 9 hitter. Be ready to put down a bunt at any time. You got to practice. You never did it in the minors. We might call on you to do that. I guess Vivas was just Barry Bonds in the minors. He never got an opportunity where he had to do that. And then going back to Clark Schmidt, I just remember being there like Clark, it was his pitch count. He ended up throwing 88 pitches and 53 of them for strikes. But like, I think when he was around like 60-some pitches, it's like, you got to leave him in. No rush to get him out of there. Let's see if we can get him. Like Clark Schmidt historically doesn't go 6 innings in games. He doesn't go. If you can get 6 innings out of Clark Schmidt in the second game of the series, and he had only given up a couple, like you have to. So like I won't say it was stealing outs. I think it was just like it's risky, but it's like if we can stretch our starter. And shout out to Griffin Canning too. Like I said, like Griffin Canning's been amazing. He went 5 1/3, 7 hits, 2 runs, 4 strikeouts. And then after the game, I think I had the clip. They asked Boone about, Aaron Boone said that the Yankees had interest in Griffin Canning too. And Boone said he wasn't overly surprised by his success. I'm like, would you look at that? I guess the Yankees were looking to sign him, but I mean, we had Carlos Carrasco instead. Good on the Mets. Good on David Stearns having the eye and the pitching lab to get the most out of a guy like that. Martin is in Guilford, Connecticut. Martin, what's up, man? You're on.
Yeah, it's windy. I hope it's not too bad. I'm walking the dog. Hey, listen, no offense to you Yankee fans for your passion, but big a game for the Mets next weekend when I'm there watching my boys. I mean,
the Dodgers?
That was we beat, I know it was 6 games we beat them last year, but the 5-game series against the Yankees was a lot closer to the 6-game series against the Mets. The Mets have to worry about the Dodgers.
Nah, if you look at the run differential, it was a historic beating in the run differential. The Yankees, Aaron Boone decision-making a little bit played a factor in there, but I always knock that down because everybody wants to say, oh, well, we took them and won 2 games from them. Yeah, but in the games you lost, you got smacked 9-0, 8-0. The run differential was all-time in the NLCS. We haven't seen an NLCS with that much of a difference in the runs that were scored in years.
So, Keith, I want to talk just a bit about basketball, about New York City basketball. Now, back like in the 50s when NYU and Columbia were good, I mean, that was the basketball capital of the planet. And the Knicks fans to me, I'm from LA, the fans out there, and the fans out here, they're the most passionate, the most loyal, and the most intelligent fans you can never find anywhere. And for them, I'm hoping the Knicks win. I don't really care if the Knicks win, but for them, I mean, the fans are incredible.
Yeah, they're insane. Thanks for the call, Martin. And you know what it is? And that's what I said, like, in my open. And like a lot of the young Yankee fans are also Knicks fans. There were Yankee fans that pre-gamed with us Friday, and they're like, all right, I'm out. I'm going to the watch party. There were young Yankee fans, shout out to Jaden. They asked me because I'm a Nets fan, but I'm from Jersey, bro. Like, I'm not, and that's something I said. I'm like, I'm not born and bred in New York. I'm not born and raised in New York. Like, I understand this runs through your blood. I'm happy for you boys, man. I really am. Like, I'm not that much of a hater. I see you smiling, right? I know we went back and forth for some years when the Nets were beating the Knicks, but that's over now. I know you put in pain. I know you watched the Knicks be bums for years. You were embarrassed to wear your Knicks jacket, wear your Knicks hat. Now it's your time. And what you're seeing is, like, those people that are out in the streets are ages like 21 to, like, I don't know, they're all ages. But for the most part, those are young people out there all night partying in the street, making those scenes. And that is like pent-up frustration being released. Now, shout out to my man, Loopy. I got to have Loopy call. Loopy was doing all this ranting and raving around the Knicks. Loopy the blogger. You might have seen his video ranting about the Knicks. I told Loopy to call in, but Loopy can't, he can't get one sentence in without cursing. So it just never work on the fan. Maybe I'll do some content with him. I already had to hit the dump button this week a lot. But Loopy is usually loud and aggressive. He turned his camera on outside the garden. He was crying. He's shedding tears because, like, could not believe, like, yo, this is my life, bro. He's from the Bronx. He's a New Yorker, and like now he's 30-something years old, and here the Knicks are going to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's like he couldn't believe his eyes. It's beautiful. The amount of people out there partying and celebrating a Knicks win, like it's just I'm not enough of a hater. I'm not big enough of a personality, and even if I was hating on the Knicks right now is wild corny. I'm not doing it, and I hope they do. I mean, I'm about to, like I might be in. You might see me pop up at the Eastern Conference Finals, and I ain't never been to the finals. If they go to the finals, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna find my way in there because like that's part of it too, Paulie. I am a fan. If people listening can't tell, I am a fan of all the sports. I am watching OKC right now in Game 7. My fandom, though, of my individual team, the Nets are one of the most frustrating teams that I root for. I'm not putting that in front of possibly going to the Eastern Conference Finals or Finals and then being a part of this city as a New York City radio host if the Knicks actually win. This is historic. I'm going to do my job and do a good show. If the Knicks win, it's good for me. It gives me, if the Knicks get eliminated, then we got to focus just on baseball. The Knicks keep going. We keep having shows where we're talking about the Knicks.
Right, and I'm the loopy character. Like, and everyone is like tough and boisterous until something good actually happens, and then you don't know how to react because it's never happened to you before. I have no idea how I would ever react if the Mets won a World Series.
You're gonna cry. You're gonna because it's something. Crying is something that no one ever walks into any situation and says, I'm gonna cry now, unless they're an actor. Tears are something that rise up from your like gut through your heart, then out of your eyes because you're overcome with emotion. If you watch that last out of a Mets World Series and you've gone your entire life, like you're gonna be overcome with emotion.
I mean, I've been to 25 straight Met opening days. The amount of money, blood, sweat, tears I've already, well, not tears, but blood and sweat I've spent on like that franchise and that.
Bro, I just said on air today I teared up with the with the ALCS win. I'm sitting in my living room like, why are my eyes getting watery? Because my eyes are getting watery because I'm like, I'm gonna go to the World Series.
Yeah, and sports will do that to you, right? Like, and that's the crazy part about sports. We can have all the needling and the prodding and the tough talk, but when it gets down to it, winning is what matters, right? Winning, actually seeing your team win, which I haven't done. I'm a Bulls fan, so they won a few when I was like 10. But Mets, Jets, and Rangers, I've never seen that before. I'm 40 in October.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Never seen a championship really from a New York team in my life that I root for.
No, it's decades, bro. It's 30 years of being like, man, I've watched all of these games. I've read all of these articles. I've listened to you. How long you been working at WFN? You've listened to us talk about all these teams and this stuff over and over. So you've been up on it. You've been abreast. You've been aware. Like, it's one thing. There are fans. That's another thing with the Knicks fan. There are fans that helicoptered out and now they're helicoptering back in. There are Knicks fans dusting off some of their old Knicks gear saying, oh, we back, baby. Hey, come on. That's how it works. But man, when you do finally get there and your team wins, it's like, that's why I say I'm not hating on the Detroit Lions fans. They're finally back up. They want to see their team win. Let me think of another team that has broken through. Like, I don't know. They're
thinking of another team. That is why also Met fans were so boisterous about Soto, because we really think that's like the final piece to like get us over the edge. And that's the reason why we're so like, maybe not protective, but like why we're so, oh no, wait a minute. He chose us. Like, he didn't choose the Yankees. He chose the Mets because he thinks that he could be like that last infinity stone that could get that franchise over the top. And if that happens, that Tom Seaver statue outside Citi Field is going to have some company because it's going to be Juan Soto out there. And it might be David Wright out there. And it might be Pete Alonso out there. But he knows he's the guy that can get it done.
Yeah, I just would slow down with the Tom, that no disrespect to Tom Seaver. I feel that's disrespectful. I'd slow down with the statues. You just got that statue late. And even with he chose us. Like, yes, he chose the Mets. But honestly, if the Savannah Bananas offered him $5 million more, like maybe he'd be a Savannah Banana.
My argument to that is that the Yankees offered him $755 million, and he turned it down. And for me, $755 and
$760 over 16 years, and we've been doing it. I don't know how many nights I've got to correct folks. $760 over 16 years Just that alone is less than 765 over 15 years. And with the AAV, with the incentives, with the escalators, like there are things in there. Like if he wins MVP, if he wins the World, it makes it more. I think the total value is 805. It's not close, and we're not talking about dollars. We're talking about millions of dollars. 888-808-1019. But yes, I do believe that Juan Soto is a difference maker in the postseason. That's why I keep saying get him there. And I'm not saying it in jest. I'm not saying like do you think that I think the Mets aren't a potential postseason team this year, being in first place, and being one of the better teams in baseball? Like, no, I'm not saying that. And I think we had a caller who was like, oh, it seems like a jab. No, I'm saying get him there. I saw him perform last year. I was there. Like, get him to the postseason, and that's where he makes his money. Because when other guys might go cold and press, it's another day for Juan Soto. And I mentioned, if Juan Soto got an offer from the Savannah Bananas, obviously that can't happen. But that's a joke, right? If the Savannah Bananas offered him $5 million more, he'd sign with them. Well, the Savannah Bananas are actually coming to Yankee Stadium. They've made their way through Clemson and Tampa. They were up in Boston. And so now, yeah, the Savannah Bananas are coming to Yankee Stadium. We'll talk about that when we come back. Keith McPherson on the Fan, taking your calls. Joe, don't hang up. Joe and East Isa, we'll come to you first. Taking your calls, getting you ready for Sunday Night Baseball in the Subway Series. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. Okay. Got it.
Oh, shit.
Uptown, baby. Uptown. I'm here. Had to like sneak in a leftover slice of pizza from last night. When you do these long shows, it's tough because like you eat breakfast in the morning. When are you eating lunch? When are you eating dinner? You can eat breakfast in the morning, but then like I had to leave around 11:30 to get here, and then I won't eat dinner. And now I'm on till 6:30. I won't eat dinner. I don't know, 7:30. Anyway, that's fine because this is where I want to be. You know, I did the show Friday night into 2 a.m. doing this show. I just understand, man. I just get it. You know, being in the city, taking the train, seeing Yankees jerseys, Mets jerseys, Knicks jerseys, being out at the stadium, talking to fans, meeting fans. It's a fun time. The weather is good and the teams are good, and yeah, we're good. So, you know, speaking of being good, the Savannah Bananas are really good. Their brand and what they've built is amazing. I watched them go from Savannah, Georgia, where during the pandemic they were able to still do their thing. That's like an open alcohol area where you could walk the streets with alcohol. And there was some other loophole where like they were still able to have their season and basically do some things. And since then they revamped. I remember John Boy going there when I was working with John Boy back in 2020, 2021. He went down there and did something with them. And then they blew up. And I always just like, I give credit to people who work in marketing. I used to work in marketing as a social media manager. I give a lot of credit to people that have the vision of how to change their brand moving into the future. I've given that same credit to the marketing folks at the Mets. I don't know any of them, but I know that the Mets have definitely hired some new people and changed some things in their front office and in their marketing and social media department where they've done a lot of things that hit. You know, last year with Grimace and the McDonald's marketing campaign, McDonald's brand is huge. You line your brand up with Grimace. You know, even this year, I saw McDonald's tweet out a picture of Grimace, and it said something along the lines. It had like Grimace with a top hat, and it was like, you know, oh, Grimace thought the Met Gala was in Flushing in Queens, something along those lines. It's basically a play on words with the Met Gala and the Mets, like saying Grimace thought it had something to do with the Mets. So, like, even this year, when the Mets aren't leaning into the Grimace stuff, the marketing still continues with McDonald's. 888-808-1019. Why did the Savannah Bananas choose to come to New York and not to Citi Field? They're coming to Yankee Stadium. Hold on, stay with me. So September 14th and 13th of 2025, coming up September 13th and 14th. There's a ticket lottery, by the way. It's November 1st, or the ticket lottery closes before November 1st, 2024. So I guess that's already history. And there was a whole list. I don't know. I was on the outside of this, but somebody just brought it my way, and it made me think about, okay, here's another thing. And this isn't Keith McPherson saying it. This is just facts. The Savannah Bananas have had this in the works and in this, in the plans for, months now. They're coming to Yankee Stadium for 2 games. Maybe they'll come to Citi Field, but why'd they choose the Yankees first? Did they consult Juan Soto? No. They went to the place with an established brand and established fans, and like, it's okay to admit the Mets are in the midst of a rebrand. This is different for the Mets to have this rich owner, to have this president of baseball operations, a manager in year 2, and a competitive team that Juan Soto would choose. But this isn't long standing. So the Mets have to continue to win. The only thing that can really change their brand and their image is to get to the World Series and win it. 888-808-1019. Joe is in East Islip on the Fan. I got to you, Joe.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate that. Always enjoy your show. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on something you mentioned a while ago, New York First fan. I'm one of those. I'm 69. I went to my first Mets game in 1964. The family were Brooklyn Dodger fans, so I just embraced the Mets. But never been a Yankee hater. Always root for the Yankees to do well. And I live for the real Subway Series. Not this stuff. It's all fun. It's great. I'm looking forward to the game tonight. Always look forward to the series during the season. But October is the time. And I really think this year we may be there. We may get there. I hope, with my heart that it happens, and we're going to see. And one thing about yesterday's game, I know we can nitpick the moves by Boone, but if you're a fan, and I know you are, you're a fan of baseball, it was a beautiful game. I mean, that relay play where they Volpe threw out Bailey at home, you got to record that, show it to the kids playing ball today, because that was perfect execution. And speaking of Beatty, I mean, the barehanded plays, from third, you can't ask for more than, the beauty of the game. And yesterday was very much that. So, I just thought I'd mention that. I know it's all about trolling and provocation today, but that's all fun. In the end, New York fans have a lot to be thankful for. We got the Knicks. We had St. John's coming off a great season. You got the Yankees playing great. You got the Mets playing great. And let's hope for the best. Big brother, little brother, we're still family, right?
Yeah, and neighbors. Great call, Joe. How'd I leave St. John's out? I guess because once St. John's got knocked out, people called me and act like they were a failure. And I took flack for that, saying that this was a stepping stone. Oh, Keith, how's it a stepping stone? They're going to have a different team. I'm like, it's a stepping stone for the program. They had been down so long. As I was trying to think of another fan base, I know it's amateur sports, right? See how it comes back around. I was happy to see St. John's fans celebrating. I'm not a St. John's fan. I didn't go to St. John's, but I did plenty of time talking about St. John's on the Fan this year because it's rare. It doesn't happen. So the same applies, Now, if the Mets get to the World Series and win it before the Yankees, will a part of me be like, come on, man. But at the same time, a part of me will be like, congratulations. Since 1986, you guys got it. Good for you. 888-808-1019. Now, on the possibility of a World Series, right, you talked about New York fans and a Subway Series World Series and how you root for New York. Yeah, you root for your coworkers, you root for your family members, your neighbors, right? You don't want to see all of us miserable over the Jets or the Giants and the teams. But Pete Alonso, you could tell this guy's been around long enough. He's a real New Yorker. Disha had a quote from Pete, and I know everybody caught it, but I have Disha's tweet in front of me. Pete Alonso on the possibility of playing the Yankees in October in a World Series. He said that'd probably be the best postseason matchup ever because you don't have to go on the road. You don't have to deal with the Great Wall of traffic going out of JFK. You don't have to wait on the tarmac. Any chance we can avoid the Van Wyck, that'd be great. To me, that quote from Pete is great. That's spoken like a guy that has been around here and been in some cars. And, that's what I talked about in my open as far as like, it's just great to see an opposing team with a fan base like the Mets where they're getting off of the 4 train. They're getting off the B or the D. Oh, bro, can we get an express train? I think I made the mistake and just got on the first train. But, man, the train from the game yesterday, I think they held it at 125th and 72nd Street. Each time, 10-minute waits. And it was like they were trying to wait for the train to fill up. And I'm like, this is taking forever. I don't have all this. I was trying to get home. I was so tired. I went from Friday night doing the show, not sleeping, to getting up and going back to Yankee Stadium Saturday. And then when I finally got on the train to leave, I'm like, oh my, they're stopping the train again. Why can't this be express? Why can't this just get downtown? 888-808-1019. Alan in New Hyde Park is on his way to the Subway Series. I'm assuming in a car, not on the train.
Oh yeah, I am. I guess I told Paulie that I'm on the Bruckner now, almost by Bronx River Avenue exit. I went Friday the same route. You've spoken a few times. I enjoyed the Subway Series on the Yankee side. I have one of my Mickey Mantle jerseys on, so you can figure out my age. I am 74. So I've had a lot of the callers today, in and out from what I do all day. I have to tell you, I'm lucky. As I get older, I'm lucky because all my teams have won multiple championships, except the Rangers. They've only won once in my lifetime. The Yankees, obviously, the Knicks, I saw both of those. The Rangers have won and the Giants 4. So, for that way, I'm fortunate. But I'll tell you, with a little backtrack on the Knicks, it's going to be a tough series, with Indiana. I know I heard I do real estate, so I was in an open house. I heard a lot of your comments. I know we were hurt last year. I know Cleveland was hurt this year, but we'll still see. I mean, the Knicks have to protect home court, and we'll make sure they need to win game one. You know, Indiana is a very fast team and very quick, so you got to be on your game with them. And the team that we have, I feel somewhat, confident. Listen, on the couple more things, you just give me a couple of minutes. On the Yankees, you know, I don't know what side of the fence you're on about Aaron Boone. I've heard a lot of some of your stuff today with the callers. I'm not a Boone guy. You know, they always say that the manager of a baseball team can somewhat maybe win you 5 games. I think with Boone, it's the opposite. I think he loses us 5 games by his indecisions, his not being able to really delegate the proper way a game should be formulated. And you're trying to discuss all that. There should have been a bunt in that Zero's number 90, and then I heard you say he can't bunt. Well, how come they don't show each other how to bunt? I mean, back in my era, that was the game, that was the play.
Yeah, I know. A little guy like that should know how to bunt, but I mean, it is what it is. Thanks for the call, Alan. Just running out of time and got a full rack of calls, and I got to cut you guys shorter because I can't respond to everything. You know, when you are up there in age, you do start to realize how lucky you are because of how much sports you've seen and how many boxes you can check off with seeing your teams win. That's why I was talking about these young kids outside with the Knicks fans. This is their moment. This is the moment of their lifetime, of their fandom, to see the Knicks get to the Eastern Conference Final. It's been 24 years. There are 21-year-olds out there. I was talking about Friday. I'm like, even if you're 30, you don't remember that. Maybe if you're 35, you can vividly remember it, or remember it enough. Even if you remember it, your memory is fuzzy. So this is new. This is fresh. It's their time. It's great. You also made me think of something, as you said, you're in the car, and I had the tab up and I meant to do it, but I think we got into some other conversations and went to break. The lineups are out. So before we continue with the Knicks and the Pacers conversation, the Subway Series, let's read the lineups. So it's obviously David Peterson versus Max Fried tonight in the rubber match, Sunday Night Baseball for the world to see. We'll start with the Mets, the visiting team. Francisco Lindor leads off, playing shortstop. Juan Soto is batting second in right field. Pete Alonso is batting third at first base. Mark Vientos is batting fourth at third base. Brandon Nimmo is batting fifth in left field. Starling Marte is batting sixth, DHing. Francisco Alvarez is batting seventh, doing the catching. Jeff McNeil is batting eighth in center field, and batting ninth is Luis Angel Acuna, playing second base. For the Yankees, Paul Goldschmidt will lead off, playing first base. Trent Grisham will bat second out in center field. Aaron Judge will be batting third in right field. Cody Bellinger will clean up, playing left field. Anthony Volpe will bat fifth at shortstop. Jason Dominguez gets another game to DH. He is batting sixth. DJ LeMahieu will bat seventh at second base. Austin Wells will do the catching, batting eighth. And Oswald Peraza will be in the 9 spot out on third base. So call me up with your thoughts and reactions on the lineup. The Yankees, putting Goldie up there. And, I mean, it's lefty on lefty. And if you remember last year, I remember Mendoza lining up his lefties to face the Yankees and the team that they had last year because the Yankees couldn't hit lefty pitching. Hopefully it's a different turnout. And, for the Mets, after you saw Brett Beatty do his thing, and Brett Beatty almost got a hold of what it was yesterday. Brett Beatty, it was great at third base, but Mark Vientos goes back to his spot, and Starling Marte will be in there at the DH. And, yeah, we shall see. We shall see. It's going to be a good game. And going back to what a caller said about, how tight the game was yesterday, it felt like a postseason game. I actually sat in my seat for a lot of the game because it was so, it was so close, it was so tight, and you got to pay attention. And there were all these little moves that couldn't have been made, and that's good, right? That's what you want it to be. These are 2 top teams in New York battling it out, and it sets up the rubber match, a postseason environment, and we got a tight postseason game. You know how postseason games are won 3-2, and it's one mistake or one little thing, manufacturing runs versus a team that just hit 2 home runs that gives the winning team an edge. So speaking of, and we're going to go back to the conversation with the Knicks and the Pacers, who will be the winning team from this series. I just think that the Knicks' style of play is so different than the Pacers. Them having home court advantage them being conditioned when the Pacers do go to the bench, them still being able to, hold. Like, I think, Karl Anthony Towns coming out and having the game he had in game 6, let's just stop doubting him. Let's stop questioning his toughness. Like, you need that guy. He's a big part of the reason that the Knicks are here. I think you'll see him get back to shooting the 3. You didn't see that as much in the Celtics series. But ultimately, it ends with Brunson having the ball in the fourth quarter, right? Brunson's going to have to give you a signature performance. He's going to probably have to give you a couple games where he goes for 30, 35, maybe even 40. I look at the Pacers as like, okay, like they're able to survive again. But if the Knicks are healthy in a 7-game series, I think the Knicks could beat them. I know the Pacers have a handful of guys, but like it's time to believe. Belief is needed. That's the message I've been saying. If you're a Knicks fan, and I know you're almost conditioned to hate on them, you're almost conditioned to look for a way out or expect them to fail or not believe. There's no reason now. The path is right here. There's no reason now. Like, you can beat the Pacers and get back to the finals. All the people that said you haven't won something yet, as you know, like I said, there are Nets fans trying to convince me to like root against the Nets. One, no, I'm or root against the Knicks because I'm a Nets fan. One, no, I don't care. Two, I'm gonna do my job. Three, like, someone's like, you praising the Knicks is ridiculous. No, it's not. They deserve praise. You see what they've done? No one thought they could beat the Celtics. They don't deserve praise. I don't know. I don't hate them like that. It's not. I just understand the sport and where we are and what it is. Go New York, go New York, go. The Knicks continue to go. It's better for the fan. And obviously the Yankees and Mets being in first place, better for the fan. We have gone through enough miserable seasons, enough losing, enough being mocked and laughed at by every other city. Maybe it is our time right now. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Time is flying by. I honestly thought this show was going to feel like, like I do the 5 hours at night and they fly by, but I'm like, during the day, this is going to be a while. I'm not booking any guests, not asking anybody to join me on a Sunday, but you guys are guests. So the phone lines have been full. When we come back, as we're getting closer to the game, I do want to hammer the phones, but keep it concise because I can't answer. If you give me 5 points, I got to write notes on your points. I can't answer everything, but plenty more calls, plenty more to do. Keith McPherson on the Fan. A little Sunday sauce comes back right after this. All right, let me check my phone and then I'll check the chat because I'm blowing up. The world is watching us, New York. They're always watching. Now they're specifically watching our sports and our sports fans. And New York is shining right now. To see 47,700 people come out on Friday night and then another Sunday night baseball. The world is watching us, New York. They're always watching. Now they're specifically watching our sports and our sports fans and seeing how great we are. New York is shining right now. Posting my socials.
That I'm a gangster, drinking my wet, holding essence, making sure the cash came correct. Then I step investments and stop sewing up the pots to sell. Out winning good fights with mega competition. Walking with his finger on the that I'm a gangster.
Come on. Fuck. All right. It was all a dream. It is all a dream. Like, this is what you dream of as a sports fan. Keep McPherson on the fan. This is what you dream of as a Met fan, being able to be in first place with star players and pitching and a good manager and a great owner and president of baseball operations, where you can match up and go toe-to-toe with the Yankees, where you walk into Yankee Stadium and you feel proud, you feel big. You don't feel like, oh, here we go, we're just going to lose to the Yankees again. And here's the converse for the Yankees. The Yankees are like, yo, we were in the World Series last year. We lost Juan Soto. We're still in first place. We've replaced him. We still have the best player in the game. We're still the Yankees. You're still little brother. You still have a long way to go to ever catch up. And we can beat you tonight with Max Fried on the mound, who we got first when we pivoted away from not having to pay Juan Soto $760 million. And we'll get the early bragging rights. We'll get, we'll have the first punch thrown. We'll be able to get a little get back from being swept last year. So let's see it, man. 888-808-1019. I did say I wanted to take some calls on the Knicks and Pacers, as we should. We're getting closer. This is a guy who is not a Knicks fan, similar to, me not being a Knicks fan, but also not a hater. Put his money on the Knicks to win the series when most people said that was a bad bet. Moose is in Jamaica on the fan. What's up, Moose?
What do you do? I'll be quick. Two things. One about the Knicks and one about me personally. About something I'm trying to get done. And I want to hear your opinion. I told Rosie I want to see if you're going to show me. So about the Knicks. The Knicks are in a prime position to get the Pacers, not just because of talent gap, but more so styles of play. The Pacers are the type of team that can beat you by 20 with Halliburton doing nothing in the game or doing everything in the game. Because they're unselfish, they play fast, and they don't really care much about defense. They're trying to outscore you, have more runs in the game, shift. They're playing momentum basketball, where they try to move and outscore you and out-3 you when the momentum shifts and they ride the crowd. The crowd.
Yep.
Like you can tell.
I know.
It's almost like a pickup game for them. It's not really NBA.
It's NBA, but their style of play, and just to add, we've seen the Knicks take runs from the Celtics and handle a 20-point deficit and come back. I think they'll be prepared for the Pacers.
But I'm not putting any money on this series because I don't know if the Knicks are going to swoop up 5 or 6, or even randomly we have what happened last year. You can knock on wood with the injuries and stuff like that, but the
get out after this call.
They cried last year, as far as I'm concerned, with the injuries. Personally, guess what? I just came from Dick's Sporting Goods. I'm currently in a 4-year school. I have all 4 or 5 years of my eligibility. I played plenty of pickup baseball up into the age of like 23 with people who are varsity high school, played little league, travel ball. I'm trying to walk on to my college team there at CUNY School, Division III. I'm trying to walk on. I'm going to try out this coming fall to walk on because these video games ain't doing it for me no more. I need the actual sport. Like, low-key, I was at the park chilling today, and I just threw a ball back to people who were playing, and they felt good. Like I still got it. I need the exercise. I need the action.
What position are you trying to play?
I can still touch 95 if I stretch and elongate my arm and warm it up. I can still touch 95 on the fastball, but I can also hit. I just don't know if I'm gonna.
Yeah, there's no scouting report on Moose from Jamaica. See, like, this is what I'm talking about, man. I don't have time for this. I'm just playing. Good luck to you, Moose. But now I am literally running out of time. I was going to be done at 6. This show will go till 6:30. Now it's pump up time. So let's get the calls in. Let's get the thoughts in quickly. And like, if you're going to walk onto your college team, maybe you save that one. But good luck to Moose, whether he was, trolling or joking or serious. But yes, 5 o'clock. Now it's time. We're getting closer to the Subway Series Game 3 rubber match. Keith McPherson on the fan till 6:30. We'll be right back. Oh, man. Let me see what they're talking about, bro. I'm trying to answer tweets now. Okay. Shit. Okay. Got that posted on Twitter. Got that posted on Instagram. Chat. We're running out of time. It's all good, bro. You're not late. I'm just on early. I'm on during the day. Full KM to AM Monday night? Yes. Yes. For sure. Gonna be a good one. Military Mike. All right, I'm caught up on the chat. Chat's not. There's a lot of people in the chat, but you guys aren't writing enough where I can't catch up. So let's get the show to 6:30 and I'm out. Whew. Sauce them up. The sauce is forever. Some people got it. Some people don't. Sunday sauce on the fan in New York. Shout out to Mo who just jumped in my chat. He's like, "You're sorry I'm late." I'm like, "You're not late. I'm just on early. I'm never on the fan at 5 p.m. But it's Sunday, and it's a special weekend as the Knicks are going to the Eastern Conference Finals." That's a real sentence. And the Subway Series is in the Bronx. Two first-place teams facing off in the rubber match for the world to see on Sunday Night Baseball. And we're having all the conversations around Aaron Boone's managerial decisions to Judge disappearing in clutch situations. Another big stage. The captain, the best hitter in the game, has shrunk on. But other guys have shined. The question that I had before the series was who shines besides Juan Soto, and Cody Bellinger is turning it on lately. He's got a little streak going, hit one out. He looks good out there on offense and defense. Everyone's talking about the throw and the relay and Volpe throwing a runner out at home. And yeah, it was a tight game, defensive game, and little things that you don't do, whether it's putting a bunt on or sending a runner. Yeah, we know Dominguez is fast. I'm literally in there yesterday. Like, Dominguez is fast. He's going to score. We got to get him. Nope. It is what it is. At the end of the day, that created a great atmosphere, a great game. And now we get to the rubber match, which everybody will be locked in on. Some Mets fans may, check out if it's a sweep. I doubt it. But you're getting high ticket sales and you're going to get high viewership tonight with the Mets-Yankees Sunday Night Baseball rubber match for the first bragging rights of this early part of the season in the Subway Series where, honestly, in recent time, the Mets have the advantage, but it's regular season games. And I told you, I said this in the years past, that the Yankees look at these games as regular season games. But now with the dynamic of having Juan Soto on the team, having Juan Soto leave the Yankees and choose the Mets and talk about how it's a Mets town. Okay, the Yankees wrote that down. Talking about how, the Yankees will probably only be good for 6-7 years, but he thinks he's got a better future in Queens, and how the Mets are building a dynasty and how there's a family environment and how, the Mets weren't the highest bidder. I just chose the Mets because I just wanted to be a Met. Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion. As Judge said, I disagree, but that's his opinion. And you also are entitled to make your own decisions and choices in life, but then you have to live with the other side. I was just saying to someone in my chat, because someone was going on about, Juan Soto regretting the decision. I'm like, nobody's regretting a decision that makes you that much money. He's still playing the game he loves. And he still has Mets fans in the same season, in the same city. He has Mets fans backing him. But what I think is that he couldn't understand the magnitude of the decision. I don't think he thought it would matter this much. I don't think when he punched that, I don't think he knew that that decision would be something that would carry all of these months into the season, and Yankee fans were going to show up the way that they did these last 2 days. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Eli in Muncie on the fan. What's up, Eli? Great. How are you?
I have one question for Bruce. Why is Ben Rice not in the lineup?
Wait for it later. It's going to be well, first off, David Peterson is pitching, but it's going to be, Ben Rice opportunity late in the game, and hopefully not too late in the game. We'll see, but it's because of David Peterson. I don't know if you could pull up the numbers. Has he faced David Peterson or not? It's more about Ben Rice versus.
Okay, and I think honestly he's the next judge.
You said he's the next judge?
Yeah, he's so good. Just look at his numbers.
Ben Rice?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're trolling, but I'm gonna let you go. Just like, I don't know, kids these days, like that. If that was a joke, that's not a good joke. If that was a troll, it's not a good troll. Ben Rice is the next judge. In what regard? I don't even know if I should entertain that. There's too many other people calling and other things. I hope so. I hope he's the left-handed judge that plays first base and DHs. Look at his numbers. I don't know. His numbers aren't like Judge's numbers. But Ben Rice is due. Don't get me wrong. Ben Rice is certainly due to hit one out. But Dominguez is DHing. So you get his speed on the base pass, which Dominguez, if you guys aren't paying attention, Dominguez has been pretty solid in his last little stretch here. Can I shift from young Ben Rice to young Dominguez since you queued me up for that? In his last 7 games, he's batting .308. He's got 8 hits, 3 homers, 9 ribbies, 5 walks, 1 stolen base. If you expand that to his last 15 games, he's batting .280 with 14 hits, 3 homers, 10 ribbies, 8 walks, stolen base. So, like, embrace the Martian. Like I said, we got to embrace this kid. We got to let this guy play. Ben Rice's bat is great. He can run a little bit, but Dominguez, like, I like what they're doing. We did not know we would be here, Yankee fans, as far as like, okay, Trent Grisham has played so well that you got to put him in the game, and he's only going to play one position. Another thing that you kind of pat Belly on the back for, and in his worth, when people were kind of frustrated with Belly, I'm like, he plays every position in the outfield. Well, you can trust him everywhere. And now that he's hitting, he's got to be in the lineup. Obviously, Judge got to be out there and be in the lineup. But the DH spot doesn't necessarily go to Ben Rice. If there's a right-handed pitcher on the mound, yeah, he mashes righties. But Jason Dominguez, a switch hitter and a very athletic player with speed. Man, there was a play yesterday. I was sitting in my actual seat, and Goldie fouled a ball off. And I don't know if the cameras caught it, but I had clear sight of it. I was right behind home plate. Goldie fouled the ball off the net, and Dominguez was like on deck and caught it bare hand holding his bat. And I'm like, athlete. I'm like, this guy is a freak athlete. Did anybody see that? What a specimen. Let's go to Kevin in Danbury, Connecticut. What's up, Kevin? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
I couldn't agree with you more about Ben Martian, man. He's going to be special. I really believe that.
Yeah, he was, because of the whole, Dominican outfielder dynamic. There were definitely a lot of fans chanting Dominguez and hyping Dominguez. Like, Juan Soto was getting Jason Dominguez chants at him while he was in right field. So
exactly. Now, can I make 3 quick points? I know you're pressed for time.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, I don't think the Pirates will give up Skeens. They might, like you said, upsell the team. If they do that, there's no way. Jazz has got to play second base when he comes back. He's still there?
Yeah, you said you had 3?
Yeah, no, one more. I want to give a big thank you to Soto because of what he did for us last year. I loved it. A lot of fun, but thank you for leaving because now we have Max Fried. We got a configuration in the outfield that we wouldn't have. If Soto stayed, Judge would not be, Judge wouldn't be in right field. Christian, we wouldn't have known how good a center fielder he is. And Belly's playing a fantastic, now he's still playing fantastic left field. And I'm so glad we got Goldie, and I'm just happy with the team as constructed.
Yes. Everything happens for a reason. Thank you for the call, Kevin. Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens in God's perfect timing. Like, we did not feel that way the Sunday night where, at least for me, I'm watching MLB Network. They're at the winter meetings, and it comes across the ticker, Juan Soto to the Mets, 15 years. $765 million. I was like, all right, well, I turned the TV off and go to bed now. I was getting calls, text messages. I talked about this the other night. I had a couple of people reach out like, hey, you want to go live? I'm like, not tonight. This isn't a night for me to go live. What are you talking about? You don't want to weigh in on the no. I'll wait until my show the next day. I'm not going live on anybody else's platform or even my own platform after the Yankees took an L there. That counts as an L. And it was a huge win for the Mets. But, hey, you don't know the future. And like Kevin was just saying, we would not have this outfield configuration. Juan Soto in right field. Judge is better than right field. Just not. There's no debate there. We find out that Trent Grisham can hit, right? Trent Grisham was a guy that was hitting under the Mendoza line, a guy that nobody wanted to see in the batter's box. So much so on Sunday Night Baseball last June, fans chanted, "We want Soto" during his at bat. Now with consistent at bats, he's a threat to homer, playing like an all-star. And then Belly, you get Belly because you can afford Belly's contract. All you had to do was trade Cody Poteet for him. Cody Poteet, I don't know if Cody Poteet's even in the league. He was with the Orioles. The Orioles are terrible. The Orioles can't figure it out at all with pitching. So the silver lining, the serendipity, the prayers unanswered, however you want to call it, I say the universe never unconnects. This is written. Like this was, if I wish I had no idea. I wish I would have known. I wouldn't have been going so hard for Juan Soto. But what it was we just got to the World Series and lost. And I remember Stanton, I talked about this the other night. They interviewed Stanton. Well, hey, Giancarlo, what's your message to Juan Soto going into free agency? He said, stay with us. Stay with us. I think in the immediate, you're so quick to think like, let's keep this team together that got to the World Series. And if we run it back, that's how I felt about the Mets. That's why I was surprised to see they didn't bring back Candelita. Did you guys see Candelita has a new OMG sign and brown and yellow? Ew, Padres colors. But I was so sure that the Mets could benefit from bringing back almost all of the pieces that they could from, this past year. They brought back the right pieces. They added some good pieces. I just think, running it back is always in our mind, but you don't know what's on the other side of pivoting. It's like a life thing too. You don't know what's on the other side of leaving a job or a relationship or leaving a city that you're in. Like you pivot sometimes and you're going to run into something that you weren't expecting and it could be better for you. But we want to, as humans, human nature, hold on to what we have that worked. Something else will work. And this has worked for the Yankees. You're going to see a master at work, Max Fried, who comes out to Gangstar work. Maybe we'll play that before I get out of here. I want to say, I thought the other day I heard Dominguez come up with that as his walk-up song, or maybe that's another thing. I love DJ Jung and the DJs at Yankee Stadium, but I think we're playing a little too much music. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that goes to this, they play like 5 seconds of like random songs in between balls and strikes, and I like it sometimes in there to be quiet. I like sometimes for just to be quiet so I could be like, let's go, Grimace. Sharif is out in Queens on the fan. What's up, Sharif?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I just got a couple of things. The Knicks. I mean, obviously, I'm a Knicks fan. I'm happy they get to the final, Eastern Conference Finals. But there's a couple of things. OG, I love him. I think he's a great player, but I think he needs to get a little bit gangster. I need him to get a little bit more spoken. He seems so calm.
That's always been his personality.
Yeah, I would love to see that, and I would love to see Towns continue going to the basket. And one thing on the Knicks offensive set, when Brunson is on the top of the key, I would love for them to not wait to like the 13-second mark to set a screen. Like I think if they do that earlier, to like the 20 second, like once they get over and set a screen, I think that will create more shots, and then everybody will get more touches, and that will create more guys scoring double digits, and which will be better for the Knicks. And one other thing about Soto, when he left, when they lost the World Series game, and then the interviewer asked him, he said, there's 32 teams out there. Just said, right now, we just lost the World Series. There's nothing to talk about right now, but thank you. None of this would ever happen. He did a LeBron.
You're kind of right about that, Sharif. Thanks for the call. I had a video that did great numbers. That's another thing, too. Appreciate you guys running up my social media during all this. I played right into it the whole week talking about Juan Soto. And I had this video where I was like, here's why Yankee fans are going to boo Juan Soto. Like, we remember in our darkest moment of the season, collapsing, melting in that 5th inning and losing game 5 when your teammates were crying and you weren't crying, you weren't sobbing, you knew you were done. Oh, well, this Yankee stuff is over. And I understand a lot of the Met fans that have helicoptered in and said, he was forced to the Bronx. He had been traded again. He didn't want to be a Yankee. He seemed to have a good time as a Yankee. Him and Judge had a whole thing, and I know he enjoyed it. But, the way that he went about, and it's Boris Corp, because I know Garrett Cole did the same thing. I vividly remember because I knew the Yankees had a chance of getting Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole didn't get in the World Series. The Astros lose that game to Juan Soto and the Nationals. When they got to Garrett Cole's locker, he didn't have an H hat on. He had a Boris Corp hat. He took all of his Astros stuff off. He was done not returning. But Juan Soto was so prepared with his Boris Corp messaging of, I'm available to all 30 teams. There are 32 teams in the NFL. There's 30 teams in Major League Baseball. But Juan Soto wasn't available to all 30 of them. In my video, I said, don't lie to us, Juan. Who do you think you're talking to, bro? We knew, and so did the reporters that covered both Mets and Yankees. They knew what questions to ask. They didn't ask him about the Dodgers that night. The Dodgers are in town. You just got to look at them. The Dodgers are the evil empire, the deferred Dodgers. They could have offered Juan Soto. They asked him specifically in Yankee Stadium, in the Yankee clubhouse, about Steve Cohen, about the Mets. And I don't evoke George's name. I don't do that a lot, but I'm like, that's a moment where you want to talk about George Steinbrenner rolling in his grave. The Yankees lose the World Series to this player that he just gave up 5 players to bring here. And you guys are talking about going across town to the Mets, asking him about, what about the Mets? What are the Mets chances? And he's like, George would have came down there. If George was already, he'd already would have been down there. George would have cut all the interviews, kicked media out, kicked Juan Soto out. Wait, you're holding court about where you're going while you're still wearing our team issued merch and not merch, team issued shirts, and you're in our clubhouse? Yeah, Yankee fans definitely remembered that. That was our first inkling. That was our first real sign. Oh, this guy was asked about the bleacher creatures. He was asked about Yankee fans. That was our first notice that, hey, none of that worked on this guy. This guy don't have a heart. This guy is a robot. He's a cyborg. He's trained well. He's programmed well. He flipped that question. He said, that should influence management. That should influence them upstairs. They saw their fans. They saw how their fans love me. That should influence them. And it did. The Yankees offered him way more money than I would have. I wasn't going over 700. I didn't think he should top Ohtani. I don't think he's better than Judge. I know how they played hardball with Judge. But anyway, going back to what you were talking about with the Knicks, and I know you guys want to coach the team too. We all want to manage the team. They have a style of play that they play, and it's been successful for them. They have Jalen Brunson. They have guys that can shoot. As far as all the, setting picks and screens and stuff like that, well, maybe if Tom Thibodeau wants them to do that. These guys watch a lot of film. I know it because I've heard all of them reference film study. They should actually have, but the Knicks will probably never give us that fly on the wall. They should give us some fly on the wall stuff after the season of a Tom Thibodeau film session. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure you learn a lot. I'm sure you see a lot that we can't see as NBA fans watching on the regular broadcast. But I don't think they're going to screen and pick and roll their way past the Pacers. They have to beat them. Now, I understand you talking about OG getting gangster, right? Your name is OG. You're supposed to be an original gangster. But his personality is his personality. He can get gangster on there, on the floor. When you watch OG play, there are moments where he's locking guys up. He can defend the whole damn team if he wants to sometimes. There's times where he's dunking the ball. There's times where he's shooting the ball where it's he looks like the best player on the court. But also it's his demeanor, I'm pretty sure he's African, Nigerian, and he's British. He was born in London, and I don't know if you're gonna see him actually talk trash or be tougher, but this is what I do expect. I do expect his old teammate Pascal Siakam, right? He knows Pascal Siakam like the back of his hand from their time in Toronto. I'm putting him on Pascal Siakam. Mikal Bridges, this is what they got you for, right? You were the missing piece. A 3-and-D wing stop. I'm expecting these guys to be able to take the ball from the Pacers, these guys to block shots, these guys to stop some of the movement of the Pacers. We're talking about how their pace of play and how they like to move the ball and go on runs and shoot threes. And okay, the Knicks have the defense for that. Their defense can slow them down. And then when Brunson has the ball in his hands, he can slow down the offense and they can win the game. It's coaching, though. And I expect this to be a hell of a coaching battle. Rick Carlisle versus Tom Thibodeau combined, these guys have a ton of basketball experience. It's going to be a chess match game by game. Again, I say belief is needed here. Now is not the time if you're a Knicks fan to be, copping out on them if they lose Wednesday. It's a 7-game series. You have the upper hand. Speaking of having the upper hand, OKC is up 89-67. They have a deep bench like the Pacers. Honestly, not saying I want this. The matchup is like for the finals, for the best basketball, not for the markets. Ew. OKC, Indiana, small market finals is, it's disgusting. But for the basketball, it's OKC versus Indiana for, the amount of guys that they put on the court and their style of play. It's Timberwolves, Knicks for like the theatrics, and A-Rod is an owner of the Timberwolves, former Yankee, and Tom Thibodeau used to coach over there, and Karl Anthony Towns was there. They traded him away. Now they're, relying on Julius Randle to save the day and Dante DiVincenzo. And yeah, I could see that. I could see both. But yeah, I think it's a foregone conclusion here as we go into the fourth quarter. And there's over a 20-point lead here, 24-point lead here for the Thunder, that the Thunder will be advancing to face the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals, and the Knicks obviously are facing the Pacers. Belief is needed. Don't quit on them. I don't know how many calls I take. Every time the Knicks lost against the Pistons or against the Celtics, we took calls. People, I don't know about the coach. I don't know about Cat. I don't know, where was OG? Where was this guy? And don't do that. They've gotten this far. They've given you this much joy. Stick with them, root for them, and maybe they're going on to the finals. Maybe they actually do win a chip. The Yankees were close to winning a chip last year, but they weren't actually close to winning a chip. I still think, like, as much as we think and say all these things, like the Dodgers were, as soon as the Dodgers signed Ohtani and that in that fashion where they deferred the money and they were able to sign Yamamoto and added him to that team, which in my chat, actually, someone brings to my attention, hey, Keith, the Dodgers just released Chris Taylor. Would you want Taylor in pinstripes? Nope. Like, the Dodgers can get rid of a guy that was a hero for them and Chris Taylor because they have so much talent. Chris Taylor went on that podcast after the season, and he was another one, right? Bench players talking like starters. It was really him and Joe Kelly that had something to say about the Yankees and Yankee defense. He said something like they were pressing. It was one thing after the next. All we've got to do is put the ball in play. He's the one that basically started talking about, like, them knowing. It's just so stupid. It was the On Base podcast with Mookie Betts. Shout out to Bleacher Report. They put that together. But no, would I want Chris Taylor in here after last year? Nope. And I don't think that the Yankees would sign up for Chris Taylor either. Especially, like, they asked Boone about those comments. And, Boone was the one who leaned into, like, it wasn't the Ohtanis, the Freemans, the Betts of the Dodgers talking. It was, again, bench players talking like starters. Richard is in Manhattan on the Fan in New York. How you doing, Richard?
I don't understand Boone Friday night. He brings in Williams. 14 pitches, 12 of them are strikes. Strikes out the side. Nobody gets on. 1, 2, 3, 14 pitches. They're up 6-1. He pitches a perfect 8. Let him go to ninth inning. What are you taking?
Oh, no. I understand that because I was in there. Nobody was expecting that. He struck out the side. Good enough. Now, as far as this is Devin Williams. Wait, this is the same Devin Williams that was like he was the closer. He got booed on opening day. Yeah, so you don't give him the opportunity to do bad. You stop right there.
Shouldn't be on the team.
He's a one-inning guy. He's used to facing 3 guys. He's a closer.
All right, I disagree. All right, now, yesterday.
It worked out Friday. It didn't work out yesterday. So let's talk about yesterday.
All right. Well, it didn't work out because he used Weaver on Friday, and he couldn't use Weaver, even though it would have been non-save yesterday in the ninth. I would have went with him.
No, a lot of us were saying, hey, you could have used Weaver. You could have used Devin Williams.
Because he put in De Los Santos, he couldn't handle it, and then you had to bring in Weaver. So that's why I'm saying you didn't have to take Williams out
The Mets didn't knock him out. You knocked him.
Yeah, but you mentioned the amount of pitches that he threw. It was more about the amount of batters he faced. One inning, that was their script, their plan, their lane for him. But like they have to have kid gloves with the guy, even though he's got back. They don't want to. I don't think anybody in the stadium was thinking about bringing him back out. And Weaver only threw 2 pitches. Go on.
Yesterday, that play where Bellinger and Dominguez. Now that's a tough play, but they got to rehearse this in a spring training. First, you got to catch the ball, then you got to avoid the other outfielder. But most importantly, because no matter what, you have to get in position to throw that ball home. And they didn't have it coordinated well. Bellinger did not make a good throw. He was not in the right position. But I understand it. They looked like 2 guys that didn't know what to do. And that's why he didn't get anything on the throw, because he had to worry about Dominguez maybe. Big thing to me, because it's not planned. Now, another thing. After the game, I heard Mendoza yesterday. Let me know if you got a problem with this. I do. They asked him about that last confrontation, Judge and Diaz. So Mendoza calls. He calls Judge, not out. He calls him Judgy.
Carlos Mendoza calling Aaron Judge Judgy. What do you think he calls him when he sees him? They were together for years under.
Like that after a game.
Yeah, Richard, I gotta let you go. I gotta let you go. We're up against it. I got to break. But what do you? These people have real relationships. He watched Aaron Judge for I don't know how many years, 5 years, like every day. Not just watched him. Probably ate, broke bread with him. Had his phone number. Like he calls him Judgy. They all do that. But now because he's the manager of the Mets, he can't call Judge Judgy. That's what he was. What he has to refer to him as the honorable Captain Aaron Judge. That's funny as hell. He was with the Yankees from 2018 to 23, 5 years. He watched Judge's start of his career. Like he you know how many times he says, "What's up, Judgy?" I'm sure even in pregame stuff and batting practice, he said, "Judgy." You had a problem with that in the postgame? I didn't catch that in the postgame, but that's funny. I always joke about how they have too many pet names, right? And to flip it, Boone, we just faced the Padres, and Michael King was here, and he referred to him as Kinger. This is these guys. I know it's hard for us as fans, but these guys are real people. They have relationships. They take those uniforms off, and when they talk to me, like that is not Carlos Mendoza doing anything besides calling a guy by a name that he called him to his face when he was working with him for 5 years. And again, Weaver threw 2 pitches. They could have went to him yesterday. I wouldn't have let Fernando Cruz go as long. And Devin Williams, it was perfect. That was my cue to leave the stadium Friday and drive to the Fan because he came in, struck out Pete Alonso looking, struck out the side. PC Richardson, I'm out the door. Keep McPherson on the Fan. I'm out the door in an hour. This show is burning up. I'll be right back. He said you can't call him Judgy. Bro, what the? All right, here we go. Jeez. I got too much going on, bro.
Do you think there's ever a world where the Mets overtake the Yankees as
Shit's not working, bro. Fucking A. What is this, like a corrupted file or something? I can't handle this. He said he had a real problem with Mendoza calling him judgy. That's what he calls him. That's what he called the man to his face. What, like, we picked the weirdest things to care about. I don't care about that at all. Okay. No, I don't. I'm not in that group. Sunday vibes, Sunday sauce, Sunday day turning into Sunday night and Sunday night baseball. Keith McPherson on the Fan taking you up until our coverage here with the New York Yankees. Emmanuel Barbari filling in for Dave Sims, who has laryngitis and can't pull through. He'll be alongside Susan Waldman. Hopefully Susan is good. I mean, you just sat in the booth with Dave all day yesterday, Friday. Hopefully we don't, Susan doesn't drop. We got the Rangers coming to town after this, but still taking your calls on the Subway Series, of course, on the Mets and the Yankees. And we're talking about the Knicks and Pacers as we get closer to that series. In my chat, Chickla is like, do you have any insight on the coalition of Knick haters? I'm like, no, I can't even say it. It doesn't roll off the tongue for me. Have I hated on the Knicks in my lifetime? Hell yeah. Were there times that I hated the Knicks more than now? Yeah, definitely. I just think now it's not a good look. It's not a good look for me. But hey, you do you. The way, like, okay, the Yankees were in the World Series last year. And I know most Mets fans were rooting for the Dodgers. Even though the Dodgers beat you, you're rooting for the Yankees because you don't want to live in a world where the Yankees win another World Series, where another parade happens in real time. I had somebody else in my chat. I was talking about this rubber match coming up, early bragging rights in the Subway Series, and the Mets winning tonight. And it's just like, what can the Yankee fans say? You were swept last year in both series. First 3-game set of this season. If the Mets take this one tonight, it's just like, yo, pipe down. But obviously, the Yankee fan can lean on history and can lean on all time and all that type of stuff. And I was like, well, this is regular season. And I always go back to this is just regular season. Both teams are in first place. And we've already talked about October in a Subway Series. And there are a lot of people that think both of these teams could get to the World Series. I've been on record. I don't know. I think with what we had last year with 2 teams in the Final Four, and then look at the Villanova Knicks. They're in the Final Four. It's just hard to, like, in baseball especially, like, it's hard to repeat. It's hard to get back to the World Series. It's hard to win it twice. I don't think the Dodgers win it either. But what do I know, man? I mean, maybe it shakes out, but there's so much more season, trade deadline, second half of the year that, you got to stay healthy and you got to get better. And I don't know. I just think it'd be near impossible to get a Subway Series. I just think so many things would have to go right. There are so many good teams in the National League, and we like to count out the entire American League, but somebody will emerge, and I don't know. Maybe. I don't need it, though. So I was saying to the person in the chat, was like, all right, you guys handle your side of the bargain, right? It's a lot harder, in my opinion, to get to the World Series in the National League than in the American League. And the person was like, "Oh, why are you so sure the Yankees are going to get there?" I'm like, I'm not betting on a World Series with both New York teams, and I'm not sure either one of these New York teams get to the Fall Classic this year since we had it here last year. It'd be great. Even if it's not the Yankees and the Mets somehow do come out of the National League, I'm not going to be mad about that. I'm probably going to go. But it's just rare, man. Like, we had the Rangers and the Diamondbacks, even if you go back, like the Astros now, their run, and that's why I called them a dynasty, their run of that many ALCSs and that many World Series appearances and wins, like in modern day baseball, it's hard to do, especially for a team that doesn't want to pay anybody. So back to the phones we go. Last call for calls. I do want to hype it up. If you're at the stadium, call me. Let me know where you are. If you're on the street, it might be a little loud. If you can get to a quiet spot, let me know what it's looking like out there. I'm not going to the game tonight because I am on air and I wanted this show. And I also wanted to go home to eat dinner with my wife and my son, since I'm being trolled about being a deadbeat dad, as if like all dads don't have to go to work and going to the game is part of my job. But no, tonight I'm taking the night off. There were tickets on the table for me, but I specifically was like, no, I'm working 1 to 6 and I'm going to go home, eat dinner with my wife and my son, put my son in the bath, and then put my son to bed and read him some stories, and then watch the Sunday night baseball. But now I'm here till 6:30. I'll still be late. My wife will stretch, bath time, bedtime. I'll get home by like 7:15. And I'm here with you. I'm here to talk to you. I'm here to talk to the fan and get the feeling of the Met fan going into this game against Max Fried, a familiar foe from his days with the Atlanta Braves, and the Yankee fan who, honestly, I think it's more important for the Yankees to win this game. I think it's more important for the Yankees to win this series. Juan Soto's first series. I also think that Juan Soto is plus 500 to homer. I bet on him the last 2 games. I'm done betting on Juan Soto. Yesterday was my last one. I've wasted too much money betting on a guy that I don't really want to see succeed that much. Like, I put my money somewhere basically out of like, oh, I know this guy is going to be this, and he hasn't been. But my boy Javi sent me a screenshot. He's like, bro, he's plus 500. How do I not put the money on Soto? And I'm like, I'm out. But I'm like, since I'm out, Juan Soto probably homers tonight, but he doesn't have any homers off of Max Fried. So it's a good matchup. Let's get back to the calls. 888-808-1019. Gerald is in Queens on the fan. What's up, Gerald?
Great series. The Yankees and the Mets in the World Series?
Yeah.
Okay. And the Knicks got to get this shit. They got this far.
I think you just dropped the S word. We're bringing you back. He sounded like he said the Knicks got to get this S word. We can't do that. It's a children's program always. It's also still daylight hours, and we can never say the S word on the fan. You can never say Soto. No, that's a if there was a game for how many times the hosts and callers say Soto on the fan, you couldn't play a drinking game. It'd be reckless. You'd be done. You wouldn't last a segment. Take a shot every time somebody says Soto. Shout out to Juan Soto though. What I was saying was I think I would bet that money for him to homer because it's only gone up because he hasn't homered. I think he has a flair for the dramatic. And let's talk about that tonight as I did put out the tweet before the series and I said, who shines? And many people did say Trent Grisham or Paul Goldschmidt or Ben Rice. There were some people that were right about Bellinger. But tonight is a night where the whole world is literally watching because of ESPN and their deal for Sunday Night Baseball. And I'm pretty sure there'll be no other games on. Will there be another game on tonight at that time? No. All the games will probably be final by 7. So lights, camera, action is going to have a postseason look and vibe to it. I'm sure ESPN is going to do a great job with the drone footage. Paulie told me that Juan Soto will be mic'd up in right field. So this is going to have the look in the feel of a mid-May postseason game. But who's going to steal the show? I think if Max Fried continues to do what he does, the Yankees don't lose when Max Fried is on the mound. It's just like that good of a pitcher and gives everybody that kind of confidence. But when you think about the stars, like Judge has to bounce back. Judge, after going 0 for 5 with 3 Ks and people being able to say he's not clutch, he didn't come up in a big spot. Judge has to bounce back. The lineup is different, right? Goldie leading off. I like Goldie in that spot. Just give me a base knock. Trent Grisham is due, right? There was a lot of we got Grisham. There was a lot of those chants in the building. So Trent Grisham is due for a homer. I mean, honestly, if you bet DJ LeMahieu to homer, like who was on that? Short porch or not? Like nobody was thinking that. And so we've only got a DJ homer and a belly homer. Like somebody's hitting the ball out tonight off David Peterson. 888-808-1019. Peterson with a 3.05 ERA, 43 Ks. Max Fried with a 1.11 ERA, 52 Ks. For the Mets, Alonso had been struggling a little bit, but broke out of it. I remember specifically saying when he hit that mic, it was only a matter of time. Alonso's having a good year. It's only a matter of time until he, comes through for the Mets here. Vientos, I think Vientos getting the third base spot against Fried, but, getting the opportunity to play third base after Beatty did well. And after he had a mistake in the first game, I think Vientos has to lock in and have a good night defensively and at the plate. Alvarez behind the plate. Let's see if the Yankees are heads up with their running on the bases, with stealing bases, with sending guys knowing when to go. McNeil in center field, big center field in Yankee Stadium. Pay attention to that, eyes on that. Maybe an underrated pick to click, Luis Angel Acuna, batting ninth, a young guy with speed, speaking of, being on the base paths, and a young guy that's got a flair for the dramatic. And they joked about, this guy's bored in spring training and he doesn't, care about these exhibition games. I think he's the type that responds when the lights are bright. So Juan Soto, yeah, I think Juan Soto could homer or, I just expect Juan Soto to be Juan Soto. He's going to work his walks. If Max Fried gives him a pitch to hit, he'll try to drive it. But if I had to pick somebody to come through today that has, maybe that's a little bit more under the radar, maybe Brandon Nimmo. Maybe Brandon Nimmo to homer. Maybe he gets one off of Fried. Lindor at the top of the lineup. I know Lindor is going to bring it. Lindor hates the Yankees. Was it on Sunday Night Baseball when Lindor had the 3-homer game against the Yankees in 2021? I forget. But he has a flair for the dramatic. So here it is. The rubber match in Yankee Stadium, Subway Series for nothing more than early bragging rights. Nothing more but to say, going back to the last few years, that the Mets have the upper hand in the regular season head-to-head with the Yankees. And for the Yankees, it's really bragging rights that we had Soto, we lost Soto, we don't need Soto. A lot of we don't need you, like those are good chants. We don't need you. And just looking at this Yankee team and say, this is the result of, and I know, and I've said this, Brian Cashman did not want to sign Juan Soto to a 16-year deal for $760 million. that Juan Soto contract with the Yankees would outlive Brian Cashman as GM by a lot. Cashman's not going to be the GM for 16 years. But they knew they had a duty to the fan base. They knew that they had to go out there and put out a real offer and be there at the end. And ultimately, I think a lot of fans, right? Like that's where I think people have this thing confused. Like if fans were that mad, wouldn't they have been mad at Hal Steinbrenner? Wouldn't Hal Steinbrenner catch the brunt of it? No. Fans looked at what Hal Steinbrenner did and said, man, he actually did go to the furthest extent. 16 years for this guy who's going to be a DH in 5 years. That's another question I threw out the other night. Who becomes a full-time DH first, Judge or Soto? Call me up and tell me. I'm like, all this talk about what Juan Soto is going to be and all this talk about what the Yankees or Mets are going to be. And, somebody was calling and saying that the Yankees, after Judge is done, what are the Yankees going to be? And I'm like, that's crazy. Just the first game alone, there was like a shining light on the players that the Yankees got after they lost Soto. Guys having, contributions in that first win that did not play with Juan Soto, Bellinger, Goldschmidt, and Dominguez barely played with Soto. But then also the guys that drove in runs, being young guys, Dominguez, Volpe, Peraza, those are young Yankees, NYY young boys. Like the Yankees have young talent. They have young pitching. Will Warren, Clark Schmidt is still relatively young. Like Luis Gil is going to come back. The Yankees aren't going anywhere in 6 to 7 years. And what'll happen with the Yankees is that they aren't going to be paying Juan Soto. And there's going to come a time real soon where they're not paying Giancarlo Stanton. And Judge's contract is a bargain now looking at Juan Soto's deal, where they will go out and swipe the best pitcher or the best hitter on the market. Unless, Steve Cohen decides he wants to claim them all. 888-808-1019. Like the Yankees are going to be in position with their homegrown cost-effective talent to go out in free agency and compete for the top flight guys year after year, even years after Judge is not here. So to say that, the Mets, and I heard even in the Juan Soto interview from over the weekend with I was blanking on his name. How could I blank on John Heyman's name? He said something about, how he's happy with the team and he thinks the team is going to be good for a long time. I think they're going to be good for a long time too. But I said that before they got Juan Soto. I said based off of the power that they have with the richest owner in the sport and one of the smartest guys in the sport running their baseball operations, like how can they fail? How can they, like, this is the start of erasing the LOL Mets and actually lining up perennial postseason contender Met, like, welcome to the party. Welcome to the party, Mets. Like the Mets and the Yankees being in contention every single year is better for who? New York and New York City. All of us. Keith McPherson on the Fan, lining up calls as we get closer now. When we come back, we'll be on the other side of 6 o'clock, and I only have like 30 minutes left. So we'll really hit the calls from the fans, see what you guys are talking about, see what you guys are thinking and feeling before this rubber match on Sunday Night Baseball. 888-808-1019. Call us up. We'll be right back. Bro, you know what's so corny? Somebody will tag me in a hater-ass tweet, and it'll be long-ass threads of people replying, and then I'll go to it, and I'm like, bro, why am I getting all these notifications? Leave conversation. Soto, you can't DH Soto. There were people that talked about Soto DHing in Yankee Stadium to hide him. I'll come back and say that that's not going to happen, and I knew it was not going to happen because as a right fielder making that much money who is still able-bodied to run, they need to get the next 5 years out of Soto as he's able to run. I think once he gets over 30, gets to like 31, then you might have a little bit of a situation where he's DHing a lot of days, but he ain't a DH yet. Vientos shouldn't be a full-time DH yet, but this is how it is right now. Not really, Hector. I think no trains is making it hard. Not everyone left early. Yeah, the NJ Transit situation has screwed up a lot. What's up with my phone right now, bro? Shit is tweaking. Gotta close all these apps. Bull Rocket calls. Get back to that in a second. Okay. Yeah. Another 5 hour. Okay. Yankees and Mets are off. That's right, because if there was a game 7, yeah, of course. Everybody makes their own t-shirts now. Even like we're working on some t-shirts I make t-shirts with my boy Anthony and my boy Jackson on his page. I'll send the link here if you want to look for some. You got to find the people on the internet that are putting out shirts because that's more niche. There's no storefront at all. People are ordering them and getting them sent to them. So this is just the link in the chat. If you open the tab, we've got Jason Dominguez Embrace the Martian shirt. We've got Automatic Balls and Strikes ASAP shirt. We've got New York Penn Station for the bullpen shirt. And we're working on another one. We had the torpedo bats. We're working on another one soon. So it's all about just like, getting the graphics made and throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Let me see something. I'm actually not gonna drink any more water because I gotta walk and take the train home, and I don't want to have to pee. So this is the last little bit of water for me. Yo, are we taking this all the way up to 24? There won't be any other breaks? Okay, cool. Okay, I'm packing up. Train. Christopher Street to Hoboken. I'm gonna run and get that train at 6:31. Ah! Subway Series, Juan Soto baseball, Yankees, Subway Series, Knicks. Okay. Yeah. The rubber match. New York versus New York, the Subway Series. By the time you hear this song in the stadium, you should be in your seats ready to go. The stars will be out. Everybody wants to see the Yankees take on the Mets. There's no Knick game, and this is the deciding game for early bragging rights. Two teams that are just 10 miles away and two fan bases that couldn't be more further away from each other and what they think and how they feel about each other. Keith McPherson on the Fan taking your calls for the next 20 minutes. If you're on hold, stay on hold. I'll get to you. We're going to run through it. We're going to run through it so I can make sure that happens. Again, try and be quick with your thoughts and what you're trying to say, and I'll move the line along. Let's go to the Bronx and talk to David on the Fan. What's up, David? What's up, man?
I got a trade proposal for you. New York Mets and Philadelphia Phillies for the Baltimore Orioles and the Tampa Bay Rays.
Say that again?
Send the Phillies and the Mets to the AL East and the Rays and the Orioles to the NL East. How does that sound?
I thought you were going to propose a trade with players. You're talking about realignment. We will see something like that in the near future, in my opinion. I've talked about it a lot. I think that's something that Manfred wants to get done before he gets out of here in 2029. I'm not exactly sure how they would group it, but sure, yeah, why not? Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. I thought we were going to talk Paul Skeens, Sandy Alcantara, Nolan Arenado. Who else are they talking about out there to trade? I don't know. But no, we will see realignment. Like, that's when the Subway Series really will change, when they realign in the future and the Mets and the Yankees, who, like I just said, 10 miles apart, are playing each other as division rivals. That's when the Subway Series will really mean something. RJ is in Oceanside on the Fan. RJ, you're on.
What's up, Keith? I'm a big fan. I'm going to the game tonight. I think that the key to winning tonight is going to be the bottom of the lineup. You know, Wells got to get hit. Volpe's going to need to step up. I think winning tonight will be a big momentum change for us.
Yeah, I think these guys got to go out there and fight. And you make a good point as we talk about like the stars and who's going to shine. Like it's going to be somebody that you're not thinking of. I mentioned like a Luis Angel Acuna for the Mets. It's going to be a guy like a Volpe. It's going to be a guy at the bottom of the order like Peraza that's going to have to come through big with a hit or a sac fly or something that impacts the game. It's a team game, and I think the Yankees. We will see them fight for this game. We'll see Boone even more locked in. I think they need to take this one for bragging rights more so than the Mets, who are in first place as well, but have beat the Yankees more time in recent history. And, they got this one yesterday by a run. I'm interested to see the score today. I think it could be low scoring with the pitching as well. I'm excited for it. You're going to the game. You're going to be there live. It's going to. So what section in right field? Yeah, so you're in the best spot to be. RJ, thanks for the call. Enjoy it, man. 888-808-1019. When I say the stars will be out, there are multiple like influencers and celebrities and even people that I've seen online or people that I haven't talked to that are specifically going to Sunday Night Baseball. Oh, what am I talking? The whole WFAN is going to be in there. Not me, but I'm pretty sure like Evan and Tiki. I think I heard Big Mac this morning saying he was going. So WFAN will be well represented in there as well. New York will be well represented in there as well. It's going to be a good game. It's going to be a tight one. I think I would like the Yankees to have some wiggle room like they had on Friday, but it's two good pitchers, and I think a lot of energy and a lot on the line for a regular season game. In Weehawken, let's go to Neil on the Fan next. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Keith. So glad to hear you before the game, not after, like I normally get to hear you. You talked about Judge and Soto. I think Judge, even though I'm a Mets fan, Judge is going to end up having more longevity with he's going to be in the field longer as opposed to just the DH.
Yep.
And
agreed.
Last thing is, look, even though I'm a Mets fan, the greatest thing about this city outside of Fashion Week is Parade Day. And if my team's not going to get it, I hope you guys get it.
It's just been too long. It's funny you mentioned Fashion Week. Fashion Week is bigger than people actually even realize as far as what it does to the city and the people it draws in. But we don't have a parade to like a modern day parade hasn't happened. No disrespect to the Liberty or even the NYCFC with what they did at I think like Town Hall or something. We'd have to go back to 2012 for the last parade. That the world has changed. New York has changed. It wouldn't be like that now. It'd be completely different. The closest thing that we could compare it to is Knicks in 6 and what we saw outside of Madison Square Garden.
Oh, we can't have a repeat of that, right? What did that coach say? We're not from Cleveland.
Yeah.
I think you're from Cincinnati, not from Cleveland. Stop behaving the way you're behaving. You know what the reference I'm making.
I do know, but I'm all for that. I just know so much of it is for social media. I know so much of it is just young fans expressing themselves and doing what they do now. I'm all for the outside climbing stuff, but safely. Taking crazy videos and doing stuff like that because New York hasn't had it. Every other city has had their opportunity to have the drone footage and the viral videos. Now we got one, and there's more to come if the Knicks do what they do, if the Mets or Yankees can handle business and win the World Series. Thanks for the call, Neil. 888-808-1019. Feel free to call. I'm rolling through the calls as we get closer to throwing to Emmanuel Barbari and Susan Waldman at Yankee Stadium, live for Sunday Night Baseball Subway Series, Mets versus Yankees. Joel is in Huntington on the Fan. Hello, Joel.
Hey, Keith, how you doing? Hey, Keith, I'm a big fan, a big listener of yours. I happen to be a Mets fan and psyched about tonight. But over and above my being a baseball fan, I have to tell you that I'm a fan of you, for the gentleman that you are, for the best that you represent in this business and the way you talk to listeners and listen respectfully. And also I have really tip my hat to you for fatherhood and for exemplifying the best and what that's all about also. And I say that because I come from a long line of big baseball family. My dad was a huge Yankee fan and grew up right outside Yankee Stadium. My father-in-law at age 93 is still a huge fan. I've passed it on to my boys, and we unify around it. And you are so right to be prioritizing as you are for your son and bringing baseball into your life and into his life. And I just have really say that. And I just really appreciate how you listen openly and honestly and respectfully, and it makes a huge difference as a longtime listener and baseball fan. And I would only say that I'm a Met fan. I will not apologize for that. But I'm excited about that. But I also I realize that the Yankees and the Mets represent the best in a sports rivalry. And over and above everything else, I'm a New York baseball fan. And great weekend for us all. And I appreciate you making it even better.
Wow. Thank you for the call, Joel. I don't want to make it about myself, especially as we run out of time here and we go into this big matchup and series. But I do know so much of baseball is, having a catch with your dad coaching you, your dad bringing you to the game, your own little league games, bringing you to your first game at whatever ballpark. And it's special. I didn't have that. I mean, shout out to my dad. The only team that we share in common is the Yankees, and we were able to catch up and do some of that stuff later in life. But I took to the Yankees and baseball on my own, and my mother facilitated it as far as putting me in Little League, driving me out to Little League baseball camp, buying me Yankees hats and jerseys and, that kind of thing. But we didn't have the bread. We did not have the money to plan a family Yankee Stadium trip. Honestly, most of my family members have come to Yankee Stadium now on behalf of me, me hooking up the tickets and me being able to provide access. And my son is blessed and he doesn't even know it yet. He's the cutest kid. He's a sweetheart. He's really smart. But he's not ready for baseball. He's been to spring training twice. He's been to Yankee Stadium like 4 times. He's been to spring training games. He's met players. He's met media members. But like I said earlier in the show, he's banned from all 30 ballparks until he gets out of his terrible twos. He knows baseball, though. Whenever he sees Yankees, he says Yankee game. And he knows that Yankee logo. There's enough of them in the house. And like I said, let me go to a Friday night game, turn around and go Saturday when my wife is taking care of my son and she's got it situated with her sister or with my mother-in-law or with whoever it is, or just, shout out to my wife. I don't know if I say that enough, holding it down. And my wife, who found me in college as a Yankee fan when we won the 2009 World Series and I hosted all of those parties, my wife knows what type of time I'm on. I didn't just start doing this Yankee stuff as I got on the fan. So it's funny, like people want to roast me online or troll me online about, this guy doesn't spend any time with his kid. If you don't think my wife is pushing me out of the door to go host a show, pushing me out of the door to go to Yankee Stadium and meet fans, nice fans like Joel, like she is. She's smart. She's an early adopter. She had an eye for talent when many people told me I wouldn't be anything, I wouldn't amount to anything, I would never make it. So didn't want to make it about myself, but let's get back to the calls. Thanks for the compliments. And yes, baseball being passed down from generation to generation. I know that's how a lot of you became Mets fans and Yankee fans. That's great. We all come together with our families and our friends for this Subway Series tonight. In Miller Place, let's talk to Jay next. What's up, Jay?
Hey, Keith. Thanks for taking the call, man. Love the show. Called before, so appreciate the phone call tonight.
You got it.
So just 2 quick points on the Yankees and Mets. I'm a diehard Yankee fan, kind of like yourself, generational as well. My father being a Yankee fan, but really thinking that Judge would actually DH before Soto. I think he's a bit older, right? He's a couple of years older than
33 and 26.
Yeah, I mean, so Judge will DH first, but I think in the end his numbers will be better than Soto just because of how great he has been for how long, and it's awesome as a Yankee fan to be able to see that, day in and day out.
I think it's going to be close, but I think Judge edges him out because, one, the Yankees are already working on, like, Judge will get his DH days. 2, Judge, he plays in right field at Yankee Stadium half of his games. And 3, I think he takes care of his body and he's not going to break down like many people think. I think he'll be able to play at 33. I think he'll be able to play out there till he's 36, 37. Juan Soto, I give him 4 years. I think by the time he's 30, he's going to be a little more plump, a little heftier, and it's going to be a liability for David Stearns and the Mets, who are going to prioritize defense, and they already have him there, right? I mean, right now they have to DH Starling Marte, but in 5 years, you could just make it so that Juan Soto's the everyday DH, and then you have a plus defender in right.
Yeah, I mean, but you lose. You lose. I understand the point, right? But you kind of lose a little bit with Soto not being in the field. Maybe to your point.
Your return on investment, you certainly lose. You're paying a guy that much. You don't want to make him a DH, like how the Yankees decided. They're paying Stanton and they made him just a DH. But I just think physically, Soto already has his struggles in right field. In another 4 or 5 years, when he's 30, 31, he might not have the speed. He might not have the quickness. We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. But just my other quick point, thank you. I called you earlier in the season, the Knicks season, about Mikal Bridges, and just talked about him and how he's grown, especially throughout this playoffs. I just wanted to get your take on that as you go forward. I know folks talk about Cat and Brunson, but really Bridges in this series, especially for the Celtics, was just great.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jay. I'll say this quickly about Bridges. Similar to Juan Soto, his value is going to really shine in the postseason, in the playoffs, not the regular season as much. Soto compared to Bridges, Soto's a way better baseball player than value-wise than Bridges is a basketball player. But I'm talking about what it took to get these guys. 5 picks for Bridges. I took calls on fans saying, why'd we give up so much for this guy? This guy's not it. He's up for an extension. I bet you there's some Knicks fans that have changed their tune about paying him versus not paying him because of the defense, because of the minutes, because of the shot making, because of how cold-blooded this Iron Man becomes at the end of the game. Mikal Bridges turns it on when the lights are bright. He didn't cower, he didn't falter. Like, his value went up through these playoffs, and you see what he means to this Knicks team. You see why they went out and got him and then got Karl-Anthony Towns, how they designed this team. They actually did what they set out to do, which was beat the Celtics. 888-808-1019. Dave is in Westchester on the Fan. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Keith, man. First off, man, you chose your path. God will guide your steps, man. Don't worry about the noise. The way they treated Soto, I was embarrassed as a Yankee fan. He was the most fan-friendly guy I remember, and I'm a fan over 60 years in right field. These guys should be a little more, professional and courteous. He was nothing but professional with them. I
agree with you as far as like Juan Soto was very interactive like during the games last year. But what it is, and thank you for the call, Dave, and how you started your call, that hurts people. Like I went to 50 games last year. I think I actually broke my record. I stopped counting at one point because I knew, hey, if the Yankees keep playing through the postseason, I'm going to go to 50 plus games with a baby and with my wife knowing all of that. So I saw how much Soto in games, if there was a stoppage in the game, even when there wasn't in between innings, like there were just so many times where like Soto was out there holding court, whooping it up with the fans, warming up, throwing baseballs. So yes, I understand you feeling some type of way about the fans booing him, but it is not the same person in that seat. That seat gets rented for 3 hours. Somebody else comes in. There are different people in the seats tonight than were there Friday and Saturday. Obviously, there are some season ticket holders. Everybody came to get their pound of flesh. There are going to be more boos tonight. There are going to be more signs tonight. And what it is, there's a thin line between love and hate. There are some fans that were like, yo, we gave you everything. We gave you our all. We cheered for you. We didn't boo you. We wanted you to stay. And you just turned your back on us, which is what the Creatures did. You didn't hear the boos coming out of 203 because we're trying to do the roll call. The Creatures didn't really boo them. They had some chance and stuff, but like booing is the easiest thing to do. It doesn't take much thought, effort. Everybody can easily collaborate on a boo. So there's going to be some more boos. Chris is in Massapequa, but he's on his way to the game. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Keith, how you doing? I'm with my buddy Tommy here. We're on our way to the game. Just 2 points to get to with you quick. So I appreciate everything that you're saying about, baseball being a family game, and I come from a baseball family. But you wouldn't mind being a Yankee fan. You wouldn't mind seeing Mets fans parade through New York City after winning the World Series. That wouldn't bother you at all, just a little bit?
Of course it would, especially before I see a Yankee parade and because I didn't go to the last parade. But I'm not going to get on these airwaves and complain about it. And I would go. I would be there.
I'm a Mets fan, and it might be.
This station is full of Mets fans. It would be most of. I would have to host because they're going to be taking a lot of off days.
Watching the Yankees go Yankee fans parade. I just, I wouldn't enjoy watching it as much as I'm a.
No, I wouldn't enjoy it, but I would be able to stomach it. I'd be able to appreciate it for the city and for the fans and for my friends and for my coworkers. Because you know what? 1986 was a long time ago. If it happens this year, like I get it. It's not gonna be something I'm rooting for.
That's a nice perspective from you because I do have a different one being a Mets fan. I've seen the Yankees win, and I really don't.
But you just watched the Yankees in the World Series last year. In 2009, I just told you, I was in college. It wasn't that long ago. It's long for the Yankees, but you've seen the Yankees. I don't know. If you're 40, you've had to experience 5 parades. Like, you've had to experience your neighbors and your family members, coworkers going through that experience 5 times, like the Mets need to scratch that itch.
I'm only 25, so I've only had to watch it. Really watch it once in 2009, and I was even young then. And in 2000, I don't remember any of it. My second point, really quick, tonight, being a Mets fan, I just feel like over the last 2 years, outside of the Yankees winning a couple more games last year and going to a World Series, tonight's a bigger game for the Yankees and the Mets.
Correct.
Mets have really taken bigger steps. You got your guy you paid all this money, Max Fried, on the mound tonight. The Mets take 2 out of 3 tonight, and they continue to build their lead in first place. You're starting as the Yankee fans to, the Mets starting to take bigger steps than us, so they starting to become a better franchise than us. Like, you got your guy on the mound tonight, your ace for the next several years. Like, this one hurts a little bit if you lose this one in the Bronx tonight. No, Keith?
It hurts, but we're not going to take it as far as like some of the things you said. It just so hurt because it'd be like, well, damn, they beat us in a series again. Like, they have that to hang over our heads a little bit. Mike is in Nutley, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Keith, how you doing? A quick question for you. During Friday's pregame show, I saw Juan Soto on the field yucking it up with Aaron Boone, when they're taking batting practice. My question, though, is that I'm not sure of, have you or anyone seen Juan Soto and Aaron Judge hanging out on the field smiling before the game?
No, and I mean, I haven't seen it, and thanks for the call, Mike. I did see him with Austin Wells. And in that first game, it seemed like he leaned on Austin Wells to kind of, help with the uneasiness because, Wells was catching and it's like you got a friend there. But I think if there was a video or picture of Soto and Judge, wouldn't that have made its rounds? I don't know. Did they kind of avoid each other or just not on the field at the same time? I don't know. Jackson in North Jersey on the Fan next. You're in there. You got it.
Hey, how's it going, Keith? Long time listener to the show, big fan. Appreciate you taking my call.
Thanks.
I wanted to ask you, are you more confident in this Yankees team than last year's Yankees team in going to the World Series and potentially winning it?
No, I wasn't confident in last year's team. I just knew, like, it's baseball. The American League is weak. They have 2 of the best hitters. Like, they should be able to get there. I'm not confident in this team going to the World Series because they don't have the pitching. Like, if we lined up the World Series right now, it's Max Fried game 1, Rodon 2, Clark Schmidt game. Like, Will Warren is not going to get any starts in the postseason. I don't know what Luis Gil is going to be. I also don't know who or what they're going to trade for. So, like, I've been on record saying this, and let me be wrong and that'd be great. Like, I don't see the Mets or the Yankees going to the World Series this year. I think it's just hard to do. And they both, but they both have to add at the deadline and they have to keep working and becoming. Thanks for the call, Jackson. I just got to get to my last call. But yeah, as of right now, I don't see it. And I don't know who. I couldn't tell you who. The Braves, the Padres, the Dodgers, the Tigers, the Cubs. No, I'm just like, it's hard to get back to the World Series. It's hard for them to get back to the American League Championship and the National League Championship. Last call goes to Brandon out on Long Island. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, Keith, thanks for taking the call. Appreciate it. Well, the photo circulating recently, I think this morning I saw it. Judge was jogging in the outfield, Soto kind of netting in center field, and Judge kind of looked the other way. Now, that could be AI or, maybe Judge was just focused on warming up. But anyway, I was just going to say I was hanging out with Jazz Chisholm today in Woodbridge, and I turned to him, and I said, what about third base? And he said, hell no.
Thank you.
To second baseman.
Thank you for that insight, and shout out to Frank Luna and Woodbridge Brewing Company. I wasn't able to get out there today, but I do know Jazz was out there, and someone called, and they're like, oh, well, DJ's playing second base now. Okay, so what?
What do we do when Jazz comes back? I mean, does DJ go to third? Does he have an arm for third?
Let's see if DJ can get some hits. Let's see if DJ can play some hits. Thanks for the call, Brandon. I'm not a great start for the machine, but I'm not already thinking that DJ LeMahieu is back to being DJ LeMahieu of 2019, 2020. He's not locked in for me. Like, he could be a bench bat. He could play in certain situations. He's playing tonight. Let's see if DJ can do it tonight. Maybe that's your pick to click. Maybe that's your star. That's the guy who steals the show, DJ LeMahieu. That's the end of my show. Another one. This wasn't even a 5-hour KM to PM. This was 5.5 hours. And I thank you for calling and joining in on it. It's been a lot of fun. We'll do the 5-hour KM to AM tomorrow night, 7 p.m. to 12. But for now, We'll throw to the Bronx, Emmanuel Barbari, and Susan Waldman. Yankees baseball on the Fan. All right. That's all I got, yo. I'm out of here, man. Appreciate y'all. Oh, Amber, you're out in Utah? Never been out there. But, yo, thanks for watching. Mad love. We'll do it again tomorrow. Peace.